Shirchi village. Midsummer. The sun hung in the sky like a ball of fire, and the cicadas' cries had gone hoarse, ripping through the whole village. The crops in the fields drooped, their leaves curling at the edges. A big yellow dog lay sprawled in the shade, tongue lolling long. Inside the rundown mud house, the light was dim, and the air carried the smell of dry earth and dust. Qingshan, you've had a bit too much, haven't you? Come on, Andy will help you inside to rest a while. Old Zhao Gui and his wife exchanged a glance, and a flicker of that cunning I knew all too well crossed their eyes. Propping up my drunken, good-for-nothing self, they marched straight toward their daughter-in-law's room. I had been reborn. In an instant, what little drunkenness left in my head vanished. Looking at everything so familiar before me, the memories of my past life came flooding back like a rising tide. It was today. To seize the new courtyard my family had just built, these two old snakes got me drunk, stripped off my clothes, and threw me onto the bed of their daughter-in-law, Wang Naixiang. Then they'd play the thief, crying, "Stop, thief," claiming I'd raped her, forcing me to hand over the house to save my own skin. Otherwise, they'd report me to the authorities. Slap an attempted rape charge on me. And who would believe a man known throughout the village as a no-good loafer? In my past life, it was only thanks to Sister Naixiang clearing my name in time that I escaped prison. But from that day on, both our reputations were ruined. A month later, unable to bear the gossip and the beatings from her in-laws, she threw herself into the river. As for me, I left home and wandered. At my lowest point, I took an old Taoist priest as my master, inherited the tradition of Taoist medicine, learned the skills of hunting, and made a name for myself. A blessing in disguise. But in this life, I don't need such a blessing. In this life, Zhao Gui, you're going to pay it all back, with interest. All right, go call people in. That new house of the Li family is as good as ours now. It'll be enough to pay off our son's gambling debts. The old couple dumped me on the bed and hurried out the door. Son, gambling debts. Lying on the bed, the memories surged again. Their eldest son had been killed on his wedding day by a homemade firecracker. An iron nail drove straight into his heart. Wang Naixiang, a maiden fresh into marriage, had lived as a widow for 3 years while her husband was already dead. The one in debt was the younger son, Zhao Chong, and the creditor was the village bully, Li Hu. In my past life, after that night, Zhao Chong couldn't pay off his gambling debts, so Li Hu set his sights on Wang Naixiang, saying that if she agreed to marry him, the debt would be wiped clean. She refused, and so, every night, the sounds of shouting and beating rang out from the Zhao household. The day before she drowned herself, she came to me, wanting me to run away with her. But the man I was then, cowardly, didn't dare to say yes. Before she left, she gave herself to me, and pressing close to my ear, she whispered a single line. In the next life, take me with you. Those words, I remembered for the rest of my life. Even one night as husband and wife earns 100 days of devotion. In this life, no matter what, I would give her a hand and pull her out of this bitter water. And as for Zhao Gui owing Li Hu that debt, that was exactly a knife to make an article, a scapegoat. The old couple's footsteps faded into the distance, and I slowly opened my eyes. A woman of about 23 or 24 lay on the bed. Her summer blouse was thin, and she too had been forced to drink. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing slow and deep. To make their little scheme convincing, those two old snakes had deliberately left her clothes in disarray, just waiting to lead the crowd in to catch us in the act and humiliate her in front of everyone. Anger flared in my chest. I got up and carefully straightened her clothes, piece by piece. She suddenly let out a soft moan, her eyelashes trembling. A cold sweat broke over me. If she woke up now and got the wrong idea, everything would be ruined. Qingshan. Her voice was soft as water. Hold me. What a stunning creature. But the more I saw it, the more I understood just how bitter her fate was. Thankfully, she was only awake for an instant before sinking back into a deep sleep. Outside the door, the clamor of Zhao Gui and a crowd of villagers grew closer and closer. I couldn't afford to waste any time. Mountain folk are built tough, and with the martial skills I'd honed in my past life, I bounded up to the top of the wall in a few strides and flipped myself over and out. Zhao Gui had counted on me being too drunk to move. The door was locked, and with his daughter-in-law in that state, clearly having been violated, Wouldn't I be completely at his mercy? Dream on. Neighbors, you've got to stand up for us old folks. The Li family has gone too far. Outside the door, Zhao Gui was blubbering, snot and tears everywhere. Enough, just open the door, Blacksmith Li said impatiently. Your own daughter-in-law's being taken advantage of, and instead of stopping it, you run out here hollering for people. That good-for-nothing Li Qingshan probably had his way with her long ago. Why is it so quiet in there? Guess the kid isn't up to much. A dozen households of villagers pointed and whispered, waiting to enjoy the show. The door opened. The crowd swarmed into the room, only to find Wang Naixiang lying on the bed, fully clothed and neat, sleeping peacefully. As for me, where is he? The looks on Zhao Gui and his wife's faces were priceless. The man who'd just been on the bed had vanished into thin air. Zhao Gui, didn't you say that no-good punk was violating your daughter-in-law? Li Hu stared at Wang Naixiang on the bed, a flicker of greed in his eyes, though he pulled a stern face. Where is he? You making monkeys out of us? He grabbed Zhao Gui by the collar. What's going on here? I don't know either. Zhao Gui was at a loss. He'd carried the man onto that bed with his own 2 hands. Wake up, you little slut. Zhao Gui's wife snatched up a basin of water and dumped it right over Wang Naixiang's face. Ah! Wang Naixiang shot up with a scream, staring at the room full of people, her big, watery eyes full of confusion. Where's Li Qingshan? Zhao Gui pressed forward. Who's Li Qingshan? She grew even more bewildered. Still playing dumb. He was right there in your bed. Zhao Gui, beside himself with rage, cursed her in front of the whole village as a slut. Dad, her voice trembled. What are you talking about? Being humiliated like this in public by her father-in-law. Who could stand it? Her eyes instantly welled up. Zhao Gui, that's going too far, Blacksmith Li said with a frown. Yeah, she was sound asleep. When did she ever cheat on anyone? That good for nothing. Did he go and hide somewhere? Hearing this, Zhao Gui frantically dug through the cabinets and checked under the bed, Li Hu's ravenous, murderous glare boring into his back. If he couldn't produce the man, his son would lose a hand. Well, quite the crowd. What's going on here? A lazy voice drifted up from the back of the crowd. It was me. Zhao Gui's eyes lit up. Li Qingshan, you raped my daughter-in-law. Finally caught you. Raped your daughter-in-law? I chuckled. Zhao Gui, what kind of joke is this? I was never even here. You reek of liquor. You were obviously just drinking with me. I had a few this morning at home, and I'm already sober. If I'd really been drinking up until just now, would I be talking this clearly? Don't believe me? Want me to walk a straight line for you? Zhao Gui's old face turned the color of a pig's liver. Qingshan's got a bad reputation, sure, but he's never gone after any woman, Blacksmith Li said, stepping forward. You can't just smear a young man's name like that. How's he ever supposed to find a wife after this? You catch a thief with the goods and an adulterer in the act. The man wasn't even in your house, and your daughter-in-law's clothes are perfectly intact. What proof do you have that he raped her? The villagers chimed in one after another, until the old couple's faces went pale. The anger stuck in Zhao Gui's chest, unable to come out or go down. Damn it, Li Hu sneered. He finally saw through it. There was no way in hell they were shaking me down. He slapped a promissory note down. Your youngest son borrowed this money. If you can't pay it back today, you know what happens. Thud. Zhao Gui's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees. Li Hu, give me a little more time. You can't cut off my son's hand. He's my only son. I sneered inside, but on my face I put on a look of sudden realization. Oh, now I get it. Your son racked up gambling debts to Li Hu, and since you can't pay them off, you framed me for raping your daughter-in-law, hoping to squeeze the money out of me instead. I strode over. Zhao Gui, you miserable old bastard, calling your own daughter-in-law a slut. I'll beat you to death. It was too good an opportunity to pass up. I swung my fist straight at his face and slammed my feet hard into his groin. In my past life, that old Taoist priest taught me medicine. I knew exactly which spots on the body were the most vital. These kicks left no visible marks, but the pain was enough to take half a man's life. Ow! Somebody help! Zhao Gui rolled around on the ground. Easy now, Qingshan, that's enough. The villagers grabbed at me from all sides and pulled me off. The man on the ground was Zhao Gui, his face dirty and covered in bruises. Serves him right. But I knew this beating was only the interest. The real reckoning was still to come. The villagers watched the scene, and doubts began to stir in their hearts. Could it be that Zhao Gui had really used his daughter-in-law as bait, hooking Qingshan like a fish just to fill the hole his younger son had dug? If that were true, it was a cruel thing indeed. A young, innocent girl widowed on her very first day in their home, and now this was how she was treated? If they'd known, they should have held Qingshan back a little longer, let him land a few more blows. Zhao Gui, you and I have some accounts to settle. Li Hu grabbed him by the collar again, but his gaze slowly drifted toward Wang Naixiang on the bed. She'd just been doused with a bucket of water, soaking wet, which only made her look more pitiful. Below the hem of her pants peeked a stretch of pale, slender calf. Your daughter-in-law's been a widow for 3 years now. It's about time she remarried. Li Hu swallowed hard. Just marry her to me, and the debt. We'll call it even. Really? Zhao Gui's eyes lit up instantly. His eldest son was dead. What use was the daughter-in-law now? Using her to pay off the debt was as good as it got. I won't marry him. I won't marry Li Hu. Wang Naixiang was so frantic her voice cracked. Everyone in the village said Li Hu had some kind of filthy disease, and he was fierce and ugly to boot. Marry him, and the rest of her life would be ruined. You think you get to decide? Zhao Gui snapped. My Zhao family paid a bride price to bring you here. Now that we've fallen on hard times, who's supposed to step up if not you? My eldest son is gone. So you listen to me, your father-in-law. I say you marry, and you marry. In his eyes, one of his son's hands was worth more than his daughter-in-law's entire life. If you don't marry him today, Xiangzi's hand gets chopped off. A man crippled like that, how's he supposed to live? You can't be so selfish. Zhao Gui's wife chimed in. Li Hu was grinning inside. He'd been craving this little widow's body for a long, long time. Wang Naixiang was just a young girl. She'd never faced anything like this. Panicked and helpless, her tear-filled eyes turned to me, pleading. I let out a snort and stepped forward. This is a new society now. Marriage is free. Even if we go by the old ways, parents, orders, and a matchmaker's word, that's the birth family's call. What's it got to do with you, her in-laws? She was brought here with a bride price paid by us Zhaos, so of course it's our call. Whoever you gave the bride price to, go take it up with them. I stared him down. Sister Naixiang married into this family to be a wife, not a widow. Your short-lived son died and left her a widow for 3 whole years for nothing. That's a debt your Zhao family owes her. I glanced around at the crowd. Besides, the higher-ups preach marriage freedom every single day. You keep forcing her like this. You want to be made the example of everything backward and get dragged out to be denounced. The moment I said that, Zhao, the Gui couple, and Li Hu both fell silent. They weren't afraid of me, but they were afraid of the higher-ups. If you force me to marry Li Hu, I'll kill myself right here in front of you. Wang Naixiang produced a pair of scissors from somewhere and pressed them against her snow-white throat. The blade was so sharp that a thin line of blood beads seeped out along her neck. She really meant it. Oh no, sister, don't do it. A bad life beats a good death. Zhao Gui, you're committing a sin. If something really happens to her, none of you, your wife, and Li Hu, will get away with it. Driving someone to their death? They'll make an example out of you. Li Hu, if this ends in a death, you think you'll still get to be militia captain? Keep dreaming. Li Hu's face changed. Militia captain, he had his heart set on it, and he couldn't afford to blow it over something like this. The Zhao couple were pretty shaken too. Ahem. I cleared my throat and pushed my way forward. Actually, I can settle this Zhao family debt. Every pair of eyes in the room swung toward me at once, curious and eager, wanting to see what kind of trick a good-for-nothing like me could pull off. What I wanted was Zhao Gui's rundown courtyard. No other reason. I knew there was something buried beneath that yard. Decades from now, when the ground here would be dug up, people would unearth an underground palace beneath the foundation. 9 large chambers, 4 of them staying below, freezing year-round, the rest dry and cool, perfect for storing meat and vegetables that wouldn't spoil for years. Later they'd figure out that the underground palace connected to a natural limestone cave below. It was now the summer of 1957. Advanced cooperatives were being set up all over the place. In less than a year, the People's Commune would arrive, and the days of eating from one big communal pot were right around the corner. By then, being able to cook your own meals on the side, That would be the real skill. Before the commune showed up, I needed to head up the mountain and bag as much game as I could, then stash it in that natural freezer. When everyone else was gnawing on wild vegetables, me and a few of the sisters I was close with could sneak off and eat meat. Just thinking about it made my mouth water. What? You want to pay off Zhao Chong's debt? Li Hu looked me up and down. How much does Zhao Chong owe you? Not much. 36 yuan. SSSSS. The whole room drew in a sharp breath. 36 yuan was a fortune. These days, sweet potatoes went for 8 cents a pound, corn for a dime, soybean oil for 70 cents, and even pork was only 40 cents. Zhao Gui's little courtyard was worth 30 yuan at most. But that gambling debt had to be paid. Black and white, the IOU was crystal clear. Li Hu, I'll give you this courtyard, just let my Chong go. He's a good boy. Zhao Gui's wife sobbed. Your rundown shack, worth 36 yuan? Li Hu sneered, then turned to me. Li Qingshan, go on, tell me, how are you going to settle this? Simple. I said each word deliberately. Today I borrow 36 yuan from you, and within a month I'll pay you back 40, principal and interest. I'll put up my family's newly built courtyard as collateral. How about it? Zhao Gui's rundown shack wasn't worth much. But the new courtyard house my family had just built was a different story. Big, well-built, and in a prime spot. Trading it for 40 bucks was more than a fair deal. I put a lot of sweat into that house, right alongside my dad. Everyone outside assumed it was being built for my wedding. But I knew the truth. It was never meant for me. It was meant for my cousin, my uncle's son. We hadn't split from Grandpa yet. For households were crammed together under one roof. First uncle, second uncle, Grandpa, and my family. Who got what house came down to whatever the old man decided. And every cent his sons and grandsons earned had to be handed over to him. If the old man had treated everyone fairly, fine. But he played favorites, shamelessly so. For years he'd been bleeding my family dry to prop up first uncle's and second uncle's households. Since the house was never mine to begin with, what did I care about trading it away? First, I'd smooth things over with Li Hu. Once the deal was locked in, I'd pay him back the 40 within a month, so he'd come out ahead. And if I couldn't pay, then he could kiss it all goodbye. Worst case, I'd just play the scoundrel. In my past life, I cared too much about saving face. It left me living like a doormat for half my days. It wasn't until I fell in with that old Taoist priest that I finally learned what thick skin really meant. People are funny that way. The more you back down, the more they push, but the moment you get tough, they cave. Li Qingshan, you serious? Li Hu looked surprised. He'd been by that courtyard house before. Well built, great location. He still hadn't put up a new place of his own. Getting his hands on this one would save him a world of trouble. Come on, let's put it in writing. I thumped my chest. Qingshan, don't do anything crazy. You and your dad broke your backs building that house for your wedding. If your dad finds out, he'll break your legs. Yeah, Qingshan, that's such a good spot. You'd really give it up? And you'd better stay out of Zhao Gui's mess. Blacksmith Li, Carpenter Zhao, and Tofu Shisher, all the kind-hearted ones, rushed to talk me out of it. Thank you, everyone, but I've made up my mind. Li Hu and I quickly signed the agreement, and I got 36 bucks in hand. The moment the money was in my hands, I turned to Zhao Gui and slapped the stack of bills down in front of him. I'm buying your courtyard. 36 bucks. Deal. Li Qingshan, you mean it? Zhao Gui's eyes lit up as he snatched the money into his fist. With this cash, his son's hand could be saved. I could see exactly what he was calculating in his head. Cut the chatter. Sign the IOU first. Once the house transfer goes through, the IOU's void. I pushed the paper in front of him. Well, deal. Whatever you say. Of course he'd agree. Right now, as long as it saved his son, he'd do anything. Li Hu fetched paper and pen, and we signed on the spot. Zhao Gui, this house is mine now. You've got 5 days to move out. I stared at the paper in my hand. The receipt in my hand, my fingertips tingling with heat. Come on, let's head to the township office and transfer the deed first. Fine, fine, fine. He followed me back home to grab my documents. Then we rushed off toward the township office. The township office wasn't close to Shirshi village. With the round trip plus the paperwork, we probably wouldn't be back until nightfall. But word of what I'd done at Zhao Gui's place spread through Shirshi village like wildfire. The village good-for-nothing had put up his own new house as collateral, borrowed 36 yuan from Li Hu, and bought that rundown shack from Zhao Gui. Everyone in the village shook their heads. Zhao Qiangzi was a gambler and a wastrel, but this Li Qingshan was no better, spending extra money on a broken-down shack, cut from the same cloth. Word soon reached the ears of my grandfather, Li Laoduan. What? The old man's beard bristled, and his eyes bulged on the spot, a fire kindling in his cloudy eyes. You're telling me that Wolf Pup Li Qingshan put up my new house as collateral to borrow money? That house was meant for his eldest grandson to get married. Since when did it become Li Qingshan's to use? Li Laoduan, you mean you don't know yet? The whole village is talking about it. The IOU's already been written out to Li Hu. Zhao Yutian, cooling off under the tree, his old rival, twisted the knife with a grin. That damned wolf pup, just wait till I get home and beat him half to death. The old man cursed and grumbled all the way home. But what he didn't know was that I'd already snuck out the household registration book, and I was long gone to the township office. The deed transfer went smoothly. 3 days later, the paperwork was complete. Once the land and property ownership certificate was issued, I could just go pick it up myself. At the entrance to the village, I stopped and looked at Zhao Gui. Once the certificate comes through, we're square. You'd better find somewhere to move to in these next few days. Otherwise, don't blame me for playing rough. Okay. Qingshan, I'm gonna go home and check on things first. He was in a hurry to get back and see whether his son had made it home safe. Watching his hurried figure disappear into the distance, a smile tugged at the corner of my lips. I never expected it'd be this easy. For the next decade or more, my life was set. Outside, heavy snow swirled through a bitter, freezing world. Other families gnawed on chaff and wild greens, huddled under tattered quilts, sighing away their misery. But me? I'd be roasting sizzling pork and dipping beef in a hot pot. Just thinking about it felt good. But to live like that, I'd first need to stockpile a whole lot of meat. In my past life, I spent time deep in the mountains with an old Taoist priest. He taught me plenty about the ways of hunting. In the years that followed, the old priest treated the old injuries of several veteran soldiers, and I got to play around with every kind of gun in the military district. As for his body tempering technique, I'd practiced it for half my life. Strength, reflexes, perception, even my eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. This body was my greatest asset. Shirshi village backed onto a great mountain, teeming with game. Bagging a few here, and there would be more than enough for me to live the good life. At the going market rate, a single wild pheasant could sell for over 40 cents, and a wild rabbit went for 40 cents. A young boar, gutted and deboned, still weighing 150-60 pounds, sold at 36 cents a pound, easily netting 50 or 60 bucks. With a little luck, if I bagged a sable or dug up some wild ginseng, I'd hit the jackpot. A single sable pelt could fetch over 200 bucks, the king of furs. A good one could even be traded for foreign currency. For hunting up in the mountains, it's best to have a gun and a dog. If not, you settle for the next best thing, a bow and arrows, a knife, some rope. I didn't have a single one of those, but with a little effort, they wouldn't be hard to come by. First light tomorrow, I'd head up the mountain. Qingshan. Just as I was mulling it over, a familiar woman's voice came from behind the haystack. I turned around. It was none other than Wang Naixiang, the widow from the village. She'd changed out of the clothes that had gotten soaked. This outfit looked like something she'd made back in her teens. It fit tight on her now, which only made her full, curvy figure stand out all the more. Paired with those watery, timid eyes. I glanced around. No one was there, so I stepped behind the haystack. Sister Naixiang, what is it? Qingshan, thank you so much for today. Her voice trembled. If it weren't for you, they would have handed me over to Li Hu for sure. Those eyes seemed to brim with tears, soft enough to melt your heart. Sister Naixiang, you're all alone in this village with no one to lean on, and your in-laws bully you so hard. From now on, whenever you're in trouble, come straight to me. I looked her in the eye. I'll take care of it, no matter what. She'd just married in, hadn't even had her wedding night, when her husband died. All these years living with her in-laws had been a hard grind. The whole family cursed her as a husband killer, blaming her for their son's death. Sneers and jabs were an everyday thing. She had to wash, cook, and work the fields, do everything, yet ate the worst scraps in the house. Enduring all these years on her own, She was like a patch of duckweed drifting in the middle of a river through wind and rain. No roots, nothing to hold on to. But the words I said today made her eyes go hot, tears welling and swirling, making her look all the more pitiable. Qingshan, I've already caused you enough trouble today. She bit her lip. It's just that money you borrowed from Li Hu. How are you planning to pay it back? She knew I'd been drinking at her place. Her in-laws claimed the two of us had tumbled into bed together. True, and not true. We did sleep in the same bed, but nothing happened. What worried her most was that $36. How could anyone scrape that together in a single month? She knew exactly how things stood at my house. We were from the same village, after all. That was the house I'd been saving to get a wife with. If it really went to Li Hu, what then? If it weren't for her, I never would have borrowed that money in the first place. She kept that debt of gratitude close to her heart. I've already got it figured out, I said with a smile. We don't have much around here, but we've got plenty of wild game. Tomorrow I'll head up the mountain to hunt and sell what I catch. $40 in a month. It's a sure thing. Hunting. Her face changed. Qingshan, you can't do something so reckless. The old forest isn't a place you just walk into. In our village alone, over the years, the number of people who've died in there, if not 20 or 30, then at least a dozen. And which lead hunter ever got to grow old in peace? Every one of them ended up missing an arm or a leg. Take Xiao Zhanshan, the most famous lead hunter around here. A few years back, he even saved your life in that forest. Not long ago, he got gored by a wild boar, and now he's still bedridden, can't even get up. Chances are he'll never set foot on that mountain again in this life. You don't have a lead hunter to guide you, and you've got no experience. It doesn't matter if you can't catch any game, but what if you get hurt? Your brother's gone. Who will your uncle and aunt lean on for the rest of their days? Who's going to care for them in their old age and see them off when the time comes? And your sister-in-law, wouldn't she just be bullied to death by outsiders? What she feared wasn't whether I could bag any game. It was my life. Seeing that I wouldn't budge, she grew desperate. Qingshan, can't you just not go up the mountain? Worst case, I'll just remarry and go to Li Hu. I'm a widow anyway. I'll have to find a man sooner or later. And I bring death to my husbands. So who knows? Maybe the moment I marry him, my bad luck will strike Li Hu dead. Sister Naixiang, what nonsense are you talking about? I frowned. I'm going into the old forest to hunt, not to die. Besides, I'm not going up there just to pay off the debt. You know exactly what shape my family's in. If I want a better life, I've got to earn more money. I paused. Hunting is a good path, and I like it. And from now on, don't ever talk about marrying Li Hu again. Otherwise, wouldn't helping you today be all for nothing? Sigh. She let out a long breath, her face full of helplessness. Seeing that my mind was made up, there was nothing more she could say. She reached into her shirt and pulled out an egg. Qingshan, it's still warm. Hurry and eat it. The egg had just come out from against her chest, still carrying her body heat. I reached out to take it, and my fingertips accidentally brushed her slender fingers, a touch of softness. She jerked her hand back as if she'd been shocked, her cheeks flushing red, not daring to even look at me straight on. The haystack gave off the scent of rice straw, mixed with the smell of her. There was no one around. An urge stirred in me. I wanted to press her down into that pile of straw. I pushed the thought down. Sister Naixiang, if your in-laws found out about this, wouldn't they beat you half to death? These days, an egg was as precious as meat. Ordinary farming families couldn't bear to eat them. You only saw them during holidays, when someone was sick, or when a baby was born. Her standing in the household was low. She never got her share even on holidays. And a farm family's eggs were counted. Even one missing couldn't be hidden. If the house came up short an egg, Zhao Gui and his wife would suspect her first. And when that happened, there'd surely be a vicious beating. It's fine. It's already boiled, so I can't put it back anyway, she said gently. Aren't you going up the mountain? You need to build up your strength, or you won't have the energy. In the past, I would have absolutely declined politely, pushing the eggs back into her hands, thinking I was being considerate. Truth is, that's the dumbest thing you can do. When a woman brings you food, it's only the moment you swallow it that she feels at ease, that she's happy. Push it back, and you just wind up hurting her. So I didn't refuse this time. I peeled an egg and bit off half. The rich flavor of a farm-fresh egg exploded on my tongue. Watching me down half in one bite, Her eyes lit up right away. Being able to do something for me made her happy. Sister Naixiang, let's split it, half and half. I held the other half up to her lips. Oh, that's not right. Eggs are for building up human strength. What would a woman like me be eating one for? She pushed my hand away at once. You won't even eat half an egg? Then how are you going to feel comfortable coming to me next time somebody gives you grief? I wasn't about to let her refuse. No arguing. Come on, open up. She'd never had a man do anything like this before. The second her mouth opened, that still warm half of an egg was already at her lips, and she had no choice but to take it in. She chewed slowly, her mouth full of the taste. The lingering warmth of that half an egg thawed a heart that had been lonely and cold for far too long. It's getting late. I've got to head back and cook, or my in-laws will chew me out again. With that, she ducked her head and hurried off like she was fleeing. The moment I got home, I could tell the mood was off. Old man Li had 3 sons. My father, Li San Kuei, was the youngest of the 3. The whole family was crammed into one big compound. The old couple lived in the best room, the main house, facing south, where the morning sun could chase out the musty smell. My eldest and second uncles lived on the west side. My family lived on the east side, right up against the storage room, the kitchen, and the outhouse. And even so, we only had 2 rooms. My parents had one, my sister-in-law and I had the other, split down the middle by a wooden partition. Each side had just enough space for a small bed. Even the door had been chopped in half. My eldest uncle's only son, Li Qingshu, was the grandson the old man prized most. Not only did he get a room to himself, he had a study too. Back in the day, the whole family pooled every resource to send him to the part-time upper primary class, and never mind that his grades were dead last. That didn't stop the old man from being convinced he was the most promising one. That newly built compound the old man claimed was for my wedding. In his heart, it was reserved for Li Qingshu. It was the fruit of my father's labor, laid brick by brick with his own hands. My father was too honest, too meek to push back. This was the bitter lot he was bound to swallow. And in my last life, I'd been just the same. But now that I was living it all over again, everything was going to change. My second uncle's family had twin sons, both apprenticing under carpenter Zhao in the village. There was also a younger aunt, married off long ago, who rarely came back. The whole big family ate together in one place. At that large table in the courtyard, the old couple sat at the head, where all the good food was set out. Next to them were Li Qingshu and my eldest uncle and his wife. A notch down from them was my second uncle's family. And that very last table was where my parents sat. The widowed sister-in-law. I used to have an older brother, but he ran off to escape an arranged marriage. Word came later that he died somewhere out there. Right now, the whole family was gathered around the table. The moment I walked in, all sorts of complicated looks shot my way. My uncle and grandfather glared at me like they wanted to swallow me whole. My parents and my sister-in-law, though, their eyes were full of worry. Li Qingshan, you little wolf pup, you've still got the nerve to sit down? The old man couldn't hold his temper anymore when he saw me about to take a seat. Get up, Pa. Qingshan's still young. He doesn't know any better. My father hurriedly stood up. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Third brother, that's not right. My uncle, Li Dakue, spoke up slowly. This kid's 18, a grown man. How's he still young? Today he's got the guts to mortgage the new house to borrow money. Tomorrow he'll be out there killing and setting fires. Where does it end? Pa. This family's always had a good name. We can't let this little bastard drag it through the mud. Pa, Dakue's right. My aunt piled it on too. If Li Qingshan really gets into trouble and ruins our reputation, it could cost Qingshu his job. I hadn't killed anyone or set anything on fire yet, but they'd already pinned it all on me. What? It could hurt Qingshu too. The moment the old man heard that, he couldn't sit still. He jabbed his tobacco pipe at me. Stand up now? Humph. I let out a cold laugh and stood. Satisfaction immediately spread across the faces of the old man and my uncle. In this house, their authority still held. They savored the taste of being obeyed. Li Qingshan, let me ask you, the old man continued. Did you or did you not mortgage the family's new courtyard house and borrow 36 yuan from Li Hu? So what? I answered as I walked toward him. That not allowed? Where did you get the nerve? That house was meant for Qingshu. When was it ever given to you? Go find Li Hu right now, pay back the money, and get that IOU back. What? My father's face went white, and he nearly fainted. Pa, didn't you say that house was for Qingshan to get married in? These past 2 years, I laid that courtyard brick by brick, working the slow farming seasons, working while you all took your afternoon naps. How can it just go to Qingshu? Third brother, is that any way to talk to Pa? My uncle slammed his hand on the table. Since when does a son dare to question his own father? I'm just talking sense. Wasn't it supposed to go to my son? My father's voice instantly went soft. Third brother, the old man had him right where he wanted him. First, I never once said outright that the house was for Qingshan. You'd better admit that. Second, the land is mine, so the house is mine to decide. Third, I'm the head of this family, and what I say goes. Fourth, Qingshu is the eldest son and eldest grandson. He's older, he marries first, so the house. It should rightfully go to him. As for Qingshan, we can just build him another place later on. For now, let's get back that IOU he put the house up for. Your old man's not wrong about that, is he? My father opened his mouth, sensing something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on what exactly. Years of oppression and favoritism had long since bent his spine. All he wanted was to earn a little approval from his parents. He didn't dare argue, let alone push back. I suppose that's fair. He lowered his head and gave a nod. Every eye in the room turned back to me. But what they didn't know was, the Li Qingshan who used to let everyone walk all over him had already died on that snowy night. I shook my head to myself. It had been just like this in my past life. My old man let Grandpa jerk him around his whole life. In the end, the one who cared for the old folks in their final days was my father. My uncles had long since vanished without a trace. That's the thing about people's hearts. The more you feed them, the colder they get. Li Qingshan, what do you think you're doing? Li Laokue stared at me, dumbfounded, as I walked up to the table. Move it. I shoved Li Qingshu aside, reached out and grabbed the steamed buns, the soybean paste, and the braised cabbage off the table, and carried them straight back to my own seat. The dinner table fell dead silent. Everyone stared at me wide-eyed, like they'd seen a ghost. This kid actually had the nerve to just haul the food away? Sweet potato soup in the morning, sweet potato soup at noon, and sweet potato soup again at night. I took a bite of a steamed bun. Keep drinking that stuff, and I'll turn into a sweet potato myself. Time for a change of taste today. Grandpa, you wouldn't actually refuse to feed me, would you? When have I ever not fed you? Li Laoduan blew up again, jabbing the stem of his pipe right at my nose. Name one day I ever left you a meal short. My eldest uncle, Li Dakue, was about to speak, but I shot him a glare first. Shut it. Grandpa just said he'd feed me. Who asked you to butt in? My uncle's face flushed red, then went pale. And another thing. Yeah, I signed that IOU with Li Hu and put up the new courtyard house as collateral, but when did I ever say I wasn't going to pay it back? You little brat, what are you going to pay it back with? My uncle's voice cracked. Where would you get that kind of money? There's still a month left. I answered, unhurried. I'm heading up the mountain to hunt tomorrow. Sell the game and $40 is easy money. Up the mountain to hunt. Aren't you afraid a black bear'll snatch you up in one bite? Qingshan, have you lost your mind? The whole table chattered at once. I ignored them all and kept eating, mouthful after mouthful. Trying to reason with these people was like playing music to a cow. Once I hauled the game back, they'd shut up soon enough. But there was no way I was staying in this household any longer. We had to split up the family. Just not yet. If we split now, there'd be nowhere to live, and that old miserly Laoduan would never hand over a house to the third branch. I'd have to wait until Zhaogui. After the family moves out, we'll settle the rest. Just then, Li Qingshu leaned close to Li Laoduan's ear and lowered his voice. Grandpa, the old forest isn't exactly easy to get into. If Li Qingshan dies in there, the debt dies with him. The new house is yours by rights anyway. If Li Hu comes collecting, tell him to take it up with Li Qingshan at his grave. He got more excited the more he talked. Besides, third uncle's getting on in years. Odds are he can't have any more kids. Once Li Qingshan's gone, the third branch's bloodline is finished. Then you hold the unfilial charge over them. And won't they have no choice but to take whatever we dish out? I'll go talk to third uncle about his retirement care. All the money he's saved up over the years. Won't it all end up in our pockets? Li Dakue and Li Laoduan exchanged a glance and let out a simultaneous, "Oh." that head on Qingshu's shoulders. He really is the most promising one in this family. Dad, the eldest uncle chimed in. Young men run hot. They don't know their limits. Give him just a little push, and he'll go charging deep into the old forest for sure. Li Laoduan nodded and shot me a sidelong look. Boy, if you can really haul back a 300-pound wild boar, then that's what I call real skill. Reverse psychology? I could practically hear the gears turning in the old man's head. Fine, I'll play along with his little scheme. Grandpa, forget 300 pounds. I'll haul back a 500-pound boar for you, no problem. I paused, but I need a proper weapon in my hands. Is there any money left in the house? Give me some, I'll buy a gun. Then all of you can just sit back at home and enjoy the meat. Li Laoduan's face went dark in an instant. That money's for Qingshu's wedding. Where would we get spare cash? If you want to blame someone, blame your good-for-nothing father for never earning a dime. A gun cost more than a mud brick house. Getting Li Laoduan to fork over that money would be harder than killing him. Can't buy a gun. Then a bow and arrows should be fine, right? Not a chance. There's no money. All right. I'd seen it coming. Slowly, I laid out my real goal. Gun or bow, I'll figure something out myself. But at least you can let me take some rations up the mountain, right? This trip is 3 days at the least, 10 odd days at the most. If I don't take enough, I'll just be circling the foot of the mountain. And how much game am I going to catch that way? The Li family's grain was all clutched in Grandma's hands. If I couldn't get any this time, I'd have to find another way. The moment Li Qingshu heard this, his eyes lit up and he leaned in again. Grandpa, this one works. Pack him plenty. The deeper he goes into the mountains, the faster he dies, and the easier he gets lost. Once he's lost, he'll never make it out. Sure enough, Li Laoduan listened to his eldest grandson. Old woman, get him some cornmeal. Pack enough for half a month. Grandma wasn't happy about it, but she nodded all the same. I was secretly thrilled. They were actually willing to hand over cornmeal, far more than I'd expected. Now that I'm full, I'm going to sleep. I've got to head up the mountain first thing tomorrow. I patted my stomach and stood up. Grandma, just set the rations by my door when they're ready. I went back to my room. Behind me, my parents. We exchanged a glance, and, along with my sister-in-law Lu Guixiang, hurried in after him. In the dim, cramped room, my father, Li Sankue, spoke first, his tone sharp and urgent. Li Qingshan, have you lost your mind? You think hunting is easy? Zhao Zhanshan at the edge of the village is about as good as they come. Hunted these mountains for decades, and even he ended up crippled up there not long ago. If another hunter hadn't found him in time, he'd be dead. You've got no gun, no experience. That's not hunting, that's a death wish. I'm his only son. If anything happened to me, he'd rather die himself. Son, can't you just not go? Mother's weathered face crumpled as she grabbed my hand. Ma, don't worry. I clasped her rough hand in return. I won't go deep into the mountains. But this trip, I have to make it. It's not just about paying back the $40 I owe Li Hu. It's about giving this family a better life. And then, splitting off from them as soon as I can. Splitting up the household. That was my most pressing goal right now. If we didn't split, there was no telling how much more trouble lay ahead. If Dad wouldn't agree to it, I'd take Mother and leave. If she wouldn't go, I'd take my sister-in-law. And if she wouldn't go either, then I'd go alone. One way or another, I couldn't stand another day in this house. I knew Li Sankue. He'd let filial duty tie him down for half his life. But let him taste the sweetness of pushing back just once, and he'd come around to my side. A man used to getting the short end, too timid to defy his elders. Without someone to give him a push, he'd just get bled dry for the rest of his life. If the Li family weren't so shamelessly one-sided, why would I be in such a rush to split off? Wouldn't it be better for the whole family to live in peace and harmony? Dad, Mom. My sister-in-law Lu Guixiang spoke softly. Qingshan's grown up. His mind's made up. I'm behind you, brother. I'll step out for a bit. With that, she turned and walked out the door. Li Sankue let out a helpless sigh. Blame your old man for being useless. He patted my shoulder. Since you're set on going, you be careful. Don't rush up the mountain tomorrow morning. Go see Zhao Zhanshan at the end of the village first. He may be bettered now, but he's still an old hunter with decades of experience. Learn everything you can from him about what to watch out for up there before you head in. You hear me? I hear you, I said with a nod. Dad, Mom, you two go on out now. I need to sleep. After they left, I shut the door tight, sat cross-legged on the bed, and, with a single focused thought, began circulating the mental cultivation method passed down to me by the old Taoist in my past life. 10 minutes later, I let out a long breath. A whole rebirth, and I had to start over from scratch, both the body tempering art and the Taoist cultivation method. At least the medical knowledge was still lodged in my mind. That I hadn't lost. The body tempering art forged the physical body. Also known as the Taoist health cultivation fist, it could, at its deeper levels, give rise to pure yang true qi, something a full tier above ordinary qigong. Anything qigong couldn't do, this could. As for what lay within it, the know-how of it all, that was something I'd have to feel out slowly over time. The Taoist mental cultivation method was the key to harnessing this pure yang energy. Pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, none of it could be done without it. Reading the rise and fall of a pulse by touch alone was bound to have its errors. But once you channeled pure yang qi into the body, every single lesion in a patient's organs could be sensed with perfect clarity. Acupuncture is all about stimulating the pressure points. Ordinary physicians, chasing results, would insert needle after needle and still miss the mark. But with pure yang qi to aid you, just a few needles could cure the ailment outright. The Taoist acupuncture technique my master passed down to me used 13 needles at most. A shame that even after decades studying under the old Taoist in my past life, the best I could ever manage was 6 needles, though even that was enough to drive out the vast majority of illnesses. The more stubborn the disease, the more needles it took. The old Taoist said I might reach 9 needles in this lifetime, just one short of his own mark. Who could have guessed a single long dream would send me straight into a new life? In this era, with collectivization right around the corner, all the book learning in the world would get you nowhere. But with a skill like this in hand, what household didn't have its share of headaches, fevers, and baffling ailments? Take my aunt, for instance. One look told me she'd been carrying some gynecological trouble for years. In these times, when doctors and medicine were scarce, it wouldn't be long before the illness dragged her down. Never mind all that. First things first, run through a set of body tempering exercises and cultivate that pure yang qi as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, my stomach was growling like crazy, and I flopped onto the bed, not wanting to move. One round of these forms, and the food inside me was squeezed dry in the blink of an eye. If I wanted to train, I was going to need meat. Into the mountains. Tomorrow, I'd head up the mountain, and get some meat. Otherwise, all this real skill of mine would have nowhere to go. Early the next morning, I cracked my eyes open in a daze. The sky outside the window was still a hazy gray, probably only around 5. Time to get moving. I knew exactly how to hunt. There was a knife in the woodshed, rope at home. Once I got up the mountain, I'd set some traps and whittle a few throwing spears. The hardest part of anything is the beginning. That first step is always the toughest to take. I pushed open the door and stepped out, glancing over at the room next door. It seemed like my sister-in-law hadn't come back last night, not a sound all night. On a pitch-black night like this, nothing bad had happened to her, had it? She'd always been so good to me, and I couldn't help but worry. "Qingshan, you're up?" A familiar voice sounded from the doorway. Lu Guixiang came limping in, travel-worn, her face streaked with sweat. And slung across her back was a hunting bow. "Sis, what's this?" I stared at the bow, stunned. "Weren't you planning to head up the mountain?" Lu Guixiang held the bow out to me. "You can't go without a proper tool in hand." I went back to my parents' place and brought back my dad's bow. He's got no use for it these days anyway. My brother's waiting outside. He saw me home. Let me go tell him he can head back. As I took the bow, warmth flooded my chest. A hunting bow like this was worth $8 or $9, at the very least. And don't underestimate those $8 or $9. In times like these, a farming family could work the whole year through and barely save a dime after food and drink. A pheasant only went for about 30 cents apiece. $9 could buy you 20-odd of them to satisfy a craving. Back when the Lee family paid the bride price for my sister-in-law, it hadn't even come to $10. "Sis, how did your dad ever agree to this?" A married daughter is like spilled water. There was no way her father would let her carry that bow back to her husband's home for no reason. "Don't you worry about that. Just take it up the mountain, and be careful out there," she urged me. I looked her up and down, and suddenly noticed something missing from her wrist. The silver bracelet. It was part of her dowry. She'd still been wearing it last night, But now it was gone. Then it all became clear. She had traded her dowry to get this bow back. The bow in my hands suddenly felt heavy enough to weigh me down. Once I made some money, I swore I'd buy back every piece of her dowry. Few women would part with their dowry for their own husbands, let alone for a younger brother-in-law like me. This kindness, I'd remember it. Sis, you traveled all night. You must be exhausted. Go inside and rest. I'll go talk to my brother. She nodded and limped into the house. I watched her footsteps, my brow furrowing, then turned and headed out the door. Standing outside was her older brother, Lu Daju. Brother, sorry to be such a burden on you all. Lu Daju sized me up, his voice cold. This trip back home, my sister suffered plenty. A little silver bracelet. How could it possibly be worth that much? She got the bow back only because my dad saw her kneeling outside the door half the night and finally softened. He spoke each word slowly and deliberately. Li Qingshan, if your Li family ever dares to mistreat my sister again, I, Lu Daju, will take her away for good, and I'll make sure you all pay for it. With that, he stormed off in a huff. Kneeling half the night, I watched his retreating figure and let out a long sigh, then turned and walked toward my sister-in-law's room. At the doorway, the cornmeal that Li Laoduan had prepared was already set out. By the looks of it, it had been roasted, and the bag was packed full. Sis, open up, I called softly. It's not locked. Come on in. I pushed the door open. A faint, pleasant scent greeted me. Her room was far cleaner and tidier than my own pigsty. Lu Guixiang had changed into fresh clothes and was sitting in a chair. This was the first time I'd ever set foot in her room. Qingshan, what is it? Sis, did you hurt your foot? She sighed. It's nothing. The shoes just chafed, that's all. These shoes, are they too small? I frowned. Don't shoes get looser the more you wear them? Shoes this worn out. How could they still pinch your feet? I meant to make a new pair, but Grandma said it'd be too wasteful, so she gave me an old pair of Auntie's instead. Her smile was forced. They're fine now, but they'll loosen up in a while. My heart sank. Those were brand new shoes on my aunt's feet. Thank God I'd been reborn. Otherwise, who knew how many more times my sister-in-law would have to swallow humiliation like this in the years to come. We needed to split off from the family, and fast. When it came to my own kin, I was the only one who could protect them. I went back to my room, dug out a pair of my newer shoes, and came back. Sis, were mine. They're a little big, sure, but at least they won't rub your feet raw. Once I catch some game and sell it, I'll buy you a proper store-bought pair. As I spoke, I crouched down, cradling her ankle in one hand while I slipped off her shoe with the other. Oh, Qingshan, hold still. I looked up at her. I know everything now. What happened to you back at your parents' house? After all you've done for me, swapping out a pair of shoes is nothing. The shoe came off, revealing a fair, clean foot. She'd washed it earlier when she changed clothes. But now there were angry red welts where the shoe had chafed, raw and vivid, painful just to look at. It was the first time a man had ever put shoes on Lu Guixiang's feet. Feeling the warmth of my palm, her breathing suddenly quickened. Qingshan, hurry up. I dropped to one knee and carefully worked the shoe onto her foot, then stood. Sis, wait here for me. I'll be back. I grabbed the bag of roasted flour by the door and headed out under her hopeful gaze, making a beeline for Zhao Zhanshan's place. Zhao Zhanshan had been Shirshi Village's veteran hunter for decades. In my past life, he'd saved my life out in the old forest. He'd lost his wife years ago, and his son had been mauled to death up on the mountain. A bear had ripped the skin clean off his face. Now all he had left was a daughter. Their family lived at the far end of the village, right up against the mountain. Cough, cough, cough. Before I even got close, a bout of gut-wrenching coughing came from the mud brick house, like he was trying to hack up his own lungs. Uncle Zhanshan had taken a bad gore from a wild boar. It had torn up his heart and lungs. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Zhanshan, you home? Who is it? The voice that answered belonged to a girl, clear and bright, and about my age. Zhao Zhanshan's only daughter, Zhao Shanqing. Her dad was a hunter. They lived at the edge of the village, and her mother had passed early. None of the other kids her age wanted anything to do with this dirty girl. I was about the only one, a good-for-nothing myself, who'd tease her now and then, which barely counted as being friendly. But I remembered, in the years to come, she'd blossom into a stunning beauty, the kind that turns heads for miles around, the most gorgeous girl in the whole region. Shirshi Village's #1 flower. That title was hers, hands down. Li Qingshan. The wooden door creaked open. Standing behind it was Zhao Shanxing, slender and graceful, with delicate features. She was the prettiest girl in our village. Come on in. Uncle Sankue stopped by last night. A thick, medicinal smell hit me the moment I stepped inside. On the bed against one wall of the main room sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was pale. When he saw me come in, he weakly patted the chair beside him. Come, sit down. I sat. Uncle Zhanshan, what did the doctor say? Is it serious? Zhao Zhanshan let out a long sigh, a flicker of loss in his eyes. I don't think I'll ever set foot on that mountain again. He fixed his gaze on me. Qingshan, going into those mountains isn't a game. Have you really thought this through? I understood his worry. He'd spent his whole life dealing with the wilderness and had seen too many hunters die up there. Last time, if a hunter he knew hadn't stumbled across him, he'd have vanished from this world. Just making it back down alive was enough for him. I've thought it through. I have to go up that mountain. I nodded, not a trace of hesitation in my voice. If that's how it is, I won't try to talk you out of it. He propped himself up. In those mountains, the first rule is staying alive. Hunting only comes second. There are certain taboos, and you'd better burn them into your memory. Never go up on the 1st or 15th of the lunar month. He broke down decades of hard-won knowledge, piece by piece, and laid it all out for me. Where to set traps, what game to hunt, how to string the snares. He got so caught up in it that he completely forgot he was a wounded man. The sun had already climbed high, and he still wasn't done. His wife tried to chime in from the side, but 2 sentences in, she doubled over coughing. The injury had damaged her heart and lungs. Dad, the doctor told you to talk less. Zhao Shanxing walked in, her face stern. Cough, cough. All right, I'll stop. Then Zhao Zhanshan suddenly grabbed my wrist, his voice dropping to a whisper. Qingshan, remember this. The most dangerous thing on that mountain isn't the wild boars or the black bears. It's people. Watch your back. I gave a firm nod. Li Qingshan, come with me. With that, Zhao Shanxing headed out the door first. Once we were outside in the yard, she spoke up. After my dad got hurt, his hunting rifle went missing, and we sold everything we could to pay for his treatment. All that's left is this one dog, and no matter what, he couldn't bear to part with it. She paused. Take it with you this time, up the mountain. I followed her gaze to the doghouse, and a warmth spread through my chest. It was a local yellow-haired hunting dog, nicknamed the Big Dumb Dog. Its sense of smell was frighteningly sharp, a genuine lead dog. Uncle Zhanshan had spent years training it, developing what's called a nose to the ground, the ability to track down prey by the lingering scent left on the earth. Hunting dogs come in 3 types: the lead dog, the flanker, and the closer. Put together a full pack, and even the wild boars deep in the mountains are no match. A single nose-to-the-ground tracker is the kind of treasure a hunter can only dream of. Shanxing, are you sure? I asked again. This was a hunter's lifeblood. Take it. She stroked Big Yellow's head. It's a shame my dad's rifle is gone, or you wouldn't have to head up there with nothing but a bow on your back. Once you're up the mountain, don't mix with the other hunters. Wait until you've got a gun of your own before anything else. She gave the dogs back a light pat. Big Yellow, go on, go with him. Big Yellow, come here. This dog, when I was little, they'd held me in their arms, and the Zhao family had once saved my life. Our 2 families had always been close. Big Yellow whimpered a couple of times and trotted over to nuzzle against my feet. With him along, this trip up the mountain would be a lot easier. Shanxing, your father can be saved. A man's voice exploded from somewhere in the distance. Shanxing and I turned at the same time. A guy in his 20s was rushing toward us, cradling a bloody mass in his hands. Shanxing, look. The heart of a 500-pound wild boar, just slaughtered, dead no more than 2 days. Zhao Kuan thrust the thing out in front of her. 500 pounds. A chill ran through me, and I took a fresh look at this Zhao Kuan. Deep in the mountains, even a big male boar only ran 3, maybe 400 pounds. Anything over 300 was considered a monster. 500 pounds. How thick would that hide have to be? How vicious would that beast have to be? The edge of the old forest could never raise something like that. It had to have come from deep inside. And the deeper you went, the more dangerous it got. This kid was only 4 or 5 years older than me. If he'd really taken down a 500-pound boar, he had some real skill. Shanxing, you put out the word a while back. Whoever brings you the heart of a 500-pound wild boar within 3 days, you'd sleep with him for a month. Does that still stand? Zhao Kuan could barely contain his excitement. It stands. Hand it over. She reached out and took it. Good, good, good. Zhao Kuan rubbed his hands together, his face full of anticipation. So tonight, your place or mine? I spoke up from the side. Shanxing, what's this all about? The doctor came and looked him over. My father's heart meridian is damaged. The prescription's all filled except for one guiding herb, the heart of a wild boar over 500 pounds, and it has to be from one dead less than 3 days. Where do you find a boar like that? You'd have to go deep into the old forest, and even if you had the guts to go in, you might not come out alive. We've spent every last coin at home. There was just no other way. Her voice grew heavy. It's been over a month now. Zhao Kuan's the first one to come. I stared at the mass in her hand and said slowly, but this is nothing but a 300-pound boar's heart, pumped full of water to bulk it up, that's all. Li Qingshan, what would a village good-for-nothing like you know? Zhao Kuan's face darkened. Ever been up the mountain? Ever hunted? A 500-pound boar. Have you ever even seen one? Don't act like you know when you don't. This was just cut out. The meat's already been hauled out of the village and sold. Don't believe me? Go ask around yourself. I smiled. Once a wild boar tops 500 pounds, its heart secretes a layer of yellow threading on the outside. Like vines, it's called flesh yellow vine. You can just make it out under strong light. Only 2 or 3 strands per heart. It's those 2 or 3 golden threads that make a 500-pound boar's heart work as a guiding herb. I bit off each word. Take a look yourself. Does yours have any? Flesh yellow vine is barely mentioned even in the medical texts, and only one from a boar dead less than 3 days is any good. It's extremely hard to harvest. But there's no substitute for what it does. Shanxing's eyes shot straight to Zhao Kuan, her gaze. Suspicion flickered in her eyes. Rohuang vine. Zhao Kuan's voice grew louder to cover his guilty conscience. What nonsense are you spouting? There's no such thing. If you don't believe me, let's go ask the butcher whether that's over 500 pounds of wild boar meat on the cart. The doctor who wrote your father's prescription would surely recognize Rohuang vine. If you don't trust me, go ask him yourself. Ask whether a boar heart over 500 pounds grows like this, and whether it's the only thing that can serve as the medicinal guide. I spoke unhurriedly. As for those 500 pounds of meat, who's to say you bagged one boar or two? 2 300-pounders, minus the heads, legs, and organs, leaving only the lean meat. Hitting 500 pounds wouldn't be hard at all. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Kuan's forehead. Fine, I'll go ask right now, Shanxing said with a nod. This was no small matter. If the medicinal guide was fake, not only would the medicine be useless, but that single dose hadn't come cheap, and her family couldn't scrape together the money for a second one. Shanxing, so you don't trust me? Zhao Kuan's face shifted through several expressions. Forget it, then. If you don't trust me, there's no point in my keeping this. This boar heart, I'll go feed it to the dogs. He snatched the lump back and stormed off, flustered and furious. A guilty man's tale. Qingshan, thank you. Shanxing watched his retreating figure, everything now clear to her. Uncle Zhanshan once saved my life. It's the least I could do. How did you know about Rohuang vine? Her eyes were full of curiosity. My master taught me. You have a master? He taught you medicine? He lived up in the mountains. He left a while back. No idea where he went. But this knowledge of medicine, he left that behind. I changed the subject. By the way, could I take a look at that prescription? Never mind, she said, shaking her head. At your age, your medical skills can't compare to Dr. Zhao's. Looking wouldn't do any good. You exposed Wang Kuan today, so he's sure to hold a grudge against you. His family are hunters too, and running into him on the mountain is bound to happen sooner or later. Keep your wits about you. Got it. Da Huang, let's go. I whistled, slung my hunting bow over my back, hung the machete, rope, and food pouch at my waist, and waved to her. Da Huang barked twice in her direction, then bounded off after me. Zhao Zhanshan had saved my life. Now, gravely wounded beyond cure, he wouldn't last a year. For now, there were only 2 paths. 1. Hunt a 500-pound wild boar and harvest its heart for the medicinal guide. 2. Wait until I'd cultivated pure yang true qi and used golden needles to sustain his life. But sustaining his life was only a stopgap. To truly heal an internal injury like this, I'd need to master at least the 8th needle, and in my past life, I'd only grasped as far as the 6th. With the foundation from my past life, as long as I had enough meat to eat, it would take only a few days to forge this breath of true qi through my martial techniques. Pure yang true qi sounded impressive. To me, though, it was nothing more than a current of energy, springing from the same source as qigong, perhaps just a touch more refined. I had no shortage of things weighing on my shoulders. My sister-in-law's bracelet had to be redeemed and ideally exchanged for family's finances. Within a month, pay back those $40 I owe Li Hu. The Zhao family's rundown house needs fixing up, and I've got to apply for a plot of land for Dad, too. He never split off from Old Li Village's household, so he doesn't even own a scrap of land to call his own. Lu Guixiang must be catching plenty of grief living with her in-laws. I'll need to look out for her more. I touched the jade gourd pendant against my chest. It had crossed over with me. In my past life, it was the sect's token of leadership for that order. What sect exactly? The old Taoist never said. Probably the whole thing was down to just him by then. Here's hoping it brings me a little luck. I'd barely cleared the edge of the village when a gravelly voice boomed out behind me. Sean? Sean. I turned to see a hulking guy, easily 6'3", in a coarse cloth short jacket, a red tasseled spear in one hand, and a cloth sack slung at his waist, barreling after me. Li Dazhuang. My childhood buddy. We'd grown up together, and the tallest man in the whole village. Funny thing was, both his parents were short, which at one point had his dad convinced he wasn't even his own kid. Dazhuang, what are you doing here? And you dragged out your grandpa's red tasseled spear too. Sean, come on, let's go hunting. His face was lit up with excitement. Where'd you hear about that? I came looking for you yesterday afternoon and overheard you outside your place. Ran straight home to pack. Do your folks know? Going up the mountain isn't a game. One wrong move and you're dead. Nope. If they knew, you think they'd let me out. He gave the sack at his waist a shake. Anyway, you don't take me. I'll go on my own. Look, I even swiped a chunk of my family's cured pork. We'll eat it up on the mountain. Gulp. I swallowed hard, then clapped him on the shoulder with a straight face. I'm heading up, and I could use a hand. Dazhuang, I've had my eye on you. You've got the bones of a natural. All right, you're in. Let's go. The trail through the old forest was rough going, steep, jagged, and where there was no path at all, you had to hack one out inch by inch with a machete. The sun hung high, but most of its light never reached the forest floor. The air was thick with steam, so muggy you could barely breathe, like walking through a bamboo steamer. Only at dawn and dusk, when a cool breeze picked up, did it feel truly good. Pine branches snapped underfoot with sharp cracks, and now and then something rustled in the underbrush. We didn't stop, just kept pushing forward. Sean, how many days we out here for this time? Dazhuang asked, the spear over his shoulder. First trip in, don't get greedy. 4 or 5 days. If we bag something early, we head back early. I paused. Oh, and pull that red tassel off the spear. It's way too flashy. Game was scarce along the edges, so I planned to head deeper in. On these mountain trails, you could cover 10 kilometers a day, tops. But for this endless stretch of virgin forest, 10 kilometers barely scratched the fringe. Dazhuang obediently yanked off the tassel and stuffed it into his sack. Out here, it was light before 4 in the morning and at night. It doesn't get dark until after 7. Summer days are long, nights short. It was past 5 in the afternoon when we finally reached the spot, stopping beside a small creek. This'll do. Any wild game around here is bound to come down for water. I turned to him. Where's the cured pork? Oh, he fished it out quickly. Shanji, we're eating now. Yeah, why not? I put on a stern face. Where are we right now? The old woods. And what's there most of in these old woods? Trees. What else? Grass. There's even more grass than trees. Haha. Shanji, my head just ain't as sharp as yours. He scratched his head. Lots of grass means lots of grazers. Lots of grazers means lots of predators. More animals means more game. More game means more meat. I grinned. In these old woods, you think we'd ever go hungry for meat? Come on, let's fill up on this cured pork first, and I'll take you to catch something live later. All right, makes sense, Shanji. He nodded hard, and handed the pork over. I didn't stand on ceremony. One chop split it clean in two, and I tossed him half. We washed it down with cornmeal mixed in cold water and wolfed it all down. After walking all day, that meal tasted damn good, mostly 'cause the cured pork had real flavor. By the time we finished, it was about 6. The sky hadn't darkened yet, but the temperature had dropped, and plenty of wild critters were coming out to forage. Hares like to come out at night. 70% of their feeding happens after dark. Pheasants and roe deer prefer dawn and dusk. But no matter the beast, once it's had its fill, it'll always come down for water. Stake out this creek, and there's bound to be a catch. Dezhuang, go chop some straight branches and bring him back. We're spending the night here. Don't wander far. Tie that red tasseled cloth strip here as a marker. I'm gonna walk the creek a bit, scout for game, and give Dehuang a taste of meat too. I rubbed Dehuang's head. He shook his head and stuck out his tongue to lick my hand. The moment we entered the woods, he'd stopped barking, a fine habit Uncle Jeanshan had trained into him. Got it. Dezhuang grabbed the machete and headed off. I took down my hunting bow and moved downstream, scanning all around. This bow pulls 60 pounds. Drawn full, it can shoot 200 meters, but its effective accuracy only holds within 50 meters. Any farther, and the power drops off sharp. Small game like hares and pheasants I can drop within 50 meters. Medium game like roe deer and wild deer, best to put an arrow through the chest within 30. For a wild boar, you've got to be within 20, one arrow nailing the heart or sealing the throat. But run into a full-grown one, and this draw weight just won't cut it. That hide of theirs is a natural suit of armor. I thought of Wang Kuan from earlier that day. The kid had partnered up with his old man and a few others and managed to take down 2 300-pound boars. Had to admit, that took some real skill. The jade gourd against my chest suddenly grew faintly warm. Before I could even register it, Dehuang at my feet had already shot off like an arrow loosed from a string. A streak of yellow lunged forward. By the creek's edge, a hare was drinking, its head lowered to the water. Yellow was fast. The hare was faster. But the hare had no stamina, just raw, reckless bursts. Run too long, and it would run itself to death. As long as the terrain wasn't too rough, Yellow's fangs would be the death of it. Only, Yellow's hunting kicked up too much of a commotion. It might scare off the other prey coming down to drink. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, I drew the longbow to full. The strength of my past life hadn't come back with me, but the knowledge and experience of that life were seared into this body, down to the last detail. The bow bent like a full moon. Aim. Breathe. Whoosh. Feet planted firm, shoulder width and a half apart. Leaves rustled softly in the old forest. Wind speed, about 3 meters per second. 30 meters between me and the hare, right within range. The arrowhead tilted slightly toward its fleeing path. The arrow left the string, trailing a blur through the air. All of this, in the space of a heartbeat. The art of archery was long carved into my bones and blood. Even though I'd later handled firearms, I always favored this old-school longbow. Thwack! A dull thud. The fleeing hare had no time to react before the arrowhead punched clean through its neck. Its body tumbled a few times, then dropped, twitching. Yellow lunged forward, snatched up the hare, and raced it back to my feet, shaking his head and rubbing against my pant leg. I crouched and patted his head. Nice work. We'll go a little farther. Come nightfall, there'll be meat, and your share's guaranteed. I hefted the hare in my hand, just over 4 pounds. Small, really. A grown one could hit 6, with 60% yield in meat. The organs wouldn't go to waste either, all of it for Yellow. It was midsummer. Night was falling, and though the temperature had dropped, it was still far warmer than winter. I had to gut it and bleed it right away. Otherwise, within 2 hours, the belly would swell and start to ferment. The smell of blood could carry a kilometer within 6 minutes. And the blood I drained had to be buried, and fast. 5 minutes later, the dressed hare hung at my waist, and I kept moving down along the stream. My fingertips brushed the gourd pendant on my chest. A flicker of confusion. In the instant Yellow had pounced, why had this pendant suddenly turned hot? In my past life, the old Taoist had only said it was the sect leader's token. The founding master had started the whole sect on the strength of this jade gourd. Beyond that, he never said another word. Barely 2 minutes on, and the pendant against my chest went warm again, ever so faintly. I looked at Yellow. He had his head down, sniffing the scents on the ground, completely oblivious. Nose to the earth, tracking the kill by the scent the prey left behind. Once the scent broke, so did the trail. Without a flicker of expression, I drew the bow to full again. Aim, steady the breath. 40-some meters ahead, a hare even plumper than the last was nibbling on the tender grass by the water's edge. So that was it. The moment the pendant grew hot, I was on alert. Goo, and sure enough, spotted it. Thwip. The arrow tore through the air. That hare never dreamed its life would end today over this mouthful of grass. Thunk. After a muffled thud, the arrowhead pierced clean through its neck. Big Yellow charged forward eagerly and brought the prey back in his mouth. Once again I reached for the jade gourd against my chest. Could it be? Every time it grew warm, it was granting me fortune, tipping the odds a little more in my favor? Barely 10 minutes along the creek, and 2 hares were already in hand. Too much of a coincidence. I'd be out in these old woods for the next few days. Plenty of time to put it to the test. This one was clearly a lot fatter, probably a good 5 pounds. I pulled out the arrow, the head undamaged, and slipped it back into my quiver, satisfied. The Bao sister Guaxiang gave me only came with 6 arrows. I couldn't afford to waste a single one. If this trip turned out well, I'd have Blacksmith Lee in the village forge me a few more arrowheads. A hunting rifle was out of the question for now. One went for over $200. Maybe that wasn't so expensive, but I was just a good-for-nothing who'd never bothered to ask around. For hunting, the Bao had one real advantage. It was almost silent. A rifle was another story. One shot, and every animal for miles would scatter at the sound. Spooking a deer, a roe, or a wild boar just to bag a single hare. Now that would be losing sight of the big picture for the sake of the small. So even once I had a gun, I'd still bring this Bao along. For small game like hares, pheasants, foxes, and civets, one arrow would do the trick. Especially for the ones with valuable pelts, sables, silver-black foxes, snow hares. If I could use the arrow, I'd use the arrow. For something like a sable, taking it alive was best. 5 minutes later, the second one was dressed and cleaned, and I kept moving downstream along the creek. This time I walked a good 10 minutes without spotting any more game. There were plenty of minnows and forest frogs swimming in the creek, though no telling if there were any big fish. Thwip. Big Yellow suddenly bolted out beside me. Before I could even react, he'd already pinned a hare to the ground, sharp teeth clamped down hard on its neck. Only once it stopped moving did he come trotting happily back, tail wagging the whole way, dropping the hare in front of me before rubbing against my pant leg. Big Yellow not bad. I crouched down and stroked his head. When we get back this trip, I'll find you a little lady dog to have some fun with. Come on, let's head back. I picked up the third hare and retraced my steps. Sean, you're back? Take a look. Is this enough wood? De Zhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting hard. That's enough. I looked over at the pile of chopped wood and nodded. I'll be. Sean, where'd these hares come from? De Zhuang caught sight of the hares I'd taken down, his eyes going wide, his honest face full of shock. He hurried over and reached out to touch one. These are real hares. No kidding. What else would they be, fake? Just shot them. Sean. Bro, you weren't even out there for an hour, and you bagged 3? How'd you pull that off? Dazhuang's face was a picture of disbelief. Seasoned hunters could spend a whole day on the mountain and come back empty-handed. Shanji's first time hunting, and he'd taken down 3 rabbits in an hour. Shanji, you're a beast. Just got lucky, I said. Go dig a pit. I've already cleaned the rabbits. We'll roast them in a bit. Toss the guts to Big Yellow as a treat. I'm gonna build a trail cabin. Come give me a hand when you're done here. We'll be staying out here a few days, and we can't sleep on the bare ground. You got it. I'll get the rabbits roasting first, then come help you out. Dazhuang nodded earnestly, and a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes as he looked at me. Shanji had been impressive since we were kids. Every time we made a bet, he was the one who lost. That's why he'd been my sidekick since childhood. And now, bagging 3 rabbits in such a short time, he was completely won over. From that point on, when it came to hunting, whatever Shanji said, he did. Hunting deep in the old-growth forest could take anywhere from a few days to much longer. For someone like me, heading deep in, you had to build a trail cabin, use it as a home base, and hunt outward in all directions. Then, going further in, you'd build another one every 15 or 20 kilometers, so you'd have somewhere to rest at night and keep moving the next day. In my past life, I'd built plenty of these trail cabins. I knew what I was doing. First, you dig a pit for the foundation. Then you plant tree branches neatly around the perimeter and lash them tight with vines, weaving them through. The floor needs to be raised a layer. It keeps out the damp and the bugs. It was getting dark fast, so I wasn't planning to build anything big. An ordinary trail cabin, even a low one, takes up a good 10 square meters. Lay down some dry grass, and it easily sleeps too. But with the light fading, I only built one about 5 square meters, just enough to squeeze 2 people in. We'd hunt in the morning, then build a bigger one nearby around noon. This little one could be used to store the game. Night was falling, and everything had to be done quickly. It was a little past 6 in the evening. The sky was already sinking into darkness. Nights in the old forest carried an indescribable dread. Countless cries from unnamed beasts rose and fell all around, like the wailing of little ghosts. Everything was eerie and grim. You never knew when or where something might dart out and lick the skin right off your face. Thankfully, the campfire was already lit. In this man-eating darkness, the firelight brought a bit of comfort. Dazhuang and I worked together and finally got the crude trail cabin built. Shanji, I had no idea you could do this. Uncle Zhanshan back in our village, and all those old hunters, I bet none of them have skills like yours. Dazhuang gazed at the sturdy shelter before him, his admiration deepening. Shanji, all these years, what exactly have you been up to behind my back? He smacked his lips. Shanji, the more I think about it, the more I'm sure this trip's gonna be a big haul. When we get home, I'm gonna shut my mom and dad right up, following Shanji up the mountain. Now that's a future worth having. This is nothing. I clapped my hands together. Tomorrow at noon we'll cut some more branches and vines and build a bigger one. Come on, let's roast all 3 rabbits and treat ourselves. What? Eat all 3? Dazhuang blinked. His face lit up with a mix of shock and delight. Damn, Shan, you're really splurging? Up in these mountains, game was a family's whole livelihood. You took it to market to sell for cash, to help make ends meet. Everyday meals were nothing more than coarse grains, wild greens, and, at best, some pickled veggies with a thick flatbread. Only on holidays, or when the harvest was especially good, would anyone dare to have a meat dish. Most hunters were frugal. Hunting came with too many uncertainties. What if you came up empty-handed for a stretch? What if you got hurt out on the mountain one day, and there were no savings back home? What then? Not like Sean, though. 3 rabbits total today, and he wanted to polish them all off in one sitting? It's blazing hot out. If we don't eat him soon, they'll just spoil, I said, unconcerned. Besides, there's plenty of game in the old forest. We'll just hunt more once these are gone. 3 today, 1 at 4 pounds, 1 at 5, and 1 a hair over 4, 13 pounds altogether. Strip off the fur, skin, and bones, and you're left with a little over 7 pounds of meat. Throw it on the fire, and it shrinks even more. Honestly, it wasn't that much. That Dazhuang could easily put away more than a pound in a single meal. The guy was 6'3". Another pound plus tomorrow morning, and we'd be down to just 5 pounds. Back in the day, there was no way I could have finished it all. But things were different now. The moment I ran through the fist forms of the body tempering art, the power inside me got drained dry at breakneck speed. Wolfing down 5 pounds of meat over 2 meals was a breeze. The further I went, the bigger my appetite for meat grew. If I wanted to cultivate pure yang true qi as soon as possible, then I had to eat meat without holding back. Yeah, whatever you say, Sean. Dazhuang figured it made sense and nodded hard. The 2 of us hunkered down by the fire and started roasting the rabbits. Big Yellow had already eaten his fill and was crouched off to the side, sleeping soundly. Strange noises rose and fell throughout the forest, chilling to the bone. Before long, the 3 rabbits gave off the rich smell of sizzling fat. Dazhuang and I both swallowed hard, grabbed the meat, and tore into it with big bites. Once I was full, I got right up to practice my forms. Every move, every stance, flawless. Holy cow! Sean, when'd you learn to fight like that? You're better than my grandpa. Dazhuang's eyes went wide, and he couldn't help wondering just how much had Sean been learning behind his back. Hunting, martial arts, and now building shelters. And the way he fought, better than his own grandpa, who trained as a warrior monk in his younger days. Want to learn? I asked. Nah, forget it. My grandpa spent his whole life throwing punches and never amounted to anything. I'll just lie down for a bit. Dezhuang waved me off. I ran through the forms a few times, stopped, grabbed the rabbit meat, and gnawed at it ferociously again. Then, back to practicing. I kept at it until 10 at night before finally slipping into the lean-to to rest, bringing Big Yellow in with me. Outside, the campfire hadn't died out yet, so most predators wouldn't dare come close. The next day, before dawn, around 2 in the morning, I opened my eyes and gave Dezhuang a shake to wake him up too. Daylight came early in these parts. There'd be light by 4. Early morning was the best time for cultivation and the prime window for hunting. I'd slept less than 4 hours the night before, yet I got up feeling refreshed and fully rested. That was the beauty of body refining arts. Dezhuang, go cut some more branches, straight ones. I'll run through a set of forms. Then we head out to hunt. I shoved the last bite of rabbit meat into my mouth. You got it. Dezhuang grabbed the hatchet and went off. Who? I let out a long breath, moved into my opening stance, and began, carefully sensing whether any pure young true qi was stirring inside me. The minutes ticked by, one after another. Around 3 or so, I stopped. A faint hunger crept back into my belly, but that was exactly when I was at my best. Dezhuang had used the time to haul back a big bundle of branches. That's about enough. It'll be light soon. Pack up, let's move. We'll be back before 10. I glanced at the sky. Right. Dezhuang's face turned solemn. It was his first time heading out to hunt, and he was buzzing with excitement inside. This time, I planned to follow the creek around again, then check out some other spots. Sean, how many do you think we'll bag today? Man, if we could catch 3 more wild rabbits this morning, that'd be awesome. So good. Remembering the rabbit meat from earlier, Dezhuang swallowed hard. The last time he'd had meat was back at New Year's. 3 rabbits? That's nothing, I said. Today, I'm getting you a roe deer. Forget about roe deer. Just catching a few rabbits is plenty, Dezhuang said. First time up the mountain, coming back empty-handed wouldn't be strange either. But then, before we even reached the creek, I felt the pendant against my chest suddenly turn hot. Hey, careful now. I immediately slowed my steps. Seeing this, Dezhuang lowered his voice too. Sean, what's up? I pointed ahead. A plump wild rabbit was nibbling on the tender grass by the river. From the size of it, it was definitely bigger than all 3 from last night, probably close to 6 pounds. Whoa, that's one fat rabbit. Dezhuang's eyes lit up. But I'd already drawn my bow to full, locked onto that fat rabbit 40 meters out, and loosed an arrow. Thwip. The arrow buried itself in its neck, pinning it to the ground, its limbs twitching. Huh, you got it. Dezhuang's face was full of disbelief. Sean, did you even aim? At my feet, Big Yellow bolted forward, happily trotting back with the rabbit in its mouth. It set it down beside me, then rubbed against my pant leg, tongue lolling out, thrilled to bits. It knew there'd be soft, tender organs to eat again soon. Ever since Uncle Jeanshan got hurt, the family hadn't gone up the mountain. Lately it had been nothing but coarse grain feed, and Big Yellow had long since had enough of it. It too. The dog was a meat lover, always had been. Last night was the happiest time it had had in ages. It wolfed down 3 whole sets of innards. Holy cow, Dezhuang stared at me. Shanji, those 3 yesterday, you took him all down like that? So accurate. You didn't even aim? Not entirely. Dezhuang caught one of them. I patted Dezhuang's head. Great. So I'm worse than a dog. Dezhuang laughed. Come here. I'll teach you how to dress a rabbit. This trip, cleaning the carcasses and hauling the game. That's all on you. I pulled out my machete. Of course. Whatever you say, Shanji. You tell me to go punch a blind bear, and I won't say a word. Dezhuang thumped his chest in a promise. I taught Dezhuang the ins and outs of dressing a wild rabbit, one step at a time, where to make the cut, where to be careful, not skipping a single detail. Once I finished, I tossed the rabbit straight to him. 2 men and a dog moved downstream along the creek, footsteps light as a cat's. 10 minutes later, the gourd pendant on my chest grew faintly warm again. My heart tightened. I immediately pressed my hand down toward Dezhuang, crouched low, and crept closer. Sure enough, up ahead, a wild rabbit had its head down, nibbling on tender green grass, completely oblivious to the danger closing in. Shanji, how's it a rabbit again? Dezhuang looked bewildered. 3 yesterday, 1 a moment ago, and now another. Was this old forest down to nothing but rabbits? As long as there's game, it's fine. I licked my lips. One rabbit's worth over 40 cents. 10 a day is $4, enough to buy 40 pounds of rice. Rice? De Zhuang swallowed hard. Shanji, I haven't had a bowl of white rice in forever. When have you ever had white rice, kid? I grinned. Huh, yeah, I guess you're right. All we ever got was the rice water. The rest was coarse grain. He gritted his teeth. This time, once I sell for cash, I, De Zhuang, am definitely buying rice to bring home and cooking myself a pot of white rice to taste. His excitement didn't last 2 seconds before he frowned and pointed ahead. But isn't that rabbit too far? 70 meters at least. Can you even hit it? This bow had an effective range of 50 meters. Past that, the power dropped off sharply. 70 meters, and I'd have to factor in the wind speed too. A hunting bow's no gun. A single gust could throw the arrow off by half a foot. Back in the day, the old Taoist taught me to read the wind and gauge distance. By the end, it came down to just 4 words: go with your gut. It had all sunk into my bones. Twang. I rose, drew the bow to a full moon, and the arrow was already loosed. The long arrow carved an arc through the air, its momentum driving it clean into the rabbit's neck. The Huang bolted out and brought back the still twitching rabbit. I'll be damned. That's incredible. De Zhuang's eyes went wide, his mouth gaping wide enough to stuff a fist in. Shanji, I think you're even better than Uncle Jean Shan. You didn't even aim? In his mind, my hunting skills had probably already surpassed the best hunter in Stone Creek Village. He hadn't noticed one detail. Every rabbit I shot had an arrow pinned right through its neck. The pelts were completely undamaged. Fur wasn't worth much, but it was still income. Every little bit counted. Nothing could go to waste. Clean them up, quick. There's the most game at dawn. Once this window passes, the chance is gone. Got it. Big Zhuang brought his knife down. But he had a point. Why were they all rabbits? Not a single pheasant. It'd be nice to mix things up a bit. Once we finished, we kept moving. Barely 3 minutes later, Big Yellow's nose twitched. He bit at the hem of my pants, then broke into a trot ahead. There's game. My heart leapt. I grabbed Big Zhuang and followed. In the bushes up ahead were 2 wild hares, each a good 4 pounds. Counting these 2, that made 4 in a single morning. The gourd hadn't heated up this time. It must be that whenever it warmed, it was drawing luck my way, calling in the game. But sometimes, even without it, Big Yellow could sniff out prey on his own. Hard work pays off. That was never just an empty saying. Shanji, there are 2. But a shame, we can only get 1. The other's bound to bolt. Big Zhuang sighed. Thwip, thwip. I drew the bow to a full moon and loosed 2 arrows at once. 2 streaks split the air, sinking into both hares' necks at the same time. Both hares were pinned dead on the spot, bodies twitching on the ground. Holy 2 arrows. Big Zhuang shot to his feet, staring at me in disbelief. 1 bow, 2 arrows at once, and both dead center? What hunter could pull that off? Flutter. Just as he stood there dumbstruck, a startled pheasant burst from the bushes beside us, wings beating as it shot into the sky. A pheasant. Shanji, it's getting away. What a waste. Trying to run? Thwip. I steadied my breath, drew the bow, and let the arrow fly. Direct hit. The pheasant flapped twice in midair, then dropped straight down. Big Yellow made a single run and brought back all 3. Big Zhuang was completely stunned. Shanji, was he even human? Shanji, you're incredible. He let out a long breath, his voice shaking. In my whole life, you're the only man I look up to. Come on, let's dress them, I said, one corner of my mouth curling up. The 2 hares went for 47 cents each, 94 cents total. The pheasant was cheaper, 43. This trip brought in a little over $1. The old forest was a good place. Money everywhere. Just bend down and pick it up. This time, when I got back, I already had it all planned out. I'd buy some cloth for Ma and my sister-in-law, make them new clothes, get them each a new pair of shoes. Living in Oldley Village, they suffered every single day. They ate the worst food, wore the most ragged clothes, even picked through other people's leftovers. In all the years since marrying into the Lee family, she'd never worn a single new outfit. I had to be the one to hold things up for them. Vanishing cream, little snacks, nothing could be missing. Let the folks in the village be good and jealous. From now on, I, Li Qingshan, was going to eat fine grain, with meat at every meal. After Dazhuang finished packing up, we kept heading deeper in, first following the stream, then plunging into the woods. By a little after 7 in the morning, we were back. I'd meant to hunt till 10, but Dazhuang was loaded down with so much game he could barely carry it. And I didn't want to wear myself out either, so I called it a day. Dazhuang, count up this morning's haul. I flopped down on the grass and closed my eyes to rest. He started counting in earnest. Mama, we're rich, we're really rich. Dazhuang hollered while sorting through it. Shanji, when we get back, that old bastard from home won't dare say I'm good for nothing anymore. Once he finished counting, he wanted to feed the innards to Big Yellow, but I told him to roast them over the fire first. Shanji, in one morning, 11 hares, 5 pheasants, and 1 masked palm civet. His eyes were shining. That's got to be enough, right? When are we heading back? Heading back. I opened my eyes. We've barely gotten started. All that together isn't even 100 pounds of meat. The two of us would eat through most of it on the road. How much would be left by the time we got home? I won't eat any. I'll just chew on coarse grain. Save the meat to sell for money. Dazhuang scratched his head. So simple and honest, it was almost heartbreaking. People who've known real hunger never dare to waste a thing. Suit yourself. If you won't eat, I will. Roast 3 hares, but wait till I wake up before you touch them. However much you want, roast it yourself. I rolled over for a quick nap. This life sure was comfortable. Before long, the smell of roasting meat drifted up. I woke and gobbled down 2 whole hares in one go before I felt satisfied. Big Yellow ate until his belly was round as a drum. Besides the pheasants and hares, we'd also gotten 1 masked palm civet cat, which makes the most delicious soup. Too bad we hadn't brought a pot. All we had was Dazhuang's army-issue canteen. In a bit, chop the civet into small pieces, stuff them into the canteen, and set it over the fire to stew, I said, pointing at it. This one, let's try to finish off today. Sure, whatever you say, Shanji. Dazhuang hated to part with it, but I was the one who caught the game, so what I said went. Eat your fill, rest a bit, then go back to cutting branches like I taught you and build a bigger trapper's shack. This afternoon we'll head out again. Okay. He nodded, then suddenly smacked his forehead. Shanji, if I'd known, I'd have brought Erzwang along too. There's so much stuff I can't haul it all by myself. Next time bring your little brother. With more of us, we can even carry a pot in. Dazhuang had a younger brother named Erzwang, cut from the same mold, 6'3", tall and skinny as a beanpole. Eating that little, it'd be a wonder if he weren't scrawny. If their old man didn't have a trade, those 2 brothers would have starved to death long ago. 2 hours later, my stomach was empty again. I polished off the last remaining hair, then went on to practice my fists. Huh, a soft grunt escaped me. A faint layer of force shimmered around my fist, and a current of pure yang energy began to circulate through my body. Did I actually forge it? Ecstatic, I didn't dare stop. I kept the Taoist mental technique flowing, working to strengthen this stream of energy. In my last life, I trained in body refinement arts under the old Taoist for a full 3 months before I finally forged the pure yang energy. Even then, he praised me for being extraordinarily gifted. This time, it had come to me so quickly. Sure, I had the foundation from my past life, but even so, the speed was staggering. So that was it. The experience and hard work a person builds up over a lifetime never truly disappear. After running through a few sets of fist forms, I felt fantastic. By then, Dazhuang had chopped a big pile of branches and was panting from the effort. Take a break. The sun's brutal right now. We'll cut more later. Sure. He flopped down on the ground. Noon. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, scattering dappled specks across the ground. A cool breeze drifted by, refreshing to the bone. Right now, though the pure yang energy in me was still thin, it was already enough to perform the Taoist medicine 13 needles, just not for very long. No matter. With my methods from the past life and diligent practice, I'd soon condense the energy into a bead the size of a mung bean. Once the afternoon cooled a little, Dazhuang got back to chopping branches with the same eagerness. Bored with nothing to do, I pitched in too, digging pits and starting to build a hunting shack. A little after 4, the shack was done. About 10 square meters, plenty of room for 2 people, with space to stack our gear on top of that. About time. Let's head out. Got it. Dazhuang blocked the door tight. The whole day's catch was inside, and we couldn't let some wild critter make off with it. We reached the creek and followed the same trail as before. 10 minutes flew by. How come there's nothing? I frowned. Shanji, it's only been 10 minutes. Plenty of hunters go into the mountains for a whole day and barely run into a couple of animals. The unlucky ones come back empty-handed. We bagged so much this morning. It makes sense there's not much game left around here. He had a point, but the jade gourd against my chest was heating up again, just slightly. Dazhuang, look up ahead. I lowered my voice and pointed. A roe deer. Dazhuang's eyes lit up. Shanji, it's actually a roe deer. Our luck is unbelievable. The dopey roe deer up ahead had a smooth, bald head, no antlers. It was a female. By its size, over 60 pounds. At market price, before any waste, this one alone was worth close to 20 yuan. How many rabbits would I have to catch to match a single one of these? First outing, and we were already off to a roaring start. Dazhuang, keep a good hold on Dahuang. Not a sound. I dropped my voice, lowered my body, and crept silently toward the roe deer ahead. My eyes locked onto the target, and I even slowed my breathing by a third. A roe deer's ears are incredibly sharp. The slightest rustle can spook it. But this dumb creature has one fatal flaw. Right in the middle of running for its life, it insists on stopping to look back. Other beasts just bolt, but this one freezes in place, dazed. Isn't that just begging to die? The bow in my hand pulls 60 pounds. A roe deer is medium-sized game. To make a clean kill, I need to close within 30 meters. Steady my breathing. One step, then another. The roe deer was grazing with its head down, completely oblivious that death had already arrived. 50 meters. 40. 37. Snap. Its head shot up, wary eyes locking straight onto my direction. Damn it, spotted. My chest tightened, and behind me, Dazhuang sucked in a sharp breath. Was the meat, practically in our mouths, about to fly away? In that split second, the bushes ahead rustled, and a wild hare darted out. Seeing it was only a hare, the roe deer lowered its head again. The stone in my heart dropped. I kept creeping forward. 30 meters. This was it. Draw the bow. Full moon. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that meddling hare hadn't gone far. It was munching on tender grass right beside the roe deer. Aim for the neck. Thwack. The arrow tore through the air like a flying serpent shooting from its den, carving a deadly arc. Before the roe deer could even react, the arrow had punched clean through its neck. It staggered 2 steps, blood spraying, and bolted off with the shaft still lodged in it. But before it made 3 strides, it crashed down hard, legs twitching. I didn't stop. My second arrow was already locked onto that fleeing hare. Another dull thud. The hare was pinned to the ground, dead. At the same moment, Dahuang let out a long howl and lunged forward. Go! I waved my hand and charged in with Dazhuang. Shanji, you're unbelievable. Just one bow, and you can take down a whole roe deer. Dazhuang stared at the game on the ground, eyes gleaming. But how do we deal with this thing now? Watch and learn. I grabbed my machete and swiftly bled the roe deer. If you don't drain the blood, the meat's ruined. The hide would have to wait until we got back to the base cabin to skin it all at once. Leave the animal dead too long, and the pelt gets wrecked. This shot went right through the neck, so the hide I peeled off would definitely be top grade. Other hunters use rifles on roe deer, leaving the pelts full of holes and scorch marks. The ugly ones aren't even worth the $4 they ask. A decent one might fetch 8. But mine here, 15 easy. The only problem was the heat. I was a little worried the meat would spoil. I need to dig a cellar next to the base cabin and bring some salt next time so the meat would keep longer. Shanji, this roe deer's too heavy. Let's haul it back first. Sure. Dazhuang hoisted the 60-gene roe deer onto his shoulder, and we headed back to the base cabin to stash it before setting out again. This next leg, our luck wasn't nearly as good. We followed the stream a long way and came up empty. Just as I was about to duck into the old woods nearby, the jade gourd pendant against my chest. Suddenly, it grew slightly warm. Another prey? I snapped to alert, my eyes sweeping across our surroundings. Shanji, what are you looking at? Dazhuang asked, his face full of confusion. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of rustling leaves grew closer and closer. Dazhuang and I saw them at the same time. 2 roe deer were charging straight toward us. One of them had blood streaked across its body. No telling what had wounded it. Dazhuang, get ready. When they get close, I'll shoot. You take out the other one. My voice was low and firm. Loosing 2 arrows at once wasn't impossible, but the power dropped off sharply. Fine for killing rabbits, but tough on roe deer. These 2 just happened to be barreling right at the 2 of us. With that long spear of his, if Dazhuang timed it right, he'd have a shot at skewering one. And even if he missed, I could clean it up. Got it. Dazhuang nodded hard, crouching low in the tall grass, sweat pooling in his palms. 30 meters. 20. 10. Twang. I shot up from the grass, bow drawn to full and released. The first arrow flew, and the second was already knocked, locked onto the second deer. Ah! Dazhuang exploded upward at the same moment, driving his spear deep into the roe deer's body. A dull thud rang out. The massive impact recoiled back into him, knocking him back several steps and sending the spear flying from his grip. The deer collapsed, twitching, its eyes frozen open in death. Huff, huff. Dazhuang gasped for air, both arms trembling, his blood on fire. I lowered my bow. Let's head back. Yeah. He hoisted one of the deer onto his shoulder and followed me back to the hunting cabin. Even I couldn't believe it. Just one afternoon. 3 roe deer and a hare. That haul was unreal. 3 roe deer, gutted and drained, could fetch $15 apiece, 45 for all 3. Add in the hare, and I cleaned up today. Dazhuang, we've got too much game. The 2 of us can't carry it all. I did some quick figuring. Head back to the village light. Bring your dad and your little brother to lend a hand. Meanwhile, I'll take another swing through the woods. Sure. Dazhuang nodded, then added, or should I take some of it back first? No. You go empty-handed with just the spear, and keep your eyes peeled on the way. Watch for wolves. I paused. This time, take Dazhuang with you. Shanji, is that really necessary? It's not even dark yet. Look at the wounds on this deer. Those are wolf claw marks. There are wolves nearby. Once it gets dark, I'm not leaving the cabin. But you've got nowhere to hide, and you sure can't travel hauling bloody meat. That smell draw things in, and it'll slow you down too. Dazhuang was quiet for a moment, then nodded anyway. Then leave Dazhuang here. He and I aren't close. If he bolts, I'll have to go chasing after him. I agreed. He got his gear ready and hurried off towards Shirshi village. I dragged all the game into the cabin, tied the door shut with rope, grabbed my bow, and stepped out, while there was still daylight. Damn it, let me bag a few more. There's nothing unusual about wolves and bears roaming these old woods. That's just how it is. I can't let fear stop me. Wolves prefer to hunt at night, so all I have to do is not go out courting death after dark. I just wish I knew whether this jade gourd could warn me when I ran into real danger. The sky was slowly darkening. These past few hours, my luck had been good. I'd added a few more pheasants and rabbits, plus 1 masked civet. Too bad I hadn't come across any of the valuable stuff like musk deer, sables, or foxes. Then again, those are rare to begin with, so not finding them was par for the course. Outside the hunting shack, the campfire still crackled and popped. I roasted 2 pheasants and made a soup with the civet. Once I'd eaten my fill, I got up to practice my forms. My fists whipped through the air with a rushing sound, cutting through the wind. Living this life all over again, I wondered if I'd ever meet that old Taoist priest again. And if I did, would he still suffer that same calamity this time around? Deep in the old forest, pitch black, the bright moonlight was sifted through the dense canopy until only mottled, broken shards remained. In the underbrush, rustling sounds rose and fell all around, as if something terrible were prowling in the shadows. From time to time, the howls and mournful cries of wild beasts carried over from the distance, chilling to the bone. A pair of fair, delicate feet stumbled clumsily through the dead branches and tangled grass, cut open by streak after streak of blood. The bells at her ankles jangled in the dark night. All around, pairs of eerie, green-glowing beast eyes flickered in and out of sight. Wang Chuanxiao's exquisite face was filled with terror, her long hair hanging loose as she fled, tripping and staggering. Again and again she glanced back over her shoulder, her chest heaving violently. "Help! Somebody help me!" She screamed into the desolate, uninhabited forest, tears pouring down her face, utterly consumed by despair. "This is it. Tonight, I'm probably going to die out here. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to die yet. Thud, thud, thud. The beast's footsteps crashed through the underbrush, closer and closer. Her foot caught on something, and she fell hard, a sharp pain shooting through her ankle. Sprained. Under the sparse moonlight, the wolf with its jet-black coat closed in step by step, its foul stench already reaching her nose. She dug her hands desperately into the soft earth, trying to crawl just a little farther. But there was no chance left. She was going to die. Whoosh! At the height of her despair, a dark shape shot over her head and slammed straight into the wolf. A whoo! A bloody gash opened along the wolf's leg. In the distance, Big Yellow came barking wildly, and I charged in brandishing a torch and a hatchet. The wolf stared at the approaching firelight and listened to Big Yellow's snarls. With a resentful howl, it finally turned and melted back into the darkness. It was too dark. I could only just make out the beast and the person ahead of me. That arrow just now had only been meant to scare it off. In a place this pitch black, where you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face, I had no confidence I could actually hit my mark. Thank goodness it was just a single wolf. If it had been a whole pack, I'd have holed up in the shack and never come out. It was lucky for her. She'd fled right up near my hunting shack. The torchlight drew closer. I got a clear look at her face and froze. Wang Chunxiao? What are you doing here? Li Qingshan. She looked just as stunned. How are you here? I'm hunting out here. I raised an eyebrow. What about you? Middle of the night. Not in the village. Out here in these wild woods. Don't tell me you're hunting too? No, you're out here to feed the wolves, aren't you? I laughed. Wang Chunxiao was an outsider in the village. It wasn't until 30 years ago, back in her grandfather's day, that her family put down roots in Shirshi village. There were two big family names in the village. One was Zhao, the other Li, and everyone else was an outsider. Boo-hoo-hoo. The moment I finished speaking, she couldn't hold it in anymore and broke down sobbing. All the fear and misery from her narrow escape came pouring out at once, tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. It was enough to soften anyone's heart. All right, stop crying. Cry any more, and I'll call the wolf back and leave you to it. At the mention of the wolf, she cut it off instantly, just pouting miserably, fighting to hold it in. The sight of it was actually kind of pitiful and endearing. The firelight flickered, and a button on her collar popped open, revealing a flash of snow-white skin. I have to admit, of all the girls I'd ever seen, she was the most well-endowed. What are you staring at? She noticed my gaze and quickly covered her collar, her cheeks flushing red. Ahem, nothing. I looked away. Get up, quick, come inside and lie low. That was just one of them. There might be a whole pack next time. I picked up the arrow from the ground. The tip was still smeared with blood. I'd grazed the wolf. Otherwise, the arrow would have been carried off with it. My foot, I think I twisted it. She looked up at me pitifully. I'll carry you over on my back. I'd meant to say I'd carry her in my arms, but seeing that button barely holding on, I figured carrying her on my back was the safer bet. Okay. She didn't think twice. With my help, she struggled to her feet and climbed onto my back. We headed toward the hunting shack. Unbelievable. She really was a knockout. I just couldn't figure it out, though. Why would a girl like Wang Chunxiao come running into these old woods in the middle of the night, and this far in, no less? Wasn't she afraid of getting snatched up by a wolf? What on earth was she after? Outside the hunting shack, the campfire danced. The light seeped through the cracks in the door, illuminating this small, cramped space. Wang Chunxiao sat on the dry hay, her brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of pain crossing her face. What are you taking my sock off for? Seeing me peel off her sock, her cheeks turned red and her whole body went stiff. A dainty, pale little foot slipped into view, the toes soft and pink, like a little corner of ice cream on a summer day. Didn't you twist your ankle? I cupped that small foot in my palm. At first she was too embarrassed to move, but as my rough hands pressed and kneaded, that aching soreness slowly began to melt away. The traditional Chinese medicine I'd learned covered more than just prescriptions and the 13 needles. There was Twina, too. Master that art, and you could become a miracle healer in your own right. She'd been hiking over mountains and through valleys this whole way. Her feet had long since hit their limit. If I didn't work the knots out now, they'd be swollen and throbbing by morning. Crack. With a sharp pop, I set her dislocated ankle back into place and rotated it twice. There. Stand up and try it. Huh? My foot hurts. It's fine. Try it. She got up, half doubting, gingerly setting her twisted ankle down. Then she put her weight on it. Huh. The pain was gone. Li Qingshan, you know medicine too? I never once heard about that back in the village. Her eyes went wide. There was an old doctor deep in the woods. I studied under him for a while. Then he wandered off somewhere. I pressed down on her other foot. You've walked a good long way on these feet, haven't you? A young girl like you. How'd you end up in a godforsaken place like this? She was quiet for a moment, then finally spoke. My dad wanted me to marry Zhao Ba. I refused, so I ran away. Then I got lost in the woods, and that night I ran into wolves. If it weren't for you, I'd already be dead. Zhao Ba. I raised an eyebrow. The village party secretary's son. You don't want him. If I did, why would I have run? She shot back, stubborn. So where are you headed? I don't know. Wherever my feet take me. Anything's better than marrying Zhao Ba. That fearless, devil-may-care look on her face. I stopped what I was doing, looked at her, and lowered my voice. Wang Chunxiao, these are the deep woods. There's no one out here but you and me. I'm a man, you're a young girl. Have you ever stopped to think, if I were the type to do you harm right now, what could you possibly do about it? Her whole body went stiff. A girl on her own, brave enough to run off into the world. If the person you'd met on the road hadn't been me, but somebody else, they could dump you out here in the wild and let the animals pick your bones clean. And who would ever know? Even if you got lucky and lived, they could lock you in a cellar, chain you up, keep you from ever seeing daylight again. Doesn't that scare you? I stared straight into her eyes. The one thing this world never runs short of is bad people. The freedom you think you're chasing might just be a pit somebody else dug for you. The more she thought about it, the more terror crept into her eyes, until the tears spilled over. Yes, it does. You still going to go running off like that again? Sob? No, I won't. But I really don't want to marry Zhao Ba. Got a problem? Then solve the problem. I stoked the fire a little brighter. Crying won't help. Your dad's forcing this marriage on you. There's got to be a reason, right? What else would it be? The Zhao family's well off, and his dad's the village party secretary. We're outsiders here. My dad's counting on having someone to look out for us down the road. When's the wedding? They pay the bride price at the end of the year. I'd marry next year. Then, there was still time. I nodded. This won't be hard. It just depends on whether you're willing to put in the effort. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you won't end up marrying Zhao Ba. Her eyes lit up all at once, and she grabbed my arm like she was clutching a lifeline. You really have a way? Of course. I did have a way, and a reliable one at that. For her, it would be a good thing too. Then, what's the price? She suddenly asked. If you help me, what do I owe you in return? That caught me off guard. The girl looked simple, but she was sharp as a tack inside. She even understood a fair exchange. Smart. I don't know, I said, shaking my head. Once I've helped you, it's up to you. Give back whatever you're willing to give. Really? Even if I only pay you back with a pound of sweet potatoes, that's fine? Up to you. If she really only gave me a pound of sweet potatoes, then there'd be no dealings between us from then on. That was a little test of mine, too. Don't worry, she said, a flicker shifting in her eyes. I'd never pay you back with just a pound of sweet potatoes. When the time comes, I won't let you down. The firelight played across her face. That restless heart of hers seemed to be smoothed over, little by these rough hands. A whoa. Outside, a wolf's howl tore through the night. She shuddered all over, her face going pale. Wolves. Li Qingshan, there are wolves out there. Big Yellow, get in here. At my call, Big Yellow darted inside. I pulled the door shut, then carried a few pieces of red-hot charcoal into the room and set them on the stone and mud stove I'd built, packed all around with wet mud so it wouldn't catch the thatched house on fire, and the carbon dioxide could escape through the wall cracks I hadn't sealed up. It's fine. The bonfire's still burning. Those beasts won't dare come near. She nodded, but she was still trembling, badly shaken. Have you eaten anything these past couple days? My food ran out. Haven't eaten in a whole day. No sooner had she finished speaking than her stomach let out a loud growl, and she flushed red with embarrassment. I smiled and dragged a skinned wild rabbit out from the corner. Want one? A rabbit? Her eyes lit up. A day of hunger, hundreds of days without a taste of meat. all of it distilled into that longing in her eyes. She scrambled up and crouched by the fire, watching eagerly as I roasted the meat. Li Qingshan, let me rub your shoulders. Her soft fingers landed on my shoulders. There wasn't much strength in them, but they moved like flowing water, comfortable all the same. The rabbit meat gradually gave off a charred, savory aroma, and behind me she swallowed one mouthful of saliva after another. When it was just about done, I sprinkled on a pinch of salt and handed it over. It smells so good. That first bite of savory meat left her so happy she nearly cried. Delicious. So delicious. It was the best thing she'd eaten in years. A roasted rabbit was soon picked clean to the bone by her. She wiped. He wiped his mouth, and his gaze at me churned with something hard to put into words. As if he was calculating this debt of gratitude. Just what could he offer to repay it? Stone Creek Village. By the time Dazhuang came sprinting home, night had fallen completely, but the lamp in the main hall was still burning. His parents sat by the threshold, staring at the pitch-black courtyard gate, their faces clouded with worry. In the days since their eldest son had gone up the mountain, they hadn't slept easy for a single night, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. I told you, Dazhuang's mother let out a long sigh, her words thick with resentment. I told you not to let Dazhuang run around with that good-for-nothing from the Li family. See, now something's happened, hasn't it? Oh, shut it, will you? Dazhuang's father frowned. If that Li Qingshan boy's willing to go up the mountain to hunt, it means he's still trying to make something of himself. Those loafers in the village, you can't even get them to work the fields, so what's the point of talking about them going into the mountains? He paused, and his voice dropped lower. He's just too young. Won't listen to his elders, no old hunter to guide him. Up in those mountains, disaster can strike in the blink of an eye. All these years, how many men has that old forest swallowed up? A few years back, that band of horse bandits that terrorized everyone. They went into the mountains and never came out. Dazhuang's mother's voice trembled. Fine, Dazhuang's father nodded heavily. When he gets back this time, I'll have Dazhuang cut off all ties with that boy. All he wanted from this life was simple. Pass his craft down to his two sons. Work the land honestly. Keep the whole family from going hungry. That was enough. But luck was the kind of thing that ran out a little more each time you used it. The first time nothing went wrong was just good fortune. But the second time, the third, all it took was one slip, and the whole family would be ruined. Bang! The courtyard gate was kicked open. Dad, Dad, are you home? A man nearly 6.5 feet tall came charging in, soaked from head to toe, leaves still tangled in his hair, looking utterly wretched. It was Dazhuang. The old couple shot to their feet, the dread that had hung over them for days finally settling. But just as Dazhuang's father took a step forward, he stopped himself cold, his face darkening. You little brat, so you do remember how to come home. Dad, never mind that. Where's Erzwang? Dazhuang panted heavily. He's asleep, you. Before he could finish, Dazhuang had already burst into the inner room. A sharp crack followed, then a startled cry. Erzwang had been sleeping soundly, and, caught completely off guard, took a slap that left him dazed in his blankets, staring at his big brother, unable to get out a word. Get dressed, come with me now. Dazhuang swung another slap at him. Hearing the commotion, Dazhuang's father came rushing in, only to run straight into Dazhuang whirling around and lunging at him. You little son of a, what do you think you're doing? The old man threw his hands up over his face in fright. 5 minutes later, Dazhuang had laid out the whole story from beginning to end, and the room fell dead silent. The family exchanged glances. Not one of them believed it. Brother, how many days have you even been in the mountains? There's no way you could have hunted so many animals. Erzwang spoke up first. Even Zhao Zhanshan from the village couldn't bag that many in such a short time. Dazhuang's father said, shaking his head. Dad, why would I lie to you? Dazhuang stamped his foot in frustration. Even dressed and cleaned, the game won't keep. We've got to haul it back and sell it fast. If I'm lying about this, then I'll never go up the mountain with Brother Shan again. Good enough. Dazhuang's father stared at him for a long moment, then nodded. Those are your words, remember. Rain suddenly began to fall outside. The old man glanced at the pitch-black night. It's raining. Let's wait for it to stop. No time to wait. I'll throw on a rain cape and go. It's dark, the roads are slick, and it's easy to lose your way. The old man held him back. This rain won't last long. Just wait. Dazhuang looked at the curtain of rain beyond the door and had no choice but to nod. Deep in the old forest, inside the hunter's cabin. Crash. The rain came slamming down just as I was waiting for word from Dazhuang. To most people, rain pattering on leaves is a crisp, pleasant sound. To a hunter in the mountains, it's a bad omen. The bonfire outside was quickly doused, leaving only a dying ember glowing red in the stove. A woo a woo. Wolf howls rose one after another, and the brush rustled as bodies crashed through it. From the sound of it, there were no fewer than 10. Li Qingshan, wolves, it's wolves. Wang Chuanxiao's voice trembled so hard she couldn't get the words out. Don't panic. I kept my eyes on the movement in the dark. As long as we don't go out there, we'll be fine. I knew the truth. Without this cabin, the two of us would surely die tonight. But with it, even if those beasts clawed a hole through the wall, I'd hold that gap. One comes in, I kill one. Bang. The wooden wall shuddered, a wolf's claw. They'd caught the human scent, and there was no way they were leaving tonight. The rain fell harder, turning into a downpour. Water seeping through the cracks soaked the embers, and that last bit of red light flickered a few times before finally dying out. A summer night, a violent storm, howling wind. My clothes were thin, but a thread of pure yang true qi, cultivated through my health-nurturing fist, coursed through my meridians, so even the cold wind pouring in couldn't touch me. Wang Chunxiao wasn't so lucky. Years of never having enough to eat had left her frail and thin, and her clothes were thin too. She curled herself into a ball, but her teeth wouldn't stop chattering. You're freezing, aren't you? I asked. She could barely get out even that single syllable. Come here. I reached out and pulled her into my arms, channeling the pure yang true qi through my palm. She shivered at first and instinctively tried to pull away, but the warmth against my chest made her stop. That trembling brought on by the cold slowly settled. She tilted her head up to glance at me, a blush creeping across her cheeks all the way to her ears, and she quickly lowered her head again. Outside the cabin, raging wind, pouring rain, howling wolves, and darkness. Inside, a terrified girl, curled up, sheltering in the arms of a strange man, soaking up his warmth. I didn't dare move. It wasn't that I was afraid of what I might be thinking. It was those beasts out there. They could tear their way in at any moment. If I lost my head now, dying would be a truly pointless way to go. She was an innocent girl, all the more reason for me not to do anything reckless. Those damn wolves. I'd remember this. I don't know how much time passed. Sunlight stabbed through the cracks, falling across the two of us. Somehow I drifted off to sleep. Thank God Big Yellow was standing guard. Not long after the rain stopped, the wolf pack, having come up empty, quietly slipped away. I'd been worried they were still lurking nearby, and the roads outside were slick, so I hadn't dared step out. Two pairs of eyes met. Wang Chunxiao sprang up like she'd been shocked, her face flushing crimson. Last night, thank you. Wang Chunxiao. I stood up, towering over her, and leaned down slightly to look at her. I saved your life. How do you plan to thank me? Her hands twisted the hem of her clothes. What do you want? Haven't decided yet. I reached out and ruffled her hair. We'll figure it out later. I pushed open the door, and Big Yellow, who'd been holding it in forever, went tearing around the trapping lodge, digging up the dirt. First, I went to check the little lodge where I'd stashed the game. Everything was intact. When I opened the door, all the game was still there. Only then did my heart truly settle. At the Zhuang's pace, he should make it back before noon. In the meantime, I figured I'd scout around nearby. One more catch is one more catch. Early on, I'd stewed a soup and roasted 4 wild pheasants. Wow, that smells amazing. By the fire, Wang Chuanxiao's eyes lit right up. Now that it was fully light out, I finally got a good look at her. A young girl, so fresh and tender you could practically pinch water out of her. Once the pheasant was roasted, I sprinkled on a little coarse salt. In times like these, that counted as a rare delicacy, the rich, buttery meat flavor rolling around in your mouth. I put away 3 of them. She hadn't even finished gnawing through one. Watching me dig in, she seemed to suddenly understand how I'd gotten those broad shoulders and that thick, sturdy back. Full at last, I got up and ran through a set of health cultivation martial arts. My true energy grew a notch stronger. As I moved through the forms, the jade gourd pendant on my chest slipped out. In the morning light, A faint thread of light seemed to swirl at its center. I couldn't say what it was, things I couldn't figure out, I'd just set aside for now. In life, the more desperately you chase after answers, the more likely you are to grasp nothing at all. Wang Chunxiao watched me practice, her eyes full of astonishment. Whether or not someone knows kung fu, even an outsider can tell at a glance. My movements flowed seamlessly, packed with power, and with the morning light spilling over me, the sheer masculine energy was overwhelming. Li Qingshan. I finished the final form and turned around. Are you coming hunting with me, or staying here at the lodge to wait? I'm coming with you, Wang Chunxiao said without a moment's hesitation. I understood what was on her mind. The lodge wasn't safe. That wolf pack from last night hadn't. Clawing through the wooden door. Who's to say it won't happen today? All it takes is one squeezing through, and she's done for. Stick with me. That's the only way to stay safe. I headed for the creek, taking her and Big Yellow along. There were wolves nearby, no doubt about it. But I couldn't just stop hunting out of fear. These old-growth woods were crawling with wolves, and black bears too. If your luck was really bad, you might even run smack into the Mountain King, a tiger. The night belonged to the wolves. But daytime was a different story. Clear sight lines, and if I ran into a wolf, I could climb a tree. The bow in my hand wasn't just for show, either. Besides, I had Big Yellow, that low-nosed hound. The second a wolf got close, he'd catch the scent first. Down at the creek, a heavy rain had fallen the night before, and the water had risen, thigh-deep in the middle now, when it usually only came up to your ankles. The air was so fresh it felt like it could rinse out your lungs. Forest frogs and toads flopped around everywhere. Worth good money, sure, but too scattered. Hard to catch. We hadn't followed the creek 2 minutes when the jade gourd against my chest turned faintly warm. Over the past couple of days, I'd figured out the pattern. Whenever the jade heated up, game was sure to come my way. My steps quickened. Sure enough, up ahead by the creek, a brightly feathered rooster pheasant had a mouthful of the neck feathers of a drab, grayish-yellow hen, its plump body pressed down on her back, going at it relentlessly, kicking up one squawk after another. Li Qingshan, look, those 2 pheasants are fighting. Wang Chunxiao whispered, all excited. But they're so far off. Can you even hit them? It was her first time watching anyone hunt, and her eyes were as bright as stars. I can hit them, I said, keeping my eyes locked on the 2 birds, though I was in no rush to raise the bow. But taking a shot right now would be kind of a rotten thing to do. Rotten? Why's that? Her eyes were full of curiosity. They're busy working on the next generation. If I put an arrow through his wife, or her husband, wouldn't you call that pretty low? The words hung in the air. Wang Chunxiao's face flushed crimson in an instant. Now she understood exactly what those 2 pheasants were up to. Remembering how she'd just called it fighting, she turned her face away, mortified. Their eyes met. The 2 of them were standing so close she could actually hear my heavy breathing, that rough, manly scent washing over her. Her body went slightly weak, her lashes trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes, as if waiting for something. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the air. Got him. I lunged forward. Ah! Her eyes flew open, and as she watched my back, a flicker of disappointment crossed them. Humph! She stamped her foot, but chased after me anyway. Stupid man. Thick as a block of wood, doesn't understand a thing. My back was turned to her, but I couldn't keep the corner of my mouth from curling up. Play hard to get, and the fish bites the hook that much deeper. Some things you just can't rush. 1 arrow, 2 birds. She caught up beside me, staring at the 2 pheasants I'd skewered clean through with a single shot. Gaped in shock. Just routine, I said, dressing the game in a few quick motions. I'll carry these too, she volunteered. Sure. I handed her the pheasant, over 5 pounds, and kept heading downstream. 5 minutes later, whoosh, the arrow flew and struck a masked palm civet hiding in the brush. Whoa, how are you this accurate? She marveled. That civet was buried deep in the grass. From where I stood, I could barely see it. Yet I'd put an arrow clean through its heart. The way she looked at me changed. Now there was a hint of awe in it. In all of Stone Creek Village, you'd be hard-pressed to find another man with aim like mine. Even Uncle Jean-Shan, the village's famous old hunter, didn't have this kind of skill. What woman married to a man like this would ever worry about putting meat on the table? I didn't take the bait on that thought, and just kept walking. We'd set out at 6 in the morning, and I had to be back before 9 so did Zhuang, and his crew wouldn't show up to an empty house. 3 hours, but the haul was nothing to sneeze at. 3 pheasants, 3 hares, and a civet. 30 or 40 pounds altogether, too much for her to carry alone, so I took 2 of them for her. Just as we neared the game shack, the jade pendant against my chest turned warm again. More game? I raised a hand to signal her to stay quiet and crept forward. Sure enough, 50 or 60 yards out, a brownish-black animal was foraging in the brush. A raccoon dog. The locals call it a manhwareccap. Its pelt is prime material for fur coats and fetches a good price. This one had to be at least 6 or 7 pounds, full-grown. Another one? Wang Chuanxiao's eyes went wide. She probably couldn't figure out how I ran into game everywhere I went. An ordinary hunter could spend a whole day on the mountain and, with bad luck, not even touch a single tuft of fur. Wild animals have sharp ears and keen eyes. One sound from dozens of yards away, and they're gone without a trace. Just spotting one is hard enough, let alone hitting it. But me, I raised my hand and shot, and I hit it on the first try. Whoosh. Before she could get another word out, the arrow was already off the string. 50-some yards, right through the neck. The raccoon dog staggered a couple of steps, toppled to the ground, twitched a few times, and went still. That's amazing. Her mouth fell slightly open. The sun climbed higher. I stacked the game inside the small game shack, its roof covered with branches and leaves to keep out the sun and preserve the meat. It'd keep for a couple of days, no problem. With the temperature dropping after yesterday's rain, there was even less to worry about. I lay down on the dry grass in the big game shack, thinking I should bring a mat next time. Wang Chunxiao lay down beside me, her body soft against the ground. Li Qingshan, you're not exactly young anymore, are you? Has your family arranged a match for you yet? She asked, turning her head toward me. No, I shook my head. What girl would dare marry into our family? Look at what the Li household has put my sister-in-law through. Your grandfather bullies you all like that, and you've never thought about splitting off from the family? I'm working on it. I gazed up at the gaps between the branches on the roof. The moment the time's right, I'll split off. Otherwise, I'll never manage to get a wife. Any girl who bothered to ask around about what kind of place the Li family compound really was, who'd be dumb enough to jump into that pit of fire. When a household has no room for fairness, the young ones will eventually strike out on their own. I understood that truth back in my last life. Without a word, I quietly shifted my hand and let it rest on her slender leg. Her summer clothes were thin. Her whole body flinched, but she pretended nothing had happened. So we went on chatting about the messes in our own families, and my hand never stopped. She didn't call me out on it either. It was just that her face kept getting redder and redder. Deep in the old forest, a group was hurrying our way. De Zhuang, Heir Zhuang, and De Zhuang's dad. Both brothers stood a solid 6'3", while their father barely cleared 5'7", looking a full head shorter next to his sons. Woof, woof, woof. Old Yellow barked happily. Brother Sean, I'm back. De Zhuang's voice arrived before he did. I cursed under my breath, but had no choice but to get up and head outside. Brother Sean, my dad and my little brother came too. That's enough hands now, right? De Zhuang asked. I did the math on what we'd bagged this trip. 3 roe deer at 170 pounds, 7 pheasants at 16 pounds, 10 hares at 50 pounds, a masked palm civet at 8 pounds, and a raccoon dog at 7 pounds, 251 pounds total. De Zhuang and Heir Zhuang could each carry 90 pounds, De Zhuang's dad 30, and me 40. That came to 160. That left 90 pounds, and there was no way I was just leaving it behind in the woods. Wang Chunxiao, a young woman, could manage 20 pounds at most. Still 70 pounds short. Good thing I already had a plan. Huh, Brother Sean, who's this? Wang Chunxiao. De Zhuang's eyes went wide. Chunxiao, what are you doing here? De Zhuang's dad froze too, then stepped forward. Being from the same village, of course they all knew each other. A young woman and a man holed up together in a hunting cabin, out in the middle of the wild forest. That kind of picture was awfully easy to read the wrong way. The look in De Zhuang's dad's eyes turned complicated. This kid, not bad at all. Wang Chunxiao was one of the 3 famous village beauties, and this rascal had somehow landed her. If her father ever found out, he'd probably keel over from rage. A perfectly good cabbage, rooted up by a pig. I told him everything that had happened the night before. Plain and simple. After De Zhuang's dad heard it all, he had a few more words of advice for Wang Chunxiao. "Uncle, don't worry," she said. "This time I'm going back, and I won't run off again. But there's no way I'll marry someone like Zhao Ba, either. As long as you don't run off, that's fine." De Zhuang's dad nodded. "It's just too dangerous for a young woman out here on her own." He turned to me. "Qing Shan, De Zhuang says you two bagged quite a bit of game. Where is it?" "Uncle, come take a look." I shot De Zhuang a glance, and the two of us opened up the little hunting cabin and dragged the game out one by one. Hares, pheasants, the masked palm civet. "This much," Zhuang said/exclaimed. Zhuang stood behind them, his eyes growing wider and wider. "Pa, Big Brother wasn't bragging. We really did catch this many?" "You too, how'd you catch so much?" Da Zhuang's father was stunned. "I underestimated you. Taken to the market, these animals could fetch several dollars. For mountain folk who went the whole year without a taste of meat, that was a hefty sum." Thud! A roe deer weighing over 60 pounds hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Da Zhuang's father and Erzwang froze at the same time. A roe deer? Two first-timers on the mountain, and they'd bagged a roe deer? Thud! The second one. Thud! The third roe deer dropped to the ground. Da Zhuang's father pointed at the animals scattered across the ground, his voice trembling. You two caught all of this." "It wasn't us," Da Zhuang quickly added. "It was Brother Shan. He shot every one of them. I just helped carry them." "Qing Shan, when did you learn to shoot a bow?" Da Zhuang's father stared at the mountain of game, his eyes bulging. "In just these 2 days, where'd you get all this?" I wasn't in a hurry to answer. This much game could feed the whole of Shirshi village for half a month. "Pa, you have no idea how skilled Brother Shan is." Da Zhuang jumped in, his face lighting up. "Within 50 meters, he never misses. Even the rabbits and pheasants 100 meters out can't get away. If you ask me, Brother Shan's the best hunter for miles around. He's definitely going to be our lead hunter from now on." The more he talked, the more excited he got. Suddenly, he leaned in close to his father and lowered his voice. "Pa, doesn't our family have a cousin who's still unmarried? Put in a good word for Brother Shan, would you? Marry into Brother Shan's family, and she'll surely have a good life." "Brother, you mean cousin Qinglian?" Erzwang's eyes lit up. "Brother Shan, my cousin's a real beauty. One look and you'll fall for her for sure." Before he could finish, I felt the air beside me turn cold. Wang Chunxiao's face was taut as a slab of stone, and the little sulk in her eyes was impossible to hide. Da Zhuang's father, being a man of experience, saw right through it. He whipped around and glared at his two sons. "You two talk too much. You don't even have wives of your own, and here you are trying to set someone else up. Worry about you two bachelors first." The brothers scratched their heads and shut up sheepishly. "Qing Shan," Da Zhuang's father said, frowning as he looked at the game covering the ground. "There's only 5 of us. We can't haul all this back. And if we head back to the village for more help, it'll be dark by then." "Uncle Kai, I'd already thought it through. We skin the pelts here and hang them up to dry. It won't rain in the old forest anytime soon, so the hides can hang and cure. We'll come back for them next time. We'll bone out the roe deer too and only take the meat. 5 of us will be enough." I paused. "You've all worn yourselves out on the way here, so first, let's roast a couple of rabbits to tide us over." "Good idea." Everyone jumped into action right away. Skinning, deboning, starting the fire, all done in perfect order. As they strung up a roe deer to skin it, Uncle Kai suddenly froze. "Qing Shan, these arrows of yours, they all hit the neck, and the pelt's completely undamaged. Good hides like these could fetch a pretty penny at market." The way he looked at me had changed. It was sizing me up and seeing me in a whole new light. We deboned most of the 3 roe deer and tossed the bones into the fire to burn. The stripped pelts were hung high in a sunny spot, every bit of fat scraped clean. Work like this I'd done plenty of in my past life. I could do it with my eyes closed. Over the fire, the pheasants and rabbits sizzled and dripped with grease, the aroma drifting into everyone's nose. "Pa, that smells amazing," Zhuang said, swallowing hard. "I haven't tasted meat in half a year. Look at you, no self-control at all." Uncle Kai scolded, though his own throat bobbed on the sly. I handed out the roasted meat to everyone. They ate with their heads down, not looking up. It suddenly hit me. Ordinary families only saw meat at New Year's, and even then the whole household had to ration it, a few bites each. Just as you started to catch the flavor, it was gone, leaving you feeling like a cat was clawing at your heart. But today, there was meat enough for all. Sometimes one full meal does more to make a person remember who's good to him than any amount of preaching. Once they'd eaten their fill, the five of us picked up the meat and hurried towards Shirshi village. The mountain path was rough going, but luckily we'd set out early. At 5 in the afternoon, we reached the edge of the village. During the farming off-season, the village entrance was the liveliest spot around. People filled the stone stools and lined the walls, men bragging, women gossiping, children chasing each other about. Hey, isn't that Li Qingshan, that good for nothing? Someone recognized me first. That's him all right. And Daizhuang and Erzhuang too. Those three are the only ones in the whole village who are that tall. I heard the kid went up the mountain to hunt. That stuff he's carrying, don't tell me it's actually game. No way, right? That much. Even the village's old hunters couldn't bag that many. I never been up the mountain good for nothing like him. No chance. Humph. A cold snort pushed its way out of the crowd. As far as Li Qingshan goes, just not dying on that mountain would be a stroke of luck for him. It was Zhao Chong. The venom on his face was impossible to hide. I sneered inwardly. His father, Zhao Gui, owed me 37 bucks, and I owed Li Hu 37 bucks. This father and son pair were probably praying every day that I'd die on the mountain, so they could weasel out of the debt. The men rose one by one, craning their necks to look our way. Only when we got closer did they see clearly. Beneath the leaves and thin branches was real, freshly skinned meat, with a string of just-caught pheasants hanging at our waists. Well, I'll be, Li Kai. Did you all catch this? You've been holding out on us. Blacksmith Li came forward, his face full of astonishment. The villagers swarmed in, pointing and murmuring, their eyes full of envy. Which household hadn't gone days without a taste of meat? It reeked of blood. Huh, you think we've got that kind of skill? Uncle Kai laughed and pointed at me. Qingshan brought down every last one of these. We just helped haul him back. What? This good-for-nothing took these down. Li Qingshan, all this time we figured you for a lazy bum, kicking dogs and loafing around. Who knew you had a real talent for hunting? Qingshan, you've really made something of yourself, kid. Amid the praise, a grating voice cut through again. Humph, since when does this bum know how to hunt? Zhao Chong sneered. If you ask me, he stole him from somewhere. Sneaking around, thieving, that's what folks like him do best. That one word, stole, and every villager's eyes swung right back to me. Right, how could a good-for-nothing suddenly know how to hunt? Something even seasoned hunters couldn't pull off. Suspicion spread through the crowd like spilled water. Qingshan. Blacksmith Li stepped forward and lowered his voice. This game, you didn't really steal it, did you? If you did, take it back now while there's still time to fix things. Once someone shows up with the government behind them, you'll be looking at prison. He was my uncle on my father's side. He meant well. TCH. And here I thought he'd caught him himself. How'd our village end up with a lowlife like this? Wait till the owners come knocking. They'll beat him half to death. This ought to be good. The muttering swelled into a buzzing chorus. I didn't say a word. I just listened. Who was kicking me while I was down, and who was standing up for me? I remembered all of it. Blacksmith Li, Carpenter Zhao, and Pretty Tofu she spoke up for me. Animatsi, Zhao Chong, and Zhao Yutan were dead set on branding me a thief. The human heart is a funny thing. You can't read it on an ordinary day, but hit hard times, and it shines a light right through. Everyone shows their true colors. Bullshit. Qingshan bagged every one of these himself. I'll swear to it. Dazhuang burst out. I can vouch for him too. Wang Chunqiao chimed in. This was exactly the moment I'd been waiting for. I stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Chong by the collar. Zhao Chong, get over here. Li Qingshan, what do you think you're doing? He struggled, but my hand clamped down like an iron vice. He couldn't budge it an inch. I'm telling you, I'm not scared of you. You can threaten me all you want, but that game is still stolen. Zhao Chong, I stared him down. What makes you so sure I stole it? You're a good-for-nothing. There's no way you know how to hunt. Unless you prove to everybody it isn't stolen, we're gonna believe it is. He turned and shouted to the crowd. Am I right, folks? Right. Qingshan, you've got to prove it to us. Auntie Motzi and Zhao Yutian egged him on. I let go of him, my voice flat as an old, dry well. Zhao Chong, you're the one saying I stole it. So the burden's on you to prove it. Go on. Tell me, how did I steal it, and where from? If you can't prove it, then you're framing me. I paused. Come on then. Prove it. This, how am I supposed to prove it? He choked up. You stole it, I'm sure of it. Then I'll say you stole $100 from my house. I sneered. Give it back. I didn't steal anything. Prove it. Prove you didn't. So you're saying you did steal it? I did not. Then what makes you so sure I stole this game? I stepped closer, one pace at a time. Are you framing me? I just feel like you stole it. He swallowed hard, unable to meet my eyes. Can't win the argument. So you convict a man on a feeling. People like that are the worst. A couple days ago, your dad accused me of raping your sister-in-law. I let it slide. I bit off every word. Today you little pup, dare to accuse me of stealing game. That rotten streak in your family really does run deep. You dare to frame me. Today I'll teach you what you can say, and what'll get you a beating if you say it. Before the words even landed, my palm cracked across his face. Smack. A sharp sound, and 5 bright red finger marks were seared into Zhao Chong's cheek. Before he could even come to his senses, my fists were already raining down on him. Ow, stop hitting me. Li Qingshan, you're still? Ow, ow, ow. Zhao Chong couldn't take it. He curled up on the ground, arms shielding his head, begging for mercy. A grown man with tears and snot smeared all over his face. The villagers rushed in from every side to pull us apart. But he was already covered in bruises, black and blue. I shook off the hands grabbing at me and looked around. My voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the whole crowd. Anybody else want to say I stole this game? Step up now and bring your proof. Those mouths that had been egging things on a moment ago all went dumb. Nobody dared say a word. Zhao Chong took that beating for nothing. It was his own fault for being in the wrong. Since you can't produce any proof, don't say I stole it again. I turned around. Uncle Kai, let's head back. This meat needs to get into the cellar, fast. Qingshan, wait a second. Aunt Motzi suddenly blocked my path, pointing at the pheasant hanging from my waist. This chicken, could you give one to your auntie? My grandson's growing, and he's been craving it. Sure, I nodded. 50 cents each. Being able to sell off the game right here in the village would be perfect. What? You still want money? Her face darkened. Qingshan, we're all neighbors here. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. You caught so many. What's the harm in giving your auntie just one? Besides, it's for my grandson to eat. If your family ever needs anything down the road, you think your auntie wouldn't help out? The more she talked, the more self-righteous she got. You boy, how can you not understand a thing about how people get along? I looked at her. A moment ago she'd insisted I was a thief, shouting. It was her, the very woman who'd been fighting to have me thrown in prison. Turns out, in some people's mouths, the phrase, knowing how the world works, is just another way of saying they get to come out ahead while everyone else takes the hit. Knowing how the world works? I almost laughed out loud. This old hag had just teamed up with Zhao Chong to frame me. Did she think I was blind? Auntie, I'm still a bachelor. No wife. Don't you have 2 daughters-in-law? I said, staring at her. How about you lend me one tonight? Let me find out what it feels like to be a man. Li Qingshan, you little punk, what nonsense are you spouting? Why the hell would my daughter-in-law sleep with you? Pockmarked Auntie's face went purple with rage. My pheasants, why should I give them to you? Move. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. I hoisted the game over my shoulder and headed straight home. Behind me, the villagers watched me and Dazhuang walk away, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Stolen. They've got to be stolen. Zhao Chong scrambled up off the ground, clutching his back. I think they're stolen too, chimed in Zhao Yutian, Old Tun's sworn enemy. The government folks better hurry up and get here, drag this punk off, and put a bullet in him. Wanting my daughter-in-law to sleep with him? Dream on. Pockmarked Auntie cursed from the back. Just dumb luck. I don't believe he can bring back this much every single time. Young people, no patience at all. Their words drifted off on the wind. I didn't take a single one of them to heart. The Li household. Come dinner time, we gathered around that same table in the courtyard. On top sat cornmeal flatbread, a plate of stir-fry, and half a salted duck egg. Underneath, sweet potato porridge and pickled vegetables. Grandpa Li Laoduan dug out a piece of the salted duck egg and placed it in his eldest grandson Li Qingshu's bowl first, then picked a bite for himself. He licked the tips of his chopsticks, smacked his lips, and looked utterly content. The families of second uncle and third uncle, along with my mother and my sister-in-law Lu Guixiang, could only hold their bowls of sweet potato porridge and gaze longingly at those seated at the head of the table. The second branch could at least gnaw on a bit of cornmeal bread. The third branch had it worst. All day long, all they'd had was sweet potato porridge, and it kept them passing gas nonstop. Third uncle, Qingshan's been up the mountain 2 or 3 days now, hasn't he? Li Qingshu suddenly spoke up. Counting today, 3 days. My father Li Sankui nodded honestly. Third uncle, that old forest is dangerous. I'll say it plainly. If Qingshan doesn't make it back, you need to go set things straight with Li Hu. That new house isn't Li Qingshan's. It's what Grandpa left to me. Don't let him wave that IOU around and pin the debt on us. Qingshu's right. Old 3, did you hear that? Li Laoduan spoke first, settling the matter with finality. I understand, Pa. My father agreed helplessly. Qingshan will definitely come back. Lu Guixiang, seated at the very end of the table, gritted her teeth and shot back. Sister-in-law, whether he comes back or not isn't for you two. Right? Li Qingshu sneered. Everybody knows how many people the old forest has swallowed up over the years. A clueless greenhorn goes charging in there half-cocked. He'd be lucky to crawl back out alive. What does the forest-eating people have to do with Qingshan? Lu Guixiang shot back. Plenty of hunters have gone into that old forest and come back out just fine. I believe in Qingshan. He'll come back with game. I know it. Huh. Li Qingshu barked out a laugh. A rookie on his very first trip up the mountain? He'd better light some incense just to keep his hide in one piece. And he's dreaming about bringing back game? Wishful thinking. The wife of the eldest brother's household chimed in too. Guixiang, that Li Qingshan is a good-for-nothing. He's got a reputation in all the nearby villages for being a slacker. Can't hold a candle to Qingyu or Qingyu. Back then, if he'd been willing to apprentice under carpenter Zhao and learn a real trade, in a couple of years he'd have finished his training. The 3 brothers could have opened a workshop together and had no trouble putting food on the table. But no, he wouldn't straighten up, had to go running off to hunt instead. This time he'll be lucky if he can even crawl back home. What a waste of a few pounds of our cornmeal. If you ask me, even if the kid does come back, don't let him sit at the table. From now on he can squat at the far end, and he doesn't get to eat until we're done. That'll teach him a lesson. A man's got to keep his feet on the ground, just like Qingyu and Qingyu. The second brother's wife cast a smug glance at her 2 sons, then turned to butter up the grandfather. Pa, once Qingyu and Qingyu finish their apprenticeships and start earning money, they'll be able to take good care of you. Li Laoduan nodded, satisfied. I've still got to count on the eldest and the second. Third son, just look at your 2 boys. One dead out there somewhere, the other a good-for-nothing. It's enough to worry a man sick. Pa, when Qingshan gets back, I'll have a serious talk with him. My father's voice dropped 3 notches. Guixiang, when the men are talking, the women keep quiet. Didn't your parents teach you any manners? The eldest brother's wife bore down on my sister-in-law again. Lu Guixiang lowered her head, staring at the sweet potato porridge in her bowl, tears welling up in her eyes. Humph. Li Qingshu thumped his chest. If that Li Qingshan really comes back with a couple of pheasants and rabbits, I, Li Qingshu, will get down on my knees to him. You said it yourself. My voice rang out from beyond the door. I strode into the courtyard loaded down with game, Dazhuang and Erzwang right behind me, each with meat slung over his shoulders. Everyone at the table whipped around at once. When they got a clear look at the pheasants and rabbits hanging from my belt and the roe deer draped across my back, my father and sister-in-law lit up with joy. Then their jaws dropped, and no words would come. Li Laoduan, the eldest's household, the second's household. Every last one of them stared wide-eyed, faces frozen in disbelief. Qingshan, all this game, you caught all of it? My father was stunned and overjoyed. Sankui, you've got yourself a fine son. Uncle Li Kai clucked his tongue. All these pheasants and rabbits, the masked palm civet, the raccoon dog, and 3 roe deer on top of that. Take these to the market, and they'll fetch a pretty penny. Pa, look, it's all Qing. Well, I'll be damned. Qingshan's really made something of himself. The first thing my dad did was still to turn and look at his old father. Bah, just a few wild critters. Old man Li Tun took a drag on his pipe, forcing his surprise back down his throat. Can't hold it together for a second. That punk streak in your boy, he gets it straight from you. My sister-in-law quietly edged over beside me and lowered her voice. Qingshan, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Don't worry, sis. I'm just fine. I waved her off and turned to Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu, come on. Get down on your knees. That's right. I heard him say it on the way over. Li Qingshu said he'd kneel if Qingshan bagged any game. A cousin kneeling to his own cousin. The Li family's putting on quite a show today. A man's word is his bond, so don't go making a fool of yourself now. The villagers who'd tagged along broke into a chorus of jeers. Li Qingshu's face went from red to white and back again. The eldest branch of the family rushed to smooth things over. You can't take a kid's word seriously. Besides, Qingshu's still in school. He's going to work for the government someday. How can he kneel to a good-for-nothing like Li Qingshan? Uncle, I smiled. If Li Qingshu doesn't kneel today, then he's a man who doesn't keep his word. If the government finds out that's the kind of person he is, would they still dare to hire him? What does breaking your word mean? It means being irresponsible. The government would never want an irresponsible man. Whether he kneels or not is a small thing, but the fallout's a big deal. You folks better think it over. Uncle and Li Qingshu exchanged a glance, both of them hesitating. I sneered inwardly. Give the guy a ladder and he thinks he can climb straight to heaven. Working for the government? As if he deserved it. Don't want to kneel? Fine. I switched tacks. I recall you've got half a pound of brown sugar. Hand it over, and we'll call it even. You just wait. Li Qingshu gritted his teeth. Half a pound of brown sugar beat kneeling in front of everyone. Once you kneel, you spend the rest of your life unable to hold your head up. The show over, the villagers looked a little let down. Li Qingshu shot me a hateful glare and shoved the brown sugar into my hands. Well, since you insist, I won't be shy about it. These days, brown sugar was a rare treasure. In the Li household, my mother and sister-in-law had never so much as tasted it, while that little runt Li Qingshu drank it down every single day. All the good stuff came from old man Li Tun bleeding the third branch, dry to plug the holes in the eldest branch's pockets. This half-pound would keep Mom and Sis in sweet drinks for quite a few days. But I had no intention of letting him off that easy. As I took the sugar, I pressed one hand against a hidden pressure point on his wrist, channeled my pure yang energy inside, and drove it in hard. Af! Li Qingshu went limp all over, a sharp pain shooting through his knees. His legs could no longer hold him, and with a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees right in front of me, kneeling in front of everyone. He was stunned. The whole Li family was stunned, and the ring of villagers behind him, every last one of them was stunned too. He'd handed over the sugar, so why was he still kneeling? My dear cousin, I already gave you the brown sugar. Why are you still on your knees? I said with a grin. But this brown sugar? I'm not giving it back. Get up now. Uncle frowned and hurriedly yanked his son up off the ground. Li Qingshu wished the earth would swallow him whole. So many pairs of eyes watching. Humiliating. Absolutely mortifying. The crowd burst into laughter, pointing, and whispering. In less than half a day, word of this would spread through the entire Shirshi village. Enough. What do you all think you're doing? When old man Li saw his eldest grandson actually kneeling to me, the family, good for nothing, fury flared across his face. Li Qingshan, so you bagged some game this time. But a man has to keep his feet on the ground and hold his composure. Eldest, second son, haul all the game down to the cellar. Pick a few rabbits and pheasants to stew, one for Qingshu's late-night snack. He's been studying hard these days and needs the nourishment. One brought to my room. I'm getting old and need a little meat in my diet. One for the first household, one for the second. The rest, take it all to market tomorrow and sell it. Buy a pound of brown sugar for Qingshu and hand the money to me. Divide it up nice and clean. The first and second households' faces lit up in unison. They hadn't tasted meat in over half a year. Looking at that pile of game, they felt closer to it than to their own parents. Even old man Li himself swallowed hard at the sight of all that meat. Father, what about us, the third household? My dad panicked. Besides, Qingshan bagged all of this. Shouldn't he at least get one stewed for him? Humph. Old man Li slammed the table. Look at that fine son you raised, letting his own cousin kneel to him, not a shred of manners. And he wants to eat stewed pheasant? And you can't even raise two sons right. Eat nothing. Didn't Qingshan take several pounds of cornmeal when he left? It's only been 3 days, There should be plenty left. Send all of it to your mother later. He can drink sweet potato porridge. You can't let a kid eat good food all the time. Children need hardship. Feed them nothing but the good stuff. And how will they ever amount to anything? I stood in the middle of the courtyard, quietly listening to every word. I hunted the game. I earned the brown sugar. It was his family who knelt. And in the end, I couldn't even get a single bowl of hot soup. I smiled. Some people take others' hard work for granted and treat their own greed like the law. But in this world, every debt gets settled sooner or later. I looked at that half-pound of brown sugar and clenched my fist. This family was going to change, one way or another. The moment old man Lee finished speaking, my third uncle, no, my father, Lee Sankue, had a look of grievance wash over his face at once. I brought back all this game myself. Why don't I even get a single pheasant to eat? But he didn't dare argue. Decades of being crushed under thumb had long since worn the backbone out of him. Old man Lee, Li Qingshan, caught this game with my own two hands. What gives you the right to decide what happens to it? I let out a soft laugh, his voice dripping with undisguised contempt. Bang! Old man Lee slammed his hand on the table and shot to his feet, eyes bulging as he glared at me. You little punk, have you completely lost your mind? I'm the head of this family. My word is law around here. Any game you hunt belongs to this family, which means I decide how it gets divided. Lee Sankue, look at that fine son you raised. He's got the nerve to defy his elders. Ungrateful, utterly ungrateful. My father's face went pale under the tirade, unable to get out a single word. Old man Lee, we're talking about what's fair here. And you're still trying to run this like a one-man show? The cold glint in my eyes sharpened. I don't care if the king of heaven himself shows up. I hunted this game, and nobody's getting a piece of it. Anyone who so much as touches my stuff. Thunk. The hatchet came down hard, burying itself in the tabletop. A dull thud, with chips flying everywhere. The thick tabletop split clean open with a gaping gash. Li Qingyu and Li Qingyu flinched, trembling from head to toe. Even old man Li, who'd ruled this household with an iron fist for half his life, froze for a moment as he stared at me. This wolf pup, who'd suddenly gone berserk. The villagers around us exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. This Li Qingshan, how was he so different from before? How did he suddenly grow such a backbone? Li Qingshan, what do you think you're doing? You planning to throw hands? Second Uncle Li Erkue had the shortest fuse of the bunch, and the second he snapped out of it, he barked at me. Sanzi, look at that fine son you raised. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing hooligan. My father's brow furrowed. He glanced at me and said helplessly, Qingshan, don't do anything reckless. Second uncle, you're my elder. I can't raise a hand against you. I sneered. Right. Humph. So you do know I'm your elder? Li Erkue grunted, pleased with himself. Then what was that mouth you gave your grandfather just now? Apologize now. Second uncle, you've got it all wrong. I spoke slowly, each word deliberate. You're my elder, so it wouldn't be right for me to hit you. But those two sons of yours? Same generation as me, so if I beat the tar out of them, there's no problem, right? Li Erkue was stunned, unable to process it for the longest time. Li Qingyu and Li Qingyu were the same blank look. But I didn't give them time to think. I'd already lunged forward. A fist slammed into Li Qingyu's gut. The tearing pain dropped him to the ground, clutching his stomach, his face twisted in agony. Hey you! Li Qingyu never finished. I was already on him, grabbing his arm and hurling him over my shoulder. Slam! Another dull thud. He crashed down with a scream, crumpling next to his brother, the two of them howling in a heap. The Holy family was dumbstruck. These two, who'd always ganged up on me and never missed a chance to mock and sneer, dealt with. I twisted my body forward and drove a kick straight at Li Qingshu. Bam! His chest immediately. A giant footprint slammed into him, sending him flying. Over 100 pounds, launched clean off his feet. Ow, Li Qingshan, you dare to sneak attack me. So crude, so barbaric. Ow, that hurts like hell. If I weren't a scholar, if fighting weren't beneath my dignity, I'd beat you to death. Li Qingshu rolled on the ground, clutching his chest, his face twisted in pain. 3 men down, one-on-one. Lightning fast, done in a single breath. The villagers erupted. Good heavens, where'd Qingshan learn to fight like that? It's not that he's good. Those three are just useless. This punk's got some nerve, hitting that hard. Isn't he afraid of getting kicked out? You know, I think this kid's really become a different person. Li Qingshan, you dare hit my son. Li Erkue lunged forward, heartbroken, only to be blocked by a figure as big as a small mountain. You lay a finger on my brother Shan and see what happens. I'll pound you into the ground. It was Dazhuang. Big bro, I'm here too. Erzwang stepped forward as well. Anyone who touches brother Shan gets flattened by me. The two brothers stood there, radiating pure intimidation. Li Erkue froze on the spot, his face flushed with embarrassment. Enough. Enough. Old man Li Laoduan was so furious his beard trembled. He pointed at me. If you won't respect me as the head of this family, then get the hell out. You got the guts? The villagers murmured again. He's really throwing him out. Li Qingshan's got no land, no house. Kick him out, and he'll be sleeping in the wilderness. Too dumb, didn't even line up a backup plan before starting a fight. Now he's stuck, isn't he? But I just smiled. Li Laoduan, you're the one telling me to get out. I spoke each word deliberately. Fine. Tomorrow I'll go to the government office and split the household. I, Li Qingshan, am cutting myself out of this family register. Dad, Mom, are you coming with me? I looked toward my parents. Number 3. Are you going to go along with this brat too? Li Laoduan's glare bore down on my father. Do you still see me as your father at all? He was betting on his youngest son, certain the boy wouldn't dare defy him. Son, Mom's going with you. My mother, Han Xiao, gritted her teeth and stepped to my side. Wherever my son goes, I go. I'm going too. My sister-in-law, Lu Guixiang, stepped forward right behind her. Looking at his wife and daughter-in-law, my father clenched his fists and finally steeled himself. Dad, you have 3 sons. I have 1 wife and 1 son. Compared to you, they matter more to me. All these years, I've done right by you. But you've never once been good to me. We're splitting up. Splitting up right now. We go tomorrow. It was the loudest, most confident he'd ever spoken in his entire life. And in my heart, there was only relief. As long as he's willing to take this step, and the rest falls into place. If he'd stayed a blind, dutiful son, letting his mother slave away to support the holy household, then sooner or later this couple would breed fresh resentment. Now it's all untangled. Fine, fine, fine. Li Laotuan gritted his teeth. Think you've grown some backbone, huh? You want to split off from the family, fine. But the family property? Don't you dare take a single cent. The house isn't yours. The land isn't yours. Grab your ragged clothes and get out. Third brother, Qingshan. My uncle Li Dakui rushed to play peacemaker. Why don't you two just apologize now, and we'll let this whole thing go? Once third brother left, whose blood would this family suck dry from then on? Not to mention all that game. The household hadn't tasted meat in over half a year. Apologize? Not a chance, I said coldly. But until our household registration is officially separated, I'm living in this house. The day we're split off, I'll leave immediately. And don't forget, Zhao Gui's place belongs to me. I, Li Qingshan, won't be short of a place to live. As for the land, back when it was divided up per person, both my father's name and mine are on the deed, clearly stating joint ownership. You think you can weasel out of that? Not a chance in hell. But then again, I said, shifting my tone. Give my family 5 yuan today, and we'll give up the land. How's that? I'd already secured my way out. And on top of that, I could stick it to him a little. Once collectivization hits next year, all the land goes to the commune anyway. Whether or not I have those few acres won't matter one bit. At most I'd get 1 extra grain harvest this year. And how much is that even worth? Sure enough, Li Laoduan's face darkened. He thought he'd had a grip on Third Branch's lifeline. And just like that, it was gone. How could he have forgotten about Zhao Gui? Can't come up with 5 yuan? Then let me write you an IOU first, you want it or not. He gave a cold snort, but inside he was calculating. With no land to farm, I'd like to see how long you last. You'll be back begging me sooner or later. Out here in the countryside, no land meant no grain, no money, starving to death, plain and simple. He didn't believe it. Could the Li Qingshan family really live off hunting alone for the rest of their lives? I smiled. Once collectivization arrives next year, the land won't be yours anyway. So what kind of threat was that, really? But he didn't know that, and still treated it like his ace in the hole. Before collectivization, I needed to make some preparations in advance. Soon, waves of educated youth would be sent down to the countryside. In some years, no family had grain, and it wasn't unheard of for a few pounds of millet as a bride price to be enough to marry an educated city girl. If, at a time like that, I showed up carrying 2 pounds of pork, Dazhuang, Erzwang, haul the stuff into the cellar. Come find me before dawn. We'll cart it to the market, sell it, and split the money. Li Laoduan, tomorrow you're coming with us to split the family and separate the household registration. Don't forget, as long as you put it off, I'll keep living here another day. Oh, and write that IOU and hand it to me. Not a single word left out. Dazhuang, Erzwang, and Li Kai. They hauled all the game down into the cellar. Old man Li was so furious his beard bristled. He ordered Li Qingshu to grab a pen and write out an IOU for $5, then pressed his thumbprint onto it. Li Qingshu clutched the IOU, snickering to himself, $5 for all that land. Li Qingshan, you're a real fool. Ma, these 2 rabbits, 2 pheasants, and the masked palm civet. Let's stew them, I said, pulling a few out and handing them over. Our family and Dazhuang's family can get together and have a good time. Ma. Han Xiao looked a little dazed. Cooking a special meal was something the Li family had never done, and for a moment she had no idea where to start. Ma, let's go, Lu Guixiang said, taking the game from me. Our fingertips brushed by accident, soft and smooth. Our eyes met, each of us wearing a complicated expression. In my sister-in-law's eyes was the relief of seeing me home safe. In mine was the responsibility of taking care of her and my parents. All right, everyone, break it up, I said, waving off the villagers who'd gathered to gawk. Then I turned. Pa, Ma, I'm heading over to Uncle Zhanshan's place. If anyone in the Li family dares touch the game in that cellar, you come find me, Dazhuang, and Erzwang. Don't worry. With your pa here, nobody's touching so much as a single hair, my father said, both fists clenched tight. It was the first time in his life he'd defied his father's orders, and the reward far exceeded anything he'd imagined. The game that should have gone to the first and second households had been saved, every last piece of it. This much would last us a good long while. Come on, Big Yellow, let's go. I picked up the rabbits and pheasants and set off toward Zhao Zhanshan's house. The whole trip had gone this smoothly thanks in no small part to Big Yellow. As for Zhao Zhanshan, he'd once saved my life. If it weren't for him, I would have died as a kid. Number 1. Number 2. Bring your wives and kids. We're having a meeting in the main hall. Back at the Li house, old man Li shot my father a vicious glare, grabbed his tobacco pipe, and strode toward the main hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The first and second households followed after him in a grand procession. The mood was overwhelming. My father watched all those glaring eyes bearing down on him, his body trembling faintly with fear, yet under his breath, he kept muttering, "If you dare lay a hand on my son, I'll fight you to the death." The Li family's main hall. What happened in the hall that day, I only pieced together bit by bit afterward. Old man Li sat at the head of the room, puffing on his pipe one drag after another, his face clouded with worry. He never imagined the third son would have the nerve to defy him to his face. The world had turned upside down. With the third son gone, the family was short a few hands. From now on, everyone would have to shoulder more of the work. Pa, that third brother of mine is no good at all. Li Erkuei, the hottest-tempered of them, was the first to speak up. The way I see it, we should throw him out tonight. And that wolf pup Li Qingshan, who dared to hit us. If he hadn't caught us by surprise, he'd be the one on the ground. Damn it, it still hurts, Li Qingyu said, clutching his belly, gritting his teeth. Their mouths shut. Pa, us Lis or somebody in Stone Creek Village, Li Dakue chimed in, fanning the flames. We've never had to swallow this kind of humiliation. If we don't teach the third branch a lesson, how'll you ever show your face in town again? Old man Li turned his gaze to his eldest grandson. Qingshu, you're the educated one. What do you think we ought to do about this? Li Qingshu was in no hurry. A sly little smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Grandpa, a lesson does need to be taught. But Li Qingshan is tight with Li Kai's 2 sons. If we come at them head on, we'll both end up bloodied and give the outsiders a good laugh at our expense. He paused. So, we do nothing at all. Tomorrow, Grandpa, you go into town and split the household registry. Kick the whole third branch out. Think about it, Pa. Take that old hunter Zhao Zhanshan. He's got land. He goes up the mountain every single day, and even he can barely feed himself and his one daughter. Li Qingshan's just a hot-headed kid, no land, no experience. How's he supposed to feed a family of 4? Bagging game this time was pure luck. And luck doesn't smile on the same man every day. Li Qingshu lowered his voice. There's no telling which trip up that mountain he won't come back from. And once the third branch runs out of food, won't they come crawling back to beg you, Grandpa? Then Zhao Gui's old place falls right into our hands too. But the most important part, his eyes gleamed. With his son gone, third uncle's line dies out. After that, he's ours to do with as we please, isn't he? Right in the palm of us nephew's hands. Makes sense. Old Manly nodded again and again. So for now then, we just sit and wait. No, said Li Qingshu. For now, we egg Li Qingshan on. Get him up that mountain more, take more risks. Think about it, Grandpa. Once they move into Zhao Gui's place, what are they missing most? What's that? A woman. Li Qingshu smiled, his meaning heavy with intent. Li Qingshan's not so young anymore. We set him up with a wife. A bride needs a dowry, and to pay a dowry, he's got to go up the mountain. The harder he works at it, the better the odds he dies up there. Easy for us, deadly for him. What could be better? Now that's a plan. Old Manly slapped his thigh and turned to his 2 daughters-in-law and his own wife. So, which of you has the connections for this? The second aunt thought it over. Pa, I've got a niece on my side of the family who's just come of age. Wouldn't hurt to try and make a match. Done. Take some things back to your folks' place in the next couple days and feel things out. If it works, you'll be a hero to us, Lise. Old Manly made the call. Grandpa, with the third branch gone, the chores will need to be reassigned, Li Qingshu added. Right. Old Manly counted off the assignments on his fingers. Qingshu keeps to his studies tomorrow, as usual. Eldest's wife stays home to cook and do the laundry. Eldest comes with me into town to handle the registry. Second's family works the fields. It just rained. The weeds will be sprouting. Perfect time to loosen the soil. Anyone who slacks off doesn't eat. The second branch's family exchanged looks, every one of their faces turning. Looks good. All the field work used to be handled by third uncle's family. So how did it end up on my shoulders now? Grandpa, tomorrow me and my brother still need to go to Master's place to learn our trade. Li Qingyu said, brows furrowed. A farmer who doesn't farm. You gonna live on air? Old Man Li's face darkened, his voice turning stern. There's a time and place for learning a trade. Once the fields are done, go wherever you want. But not now. Second son, take them home and keep them in line. Yes, Pa. Li Erkue swallowed his frustration, not daring to let it show. Just then, the smell of stir-fried chicken drifted in through the window cracks from the kitchen and into the main room. Smells amazing. Li Qingyu took a deep whiff. That chicken, it really does smell good. Li Qingyu swallowed hard. We haven't had any meat in half a year, right? Second aunt's eyes glazed over, her throat bobbing. The first branch, the second branch, even Old Man Li himself, every one of them couldn't help but start swallowing. It smelled good. Real good. It's just meat. Old Man Li cleared his throat. Tomorrow when I go into town, I'll bring some back. I headed toward Zhao Zhanshan's house, carrying 2 wild rabbits and a pheasant. Halfway there, I ran right into Zhao Chong on his way home. Zhao Chong, come here. I waved him over. He stopped short, clearly still remembering the beating he'd taken. Stiffening his neck, he put on a tough front. Li Qingshan, what do you want? Earlier it was Da Zhuang and Erzwang who helped you out. I was cutting you some slack. But now they're gone. You lay a hand on me, and you'll be the one going down first. I, Zhao Chong, know a few moves too. I smiled but didn't take the bait. Go tell your parents to move out before noon tomorrow. If they're still squatting there after noon, then don't blame me for not being nice about it. With that, I walked past him and headed straight on. Those few hollow, blustering words behind me, I didn't take a single one to heart. The guiltier a man is, the louder he shouts. Later I heard that Zhao Chong went home and repeated my words to Zhao Gui and his wife. Pa, are we really moving? If we move, where would we even live? Move? Move where? Zhao Gui snorted coldly, his face full of contempt. This house has been passed down through generations. Li Qingshan says move, and we just move? Who the hell does he think he is? But didn't we sign the house over to him? So what if we did? I don't believe he'd dare kill our whole family. As long as he won't kill us, we won't move. Besides, Chang's out now. The two of us together. You think we're scared of him? Zhao Gui spoke with bravado, then whipped his glare toward Wang Naixiang, who was crouched in the corner choking down chaff with pickled vegetables. If it weren't for this worthless woman, would our family have fallen to this state? Can't even hold on to a man. Let him slip right through her fingers. Zhao Gui's wife spat on the ground too. If you just kept your grip on Li Qingshan, then when we stormed in, we could have bent him however we pleased. That gambling debt of Li Hu's would have been paid off long ago. You've still got the nerve to eat. Zhao Chang lashed out with a slap. She flipped over her bowl. Not even fit to feed a dog. Go on, wash all those clothes. You're useless. And you jinxed my brother to death, you little curse. Wang Naixiang stared at the bowl lying on the floor, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't say a word. She just got up quietly and went to wash that pile of dirty laundry. Behind her, the insults kept coming, one after another. Some people turn their lives into a knife, and they always stab the one least able to fight back first. Woof, woof, woof. Before we even reached Zhao Zhanshan's place, Big Yellow bolted ahead, barking straight at the courtyard gate. Inside, Zhao Shanxing heard the dog and hurried over to open it. And there I stood, a wild rabbit in one hand, a pheasant in the other, with Big Yellow wagging his tail at my feet, begging for attention. Shanxing, the hunt went well today. I brought some over special for your family. I held out the game. These, you caught all these? She blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. I could guess what she was thinking. For Li Qingshan's first time up the mountain, just making it back in one piece would have been enough. Yet here he was, carrying back 2 rabbits and a pheasant. Yeah, I nodded. Qingshan, you should take these back, she said, pushing them toward me again. Your family doesn't have much. Catching this on your very first trip is already incredible luck. Next time might not go so smoothly. She thought these 3 were all I'd caught. Don't worry, there's plenty more game back home. I'm planning to take it to the market tomorrow to sell. I pushed the game right back into Zhao Shanxing's arms. Years ago, Uncle Zhanshan saved my life. And just a couple days ago, your family lent me Big Yellow. I haven't forgotten that kindness, so take it, please. She paused, a spark of curiosity in her eyes. How much did you actually catch this time? I could tell she didn't believe I'd had much of a haul. A rookie on his first trip up the mountain was lucky just to come back whole. The 2 rabbits and the pheasant in her arms had already caught her off guard. Besides these, there were 3 big roe deer, I said. 3 roe deer. Shock spread across her delicate face as she looked me up and down. I remember. You don't even know how to shoot a bow, do you? And this was your first time up the mountain. Why would I lie to you? I smiled. Everyone at the edge of the village saw it. Before long, the whole village will know. Yeah, it was my first time up there, but I've got luck on my side. And a bow just comes naturally to me. Draw it back, let go, and every arrow hits its mark. I guess that's what they call talent. Nobody would have believed a word of it. The old me would have written the guy off as a braggart too. All right, she said with a soft sigh. From now on, be more careful up on that mountain. Your life matters most of all. Raise as many hunting dogs as you can. My father, it took the lives of 3 dogs to bring him back. Came by. I nodded. Cook up this game right away. I'll come back tomorrow and take a look at Uncle Zhanshan's injuries. What? You know medicine too. She covered her mouth and laughed. These past few years, I studied under an old Chinese medicine doctor up in the mountains. I picked up a thing or two. Tomorrow I'll head to the market and buy some acupuncture supplies. I'll show you what I can do. All right then, I'll be waiting. She picked up the wild rabbit and pheasant and turned toward the kitchen. Those long, slender legs, that tiny waist you could wrap your hands around. No wonder she was one of the 3 golden flowers of Shirshi village. I couldn't help running through these women in my mind. Wang Naixiang, Zhao Gui's daughter-in-law. Delicate and pitiful, soft-spoken, with a fragile beauty that seemed like it might shatter at the slightest touch. If she hadn't been backed into a corner, she never would have tried to end it all. My sister-in-law, Lu Guixiang, was like a wise older sister, mature in her thinking, quick and capable, a real pro at running a household. Give her half a chance, and she'd make a good life for herself. Wang Chunxiao, the runaway bride, the one I'd met up in the mountains. She was young, but fierce, bold enough to take a step no girl of this era dared to take. As for Zhao Shanxing, long hair, slim waist, fresh-faced like the girl next door. The same barren mountain village, yet it raised such different temperaments. Shanxing, is that Qing Shan who came by? Why didn't he come in? Zhao Zhanshan's voice was weak from the bed. His injuries had clearly gotten worse. Dad, it's Li Qingshan. He brought a wild rabbit and pheasant and said he'd come tomorrow to check on your injuries. Says he studied under an old Chinese medicine doctor these past few years. Shanxing was tidying up the game outside, answering with a smile. That guy, still as unreliable as ever. Shanxing. Zhao Zhanshan gazed out at the small patch of sky through the window, his eyes full of desolation. Qingshan's a good kid, still thinking about your old man's injuries. In times like these, bringing over the game he caught, that's no small thing. From now on, when you two meet, quit picking on each other. He knew his own body. He probably didn't have much time left. Once he was gone, his daughter, a young girl all alone in this mountain village, would be picked clean, right down to the bone. I know, Dad, she answered. The doctor said you can't have anything spicy, so we'll just have the stewed rabbit. By the time I got home, Zhao Gui, Dazhuang, Wang, and Li Kai's wife had all arrived. Li Kai's wife was in the kitchen helping fry the chicken, stew the rabbit, and prep the civet cat. Li San Kue, Dazhuang, Wang, and I sat around the table in the yard, shooting the breeze. On the table sat a bottle of baijiu. Zhao Gui had brought it from home. Distilled liquor went for a yuan a pound, and he'd brought 2 whole bottles. In times like these, that was a seriously generous gesture. Country folk made maybe 5 or 6 yuan a month. Factory workers in the city earned more, and when they saw country, a servant with his nose in the air. Uncle Li Kai, I said, turning to him. I'm heading up the mountain again in a couple of days. Mind if Dazhuang tags along with me one more time? One word from me and Dazhuang would follow me anywhere, but I still wanted to run it by his father first. After all, he was his son. Before Li Kai could get a word in, Dazhuang blurted out, Pa, I want to go hunting with Brother Shan. You have no idea how amazing he is. That bow and arrow of his is like magic. It's no use trying to stop me. I'll just sneak off. Dazhuang, I barked. Uncle Li Kai hasn't even said no yet. Li Kai sighed. He'd figured it out by now. His little farming trade couldn't hold Dazhuang's heart. Fine, go if you want. But remember, stay safe. If you run into game that's too dangerous, don't push your luck. There's plenty of time ahead, understand? Pa, don't worry, Pa. Dazhuang beamed, nodding again and again. Pa, then can I? No. Wang's words were shot down before they even left his mouth. Having one son go up the mountain already had Li Kai on edge. If both of them went, and something happened, how was he supposed to live out the rest of his days? Wang, don't rush it, I offered. Once I've been up the mountain enough times and gotten more experience, I'll take you along. Getting Li Kai to let 2 sons go up the mountain at once was too much to ask. All I had to do was make a couple more trips with Dazhuang and haul the game back. There were plenty of folks in this village itching with envy. By then, I'd have no shortage of people scrambling to come up the mountain with me. When that time came, I doubted Li Kai would be able to hold back. Li Kai's family were genuinely good people, and I'd watched Dazhuang and Wang grow up. I felt at ease taking them along. Besides those 2, there was Zhao Hongqi, but his mother was ill and his wife had just given birth, so he couldn't get away. All right. Wang knew there'd be no changing things today, and glumly gave in. In the kitchen, I decided to show off my skills. Chop the pheasant into pieces. Heat the wok. Pour in some soybean oil, 70 cents a pound. Add the ginger slices, and fry until they turn golden and dry. A toasty, fragrant aroma spread through the kitchen first. Toss in the chicken pieces and dry fry over low heat. No water at this stage. The meat is firmer than farm-raised chicken to begin with, and after dry frying, it cooks fast and turns tender when stewed. The golden soybean oil coated the chicken, crackling and sizzling as it tumbled in the wok. The scent of oil mingled with the meat and drifted out through the crack in the door. Smells incredible. Dazhuang swallowed hard. Next time we go up the mountain, we've got to bring an iron wok. Brother Shan's cooking smells way too good. Once the chicken was fried to a golden brown and slightly dry, I added scallion segments and stir-fried until they lost their raw edge, then tossed in dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns until fragrant. I drizzled in soy sauce, 27 cents a pound, sprinkled in salt, gave it a stir, poured in hot water, and let it reduce. 10 minutes later, the sauce had nearly cooked down. I threw in a handful of fresh chilies, gave it a couple of tosses, and plated it up, a not quite authentic. My stir-fried chicken was done. Supplies were scarce these days. No angelica root, no star anise, none of it. Even the sight of this handful of Sichuan peppercorns caught me off guard. The Lee family actually had peppercorns stashed away. I scooped it onto a plate, and the rich aroma instantly flooded the whole Lee household, drifting all the way out the door. Inside the low, thatch-roofed hut with its earthen walls, old man Lee Laoduan caught the scent of the meat. His throat bobbed up and down, his eyes kept darting outside, and his mouth wouldn't stop cursing. Wasteful brats, the whole rotten lot of them. Good meat like that, and they're eating it themselves. If they sold it, how much grain could it fetch? Umph. Once they've squandered every last bite, we'll see how sorry they are. He paced in circles around the room. As head of the household, he hadn't gotten a single taste, yet those little beasts were wasting it. It was enough to make a man drop dead from anger. The first and second branches of the family weren't at peace either. That smell was just too tempting. One whiff was enough to make your head spin. Huh, I want some meat. Li Qingshu stared at the plate of stir-fried chicken out in the courtyard, swallowing hard. Damn it, you want it? I want it too. Li Dakue paced anxiously. Those good-for-nothing brats. It's not a holiday, not a festival, and they're even drinking liquor. Do they even know how to appreciate it? He turned to his wife. You go over there. See if you can get some meat and liquor back. You're a woman. Maybe they'll cut you some slack. Sun Lan pointed at herself. Me? You think that'll work? Just go try. If they say no, we're no worse off. Well, all right. Sun Lan nodded. That stir-fried chicken and braised rabbit really did smell amazing. Even she was craving it. But before she could step out the door, the second branch's door opened first. Wu Xiao, the second son's wife, walked out, her eyes fixed on the stir-fried chicken and braised rabbit on my table, practically glowing. Qingshan's mother, having a meal, are you? Second aunt, is there something you need? I spoke first. Oh, nothing really. Qingshan, you made this chicken, didn't you? Looks pretty good, just wondering how it tastes. She pointed at the plate. Anyone else would have offered a polite, why don't you have a taste? Right about then. I just gave a soft chuckle. You'll never get to eat stir-fried chicken in your whole life. So why ask so many questions? Qingshan, what a thing to say. How could I never get to eat it in my whole? Wu Xiao started to fire back, then suddenly stopped short. The best thing she'd eaten in her entire life was probably rice mixed with lard, eggs, a little bit of minced meat with some fat in it. Stir-fried chicken? She really never had. On holidays and festivals, the meat went to the men of the house. Before she married, she was a money loser. Just being allowed at the table counted as a courtesy. After marriage, she'd only gotten a few eggs during her postpartum month. Thinking about her own lot in life left a bitter, sour taste in her chest. Damn that Li Kuei. Just look at Li San Kuei's wife next door. Now she gets to eat meat. In that moment, Wu Xiao couldn't help but feel her own husband was utterly useless. If only she'd married the third son back then. Right now, she could be the one sitting at that table, finally getting to enjoy a hot bite of meat in peace. Second auntie, what are you still standing there for? There's no bowl or chopsticks for you at this table. I didn't even look up, just added slowly and deliberately. Once we're done, if you want to pick through these chicken bones and suck on them for a taste, well, I suppose that could be arranged. Leftover bones? Pick through them for a taste? Wu Xiao's face flushed red, then went pale. She pointed a trembling finger at me, shaking with rage. Oh, you good for nothing. You wasteful little brat. Go ahead, eat every last bit of that meat. Then let's see you go hungry and live on nothing but air. When the day comes that you're crying and crawling back to beg us to let you in, begging for a handout, forget it. Not a chance. With a cold snort, she stormed off and slammed the door behind her. Soon the sound of smashing bowls and pots came from inside, mixed with second Uncle Li Dakue's curses that he couldn't quite keep down. That little wolf cub, ungrateful through and through. No matter what, I'm still his uncle. Just you wait. How many days can that bit of wild game last? Wasting it like this, it won't be long before they're the ones crying. Keep yelling all you want. It's not going to make meat appear in this house. Wu Xiao's voice shot back, shrill. Useless piece of trash. I must have been blind to marry you in the first place. You rotten woman, what did you just say? I said you can't even get a piece of meat on the table. The whole house erupted into chaos. Next door, Aunt Sun Lan gazed at the fragrant meat wafting through the yard, swallowed hard, and murmured, "Just forget it. Even if we went out there, that little brat wouldn't spare us a single bite." Li Dakawei kept staring at me, the resentment in his eyes nearly spilling over. All that wild game. Why shouldn't he share some with his own family, with the uncles? The two families settled in around the table. My sister-in-law, Lu Guixiang, sat right beside me, her body pressed close. That soft warmth stirred something in my chest. "Ma, is everything ready?" I asked. "Ready already." Ma nodded again and again. Tonight's spread: 2 stir-fried chickens, 2 braised rabbits, and 1 civet cat. More than enough. I already had it all figured out. Tomorrow I'd have Ma deep fry the leftover pheasant and hare, then store them somewhere cool and airy. That'd keep them for another couple of days. I'd smoke and air dry a few more rabbits, or cure them with salt. The 3-roe deer and that raccoon dog I'd sell at the market first thing in the morning. The pheasant and hare we'd keep for ourselves to satisfy the craving. With my current skill and luck up in the mountains, there was really no reason to shortchange myself. This time I'd just been short on hands. Otherwise, if I'd camped up there another couple of days, I'd have wanted for nothing. As for the $40 I owed Li Hu, we'd agreed on a month, so what was the rush? First I needed to build up my strength. Only then could I bring down more game. By then, one wild boar over 200 pounds would cover it. The trouble was, boars are hard to take down. All I had was a hunting bow, not a rifle. But still, if one really crossed my path, I'd never let it. Alive. Ma, Pa, Uncle, Auntie, don't be shy. Dig in. I called out. Li Sankoe couldn't hold back a second longer. He was the first to grab his chopsticks. Both families came alive at once. When did they ever get to eat meat like this? When the hens laid eggs, the first thing anyone thought of wasn't frying them up. It was saving them to trade for cash at the market. Now the chopsticks flew, everyone wolfing down their food, and my plate of stir-fried chicken was the most sought after of all. Only my sister-in-law still held back, cautious as ever. In the Li household, she ranked lowest, and at meals she only dared reach for the pickled vegetables. Now, with a whole table of meat in front of her, she hardly dared touch a thing, eating slow and small. I picked up 2 drumsticks and dropped them straight into her bowl. "Sister-in-law, don't be shy. Eat up." Lu Guixiang froze for a moment, staring at the drumsticks in her bowl. A faint smile spread across her delicate face, warmth glowing in her eyes. After the meal, we gave the table a quick clean. My sister-in-law, my parents, Dazhuang, and I had all knocked back a few gulps of baijiu, and our heads were pleasantly fuzzy. "Dazhuang, we're heading to the market early tomorrow to sell the meat. Get here early, and bring your family's flatbed cart too." "You got it. Don't worry," Dazhuang said with a nod. "Oh, right." I carried out a bowl of rabbit soup I'd set aside in the kitchen. "Take this over to Zhao Hongqi's place. His mother's sick, and his wife just had a baby. They've probably got next to nothing to eat over there." "Sure. It's on the way anyhow." Dazhuang took the bowl. The sky darkened completely, and I turned in early. Out here, it's light by 4, and the walk to the market takes almost an hour, so I'd have to set out a little past 2 to get there around 3. By then the sky would just be turning pale, and the first wave of customers would already be showing up. Selling meat means getting there early, and I'd made up my mind to price it low, so I had no worries about moving it. I had a good handle on the town's going rates. Pork went for 40 cents a pound, beef 50, wild boar 33, though you couldn't mask that gamey stink. Roe deer meat was a touch cheaper, 30 to 32 cents. If I priced mine at 30, it'd sell in the blink of an eye. 3-roe deer, skinned and gutted, left about 150 pounds, worth around 45 yuan. After giving Dazhuang his cut, the rest was all mine. Moving into the new house, there was a mountain of things to buy: pots and pans and bowls, rice and wheat, soybean oil and sesame oil and lard, cotton cloth and a kerosene lamp, a pickling crock, liquor, vinegar, soy sauce, soap, matches. Before dawn the next day, the moment I opened my eyes, Dazhuang was already hollering outside, hauling his flatbed cart behind him, and he'd brought Erzwang along too. "Sean, let Erzwang come with us. That way we can trade off and rest along the road." Sounds good, I said with a nod. Once we buy a donkey in a while, things will be even easier. Though that donkey would probably end up slaughtered for meat come next year. Big Yellow, over by the cellar entrance, heard me and came bounding over, circling and rubbing against my pant legs. Nice work. When I get back, I patted its head and stacked the roe deer meat onto the cart piece by piece. The three of us headed for the market. The government offices weren't open yet. Come daybreak, Old Man Lee and Dad were going to town to split up the household registration. I'd already worked it all out. First separate Old Man Lee's household from Dad's, then split mine from Dad's, and finally set up my sister-in-law as her own household too. That way our family would have 3 household registration books, 3 separate households. If we kept on good terms with the village chief, we might be able to apply for 2 plots of residential land. If the applications fell through, we'd just buy up other people's spare lots. There were plenty of widows in the village these years, and lots of empty houses whose owners had passed on a few years back. Ideally, the 3 homesteads would all connect into one stretch. Once collectivization came around, I'd have 3 households, 3 homesteads, 3 houses, everything by the book. A little past 3 in the morning, we reached the market. Villagers had come from every direction to sell their goods, and the first wave of customers had already opened up shop. My roe deer meat was hot merchandise. The moment I laid it out, a crowd gathered around. "Young man, how much for this meat?" an old man asked, pointing at the cart. "Grandpa, pork's going for 4 cents a pound these days, beef for 5. This is roe deer meat, and the going rate's 32 cents. But today my buddy here just had a kid. It's a happy occasion, so I'll knock it down for you. 30 cents. Roe deer's no different from pork, it's all meat, and cheaper too. How much do you want?" The old man frowned. 30 cents. Can't you come down a little more? 29 cents, and you take this whole pile, I said, pointing to one side. This here's the doe meat. That over there's the buck. Can't do 29 on that. Has to be 30. You're splitting it by male and female? Over 1 cent. The old man looked puzzled. Of course we split it, I said, lowering my voice. Buck meat, it boosts your yang. The doe meat doesn't have that effect. That true. Why would I lie to you? Don't believe me? Buy a pound. Take it home. Eat it tonight. You'll find out for yourself before morning. I kept my face dead serious. It was all lean protein. Eat it, and you'd sure feel the energy. These days villagers filled their bellies with chaff and wild greens all day long. Suddenly load up on a good meaty meal, and there was no way you wouldn't feel something. The old man seemed to make up his mind. Give me a pound. No, 2 pounds. You got it. I cut off a chunk, weighed it, and handed it over. Young man, I'll take a piece too. Give me a pound. 3 pounds for me. The men crowded around all seemed to have the same thing on their minds. One mention of boosting your yang, and they all perked right up. When it comes to food, the 2 things a man will spend the most on come down to exactly that. Slap those words on anything, and the price shoots right up. De Zhuang watched the roe deer meat get snatched up and carved off, completely dumbfounded. This meat could do all that? It sold fast. Around 5, as the sky brightened, all 3 roe deer and the 1 raccoon dog were gone. A full 50 yuan in the till. De Zhuang, this trip really. You've earned it. Here, this is yours. I pulled out 25 bucks and held it out. De Zhuang froze, then waved his hands with an awkward smile. Shanji, are you kidding me? I didn't do anything up on that mountain, just helped carry the game. I can't take that much. 5 bucks out of this 50 is plenty for me, he said earnestly. If it weren't for you these past 2 days, I never would have eaten this much meat in my whole life. I feel guilty even taking these 5. Shanji, next time you go hunting, you've got to bring me along. Don't worry, I'll bring you next time. But 2 guys went, so it's only fair we split it down the middle. I pushed the money back into his hands. Shanji, don't you think I know my own worth? De Zhuang pushed the money right back. 5 bucks is enough. From now on, whatever the game sells for, I'll take 10% at most, not a penny more. And if Zhuang comes along too, the 2 of us brothers will take 20% total. Say we hunt for 3 days and it sells for 100 bucks. The 2 of us take 12, and that's that. This is what my dad told me last night. He said if I go out with you, I can't make more than 2 bucks a day tops. He paused, his tone completely sincere. Having you take me along, Shanji, that's my good luck. Any other hunter, Even if he bagged this much game, would never pay this generously. That's what my dad said to me, and it's what I feel in my heart too. If I take too much, I won't sleep easy. With that, he forced the 20 bucks back into my hands. All right then. I took the money, then pulled 4 more bucks from the stack and pressed them into De Zhuang's and Er Zhuang's hands. 2 bucks each. Buy whatever you want later and take it home with you. In times like these, 2 bucks was no small amount. Thanks, Shanji. Both brothers' eyes lit up. This time they didn't refuse, they gripped the money tight. Come on, let's go get some pots and pans first. I led the two of them toward the co-op store. The co-op in Tuxiang had the best selection of goods and the most sought after too. But it was only a little past 5 now, and the store didn't open until 7:30. Either way, I'd be heading back up the mountain in a couple of days, so I didn't plan to hold on to a single cent of this 41 bucks. Let's grab some breakfast first, then go wait outside the co-op. I figured I'd buy everything I needed, split off my household registration, and head home. But before we even reached the breakfast joint, I ran into some familiar faces. No, family. My dad, Li Sankue, along with my uncle Li Dakue, my cousin Li Qingshu, and the one sitting at the very front with a long, sour face, my grandfather, Li Laoduan. They'd come to the township government to file for the household split. I'd assumed they wouldn't arrive until 8, but here they were, this early. Ever since I got to eat meat last night, Li Laoduan hadn't slept a wink. That rich aroma of stir-fried chicken drifting through the courtyard had him tossing and turning, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Those ungrateful little bastards, they actually had. He didn't even think to offer me the good stuff? Before dawn, he dragged himself out of bed and hauled the eldest, the third son, and his grandson off to the township government office. All for one thing: to have me, his ungrateful son, kicked out as soon as possible. He didn't believe I could feed 4 mouths on hunting alone. Once I was starving out there, unable to hold on any longer, I'd come crawling back to beg him. And then he'd really make me pay? I looked at that face of his and sneered inside. Some people spend their whole lives trying to control others, never realizing that the tighter you grip the rope, the faster it snaps. Qingshan, you sold all the meat that fast. My father eyed the empty cart behind me. Low prices, quick sales, I said with a smile. The township office isn't open yet, and I'm hungry after that long walk. Let's grab some breakfast first. Fine by me, my father nodded. The group headed toward the breakfast shop. The whole way there, Li Qingshu, Li Dakue, and Li Laoduan looked at me like they wanted to swallow me whole. There was quite a crowd outside the breakfast shop. Tables were set up out front, and everyone who didn't have time to head home was making do with a quick bite here, most gnawing on steamed cornbread with pickled vegetables, the cheapest way to eat. Those a little better off had warm tofu with porridge. The place was run by a husband and wife. The proprietress looked to be about 27 or 28, with a slender, graceful figure and a lingering charm. A few strands of hair hung by her temples, framing her small, narrow face. As she kneaded the dough, her waist swayed, and she was drenched in a fragrant sweat. The way she raised a hand to wipe her brow drew plenty of stolen glances from the men, though none dared look her straight in the eye. "Ma'am, 8 fried dough sticks, 12 big meat buns, and 8 bowls of porridge," I called out. The moment the words left my mouth, every eye in the shop snapped toward me, all wide with shock. Who is this guy? Eating that well? Shanji, isn't that a bit much? Erzwang stared at the fist-sized buns on the steamer, swallowing hard. Yeah, Shanji, can we even finish all that? Dazhuang added quietly. Qingshan, just because we've got some money doesn't mean we should spend it like this, my father said, wincing. You've still got a wife to marry someday. Cornbread and pickles will do just fine. It's fine, I said, waving him off. Money's meant to be earned and spent, not hoarded while you go hungry. From now on, we're not shortchanging ourselves anymore. At another table, Li Qingshu lowered his voice. This little wolf pup struck it rich too young, and now the small man's full of himself. Sells a few wild animals and thinks he can order fried dough sticks and meat buns. I give it a few days before he's burned through every cent and comes crawling back to beg. Who cares? Li Laoduan snorted coldly. The sooner he blows it all, the sooner we get to watch him fall. At least there's fried dough and meat buns today. All of you eat up. Make him fork over more. Don't worry, Grandpa, Li Qingshu said, swallowing his drool. I'm having at least 2 meat buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 bowls of porridge. Meat buns and fried dough sticks. These good things he never once dared to. I ate my fill. The owner's wife came over, brows furrowed as she tallied the bill. Fried dough sticks, 4 cents each. Meat buns, 8 cents apiece. 8 fried dough sticks come to 32 cents. 12 meat buns make 96 cents. That's $1.28 total. I'll cut you a break on the 8 bowls of kanji. Let's just call it $1.30. The rule around here was pay after you eat, but I'd ordered one heck of a spread. Without a word, I pulled out my money, counted out $1.30, and handed it over. Make it quick, we're all starving. Sure thing. As she took the money, her eyes lit up. A soft finger brushed silently across the back of my hand, and she shot me a sidelong glance, coy and inviting. I had to admit, this seasoned little missus really knew how to work a man. Barely a grown man myself, I felt my heart skip, and my eyes swept over her a few times. She caught my reaction, and her look turned even more pleased with herself. She'd run her stall on this street for a few years now, and this was the first time she'd come across such a handsome young buck. Fair skin, clean-cut features. Didn't look like your average farm boy. I bent down and took a seat, waiting for breakfast to arrive. I sat at one table with Big Zhuang, Second Zhuang, and my dad. Li Dakue, Li Qing-shu, and Li Laotuan sat at another. Mrs., 1 plate of hot tofu, extra chili. A girl with a ponytail tied in a red string squeezed up to the stall. 20 cents. The owner's wife deftly cut off a piece and passed it over. Oh no. The girl patted her pockets, her face going pale. Shoot, I forgot my money. Mrs., could I pay you back tomorrow? Miss, I've never seen you before. She shook her head. Regulars, sure. But you? No. I just got to Tushan today. Couldn't you make an exception? She pleaded. Mrs., it's only 20 cents. Li Qingshu chimed in, stirring the pot. The girl's such a looker. Tomorrow's fine. Let her pay tomorrow. Sure, she's a looker. The owner's wife gave him a sidelong glance. But this is a small business. If she doesn't show up tomorrow, are you going to cover it? Li Qingshu clammed up on the spot. Talking big was one thing. Reaching into his own pocket? Not a chance. Mrs., put the girl's tofu on my tab. I spoke up. Done. She agreed, then couldn't resist a jab. Miss, don't listen to what a man says. Watch what he does. Some folks are all talk and no action, no use at all. As she said it, she cast a glance over toward Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu's face flushed crimson. With everyone's eyes on him, he couldn't lift his head. Comrade, thank you. The girl turned her beautiful eyes my way, and when she got a clear look at my face, a hint of interest crept into them. It's nothing. I smiled. You look new around here. You're not from Tushan, are you? Her outfit, her air, even the faint scent of vanishing cream on her, none of it seemed local. That's right. I just came to Tushan for work today, she said. I wonder, comrade. What's your name? Where do you live? So I can pay you back. 2 cents, it's nothing. I waved her off. I'm Li Qingshan. And you, miss? Don't just stand there, have a seat. I scooted over on the bench to make room for her. I'm Su Wanin. Now that's not a name folks around these country parts would come up with. I chuckled. Sounds real educated. Su Wanin's eyes crinkled with delight at the compliment, a little flush of pride rising in her chest. Your baozi and the youtiao. The owner set the food down on the table. Each steamed bun was the size of a fist, piping hot, the smell of the dough mingling with the meat and drifting straight up your nose. The fried dough sticks had just come out of the oil, golden and glistening. In these lean years when everyone's belly was starved for anything greasy, it was the kind of sight you couldn't tear your eyes away from. Su Wanin glanced down at her little block of tofu, and suddenly it didn't seem appetizing at all. Her eyes were full of longing. Who on earth were these people? Eating this well? All these meat buns. Could they even finish it all? She hadn't had a meat bun in ages. Just thinking about the taste made her swallow hard. Ma'am, here, put that plate on my table. Li Qingshu pointed eagerly at the second round of food. 5 meat buns and 4 youtiao, waving her over in a rush. At the table next to us, Lao Laodan, Li Dakue, and Li Qingshu, 6 eyes locked dead on the meat buns and youtiao on my table, their throats bobbing, looking about ready to lunge across. Last night my family had eaten meat, and I hadn't shared a single bite with them. Hungry for it. They were absolutely dying for it. Ma'am, Weren't these meat buns and youtiao the ones we ordered first? How'd they end up going to them? I said, taking my time. The owner paused and looked at me. You all aren't together? Nope. The four of us are together. Those three are a separate table, I said flatly. Oh, I see. The owner set the buns and youtiao down in front of me, then turned to Li Laoduan. Comrade, how many buns and how many youtiao do you want? Pay up first, and I'll get them right out for you. Li Laoduan's face turned the color of raw liver. He slammed a hand down on the table. Crack. That rickety old table actually split apart under his palm. Well now, looking to wreck the place. The owner's expression darkened. You ordering or not? We're just gonna sit a bit and head out. We're not eating, Li Dakue said quickly, waving his hands. Not eating? Then pay for the table. 20 cents. Come on, hurry up. What? 20 cents for one busted table. Li Dakue jumped to his feet. The breakfast shop owner stepped out with a cleaver in hand, his face turning downright menacing. Nobody's leaving till this gets paid today. I'll haul the whole lot of you down to the police station. Li Dakue frowned and turned to his father. Pa, you're the one who smashed the table. So, don't. It's just 20 cents. Li Laotuan gritted his teeth. Those 20 cents were supposed to be his meat money for the day. Pork was 40 cents a pound, and he'd planned to buy half a pound to satisfy his craving. Last night, the smell of meat from my house had kept him tossing and turning all night. Now that 20 cents was gone, spent on a broken table, I couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore. I grabbed a meat bun and pushed it towards Su Wanin beside me. Comrade Su, you can't just eat tofu every day. Look how thin you are. Eat more. Then I turned to my two nephews and my dad. Dazhuang, Erzwang, dig in. Don't be shy. I didn't hold back either. I took a big bite, and the meat juice burst in my mouth, the savory aroma shooting straight to the top of my head. That trio at the next table had walked an hour before dawn without a drop of water. Their stomachs were growling, and their eyes kept drifting toward my side. It smelled good. Damn good. Eat. Let them eat, Li Laotuan said in a low voice. That little money of theirs won't last. Once it's gone, they'll come crawling back to beg us. Li Dakue nodded firmly, utterly convinced. But Li Qingshu was cursing inwardly. What was the old man doing slamming the table for? Those 20 cents were enough for 3 people to get by on breakfast. By the end of the meal, my dad and 2 nephews had polished off 6 buns, 3 fried dough sticks, and 5 bowls of porridge. Their bellies were stretched round. Su Wanin ate 1 bun and a bowl of porridge, and I forced a fried dough stick on her too. Now she was clutching her stomach, glaring at me with a wronged look on her face. The remaining 4 fried dough sticks, 5 buns, and 2 bowls of porridge, I finished them all by myself. Dazhuang and the others stared, dumbfounded. 70% full. I patted my stomach. People who practice health cultivation boxing have to eat large amounts every day to replenish their energy. This was nothing but carbs, low on protein, only 70%. Once I ran through a set of forms later, it'd be mostly burned off. Everyone full. Full. Boss lady, bring 4 more buns and 4 more fried dough sticks. My dad started. Qingshan, you're still not full. Mom and sister-in-law haven't eaten at home yet. I'll bring some back for them. Oh, I forgot about that. My dad scratched his head, looking embarrassed. The boss lady packed everything up briskly and handed it over. As she did, her fingertips slid lightly across the back of my hand, and she shot me a flirtatious glance. Aren't you a filial young man? I just wonder, do you treat your wife as sweet? What, boss lady, you got a little sister at home. If you do, introduce us. Then you'll find out just how well I treat a woman, I said with a grin. All right, I'll set you up next time you come. Damn, what a little minx. Dad, the township government isn't open yet. Let's rest a bit. While we had the time, I went to the empty lot nearby and ran through a set of health cultivation boxing. Dragon sinews, tiger bones. The morning light poured over me, and the little gourd jade pendant on my chest gave off a faint glow, as if drinking in the essence of the rising sun. Su Wanin was about to leave. The others, who should have been heading to work, stood frozen, transfixed. They'd forgotten all about their jobs. Even the woman running the breakfast stall stared straight at me, something unreadable in her eyes. I finished the form and lowered my fists. Most of the food in my stomach had already digested. Comrade Qingshan, What kind of martial arts was that? That was incredible. Su Waning's melancholy eyes were now startlingly bright. Just messing around. Oh no, I'm going to be late for work. Something suddenly dawned on her, and she jumped up to leave. Where do you work, Miss Su? Heading out this early. It was only 6. The Tuxiang Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I just started, so I want to get familiar with things. That's why I come in early. You work at the co-op? I brightened. I was just about to go shopping there. I was waiting for it to open. What luck! You helped me today, so let me return the favor. Come on, come with me to the co-op. I knew exactly what she meant. I immediately called my 2 nephews over, then turned back and shouted to my dad. Dad, wait here. I'll come back to split up the household before the township government opens. Inside the co-op, Su Waning pushed open the door and let us in. Whatever you want to buy, just make a list and I'll get it for you. I grabbed a pen and paper and started writing. Huh, you can read and write? Nice handwriting, too. She sounded surprised. Learned a bit from an old Taoist priest for a couple of days. Might as well pin everything on that old priest. She took the list and gave me a second look. You seem pretty educated. Why not try the Tuxiang Middle School? You might land a teaching job. Maybe later. She started calling out prices. Large iron pot, 3 yuan. Small iron pot, 130. Soap, 360. Matches, 10 boxes for 20 cents. Kerosene, 2 jean for 80 cents. Pickle jars, 10 for 130. Brown sugar, 60 cents a jean. White sugar, 80 cents a jean. Distilled liquor, 5 jean for 5 yuan. Soybean oil, 5 jean for 350. Sesame oil, 1 yuan a jean. Glutinous rice sticks, 2 jean for 1 yuan. Walnut cookies, 2 jean for 170. 2 pairs of embroidered round-toe cloth shoes, 5 yuan, 30 yuan total. When she got to those 2 pairs of embroidered cloth shoes, her brow furrowed. This girl, did she have someone she liked? Don't come out here often, so thanks for the trouble. I handed over the 30 yuan. That left me with only about 10 in my pocket. She weighed everything out, one item at a time. Everything's weighed fair and square. See for yourself. I glanced over. She was right, and she'd even given me a little extra. For anything sold loose, she'd tipped in a bit more. Hey, little comrade, let me ask you something. She suddenly stopped Dazhuang. Your uncle, does he have a sweetheart? Dazhuang shook his head blankly. Nope, never heard of one. All right, good to know. When she saw me come back after hauling everything out, she grabbed a handful of hard candy and pressed it into my hands. Thanks for earlier. I'll pay you back next time. Here, have some candy. This handful of candy was worth a lot more than 2 cents. I didn't call her out on it. He took it and left. Back at the breakfast stall, the township government had opened its doors, and our group headed over to split the household registration. The paperwork wouldn't be done until 8:30, so I used the spare time to run to the township clinic to buy needles, filiform needles, the kind used in Chinese medicine to stimulate acupuncture points, made of stainless steel, thin and long. Silver needles would have been ideal, if I could find any. But the supply co-op didn't even carry filiform needles, let alone silver ones, so my only shot was to try my luck at the clinic. The township clinic was small, 2 Western medicine doctors, 1 Chinese medicine doctor, and 2 nurses, with a tiny courtyard. Country folks wouldn't come unless they absolutely couldn't hold out any longer. Every visit cost money. Village chief. The moment I walked in, I ran into Li Shengli, the chief of Shirshi village, hobbling along with a pained look on his face. Li Shengli was in his early 40s, dark-skinned, with big hands and feet, a capable, down-to-earth farmer. He'd fought in the war back in the day, and he was a decent man. Qingshan, what are you doing here? Just picking up a few things. Chief, is your leg acting up? He let out a long sigh. An old injury from the battlefield. A bullet went right through here, left me with this chronic pain. It flares up every so often, and when it gets too bad to bear, I come let old Hua give me a couple of needles. With that, he pushed the door open and went in. The old Chinese medicine doctor inside had arrived early. He was in his 60s, and a young female doctor sat beside him. Old Hua, you're here early. And this is... When you get old, you sleep early and wake early. I came to read a bit, in case a patient shows up, and look, here you are. Dr. Hua smiled. This is Dr. Shouting, from the Western medicine side, next door. A woman just came in to give birth, so we called her in from home. She's also my grandniece. Just brought me my breakfast, actually. He glanced at Li Shungli's knee. Hurting again? Hurt something awful. Give me a few more needles. Needles alone won't keep it down. Pull them out, and it hurts all the same. If you ask me, let Tingting write you up a few painkillers to take. Forget it. Forget it. I don't touch that stuff. Your needles work better. You stubborn old mule. You're just afraid of spending money. Dr. Hua opened a drawer and took out the needles. Chief, how about I give you a couple of needles and see? I spoke up from behind. Once I'm done, I guarantee you'll be pain-free for a week and no relapse for 3 months. I treated plenty of these stubborn ailments with my master in my past life, all from old soldiers wounded on the battlefield. With Li Shungli's condition, I was confident. Dr. Hua and Li Shungli both turned around at once, faces full of doubt. Qing Shan, quit messing around, Li Shungli said. This is a kid from our village, someone I ran into out here. What does he know about needles? Chief, I'm serious. Your injury, it's easy to treat. Just a couple of needles. My expression stayed calm. Puffed. Doctor shouting laughed out loud. Comrade, even my great-uncle can't do a thing about Uncle Li's chronic condition. All he can do is ease it. And you're claiming you can cure it in 3 months. Recurring? Are you kidding me? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean nobody can. I looked at her. At the very least, I can cure the village chief's condition. You. Her face was full of contempt. My great-uncle is famous all over the city. Even top officials came begging him 3 times to take a position, and he turned them down. Our family line goes all the way back to Hua Tuo himself. If he says a disease can't be cured, there aren't many people in this world who dare claim otherwise. Stop causing trouble and get out. If you don't leave, the chief's going to throw you out himself. Just then, a young man in a white coat walked in, early 20s, giving shouting a look that seemed a little off. Comrade, don't stir up trouble here. Get out, he said, joining in on trying to shoo me away. The great modern healer? I hadn't expected the old man to be so well known. Then something clicked. Zhao Zhanshan from Shirshi village. Were you the one who treated him? Dr. Hua didn't answer. He just kept his head down, organizing his needle case. Hey kid, you deaf or something? Get out. Seeing me ignore him, the young doctor flared up and reached out to grab me by the collar. Using Rugong vine as a medicinal guide. Good idea, I said, unhurried. But you added a few too many ingredients. You can drop the Feline and Tianyu. Swap them for Shu and Gui, and it'll work better. Dr. Hua's hands froze over the needle case. A pair of clear, sharp eyes looked me up and down. All right, tell me. Then, how should the chief's chronic condition be treated? The hand reaching for my collar stopped too. The chief's situation could be nerve damage from when the bullet passed through, leaving him with neuralgia. Or the bullet could have carried in bacteria, causing an inflammation that flares up whenever he overexerts himself. I said, you'd stimulate different acupoints depending on which it is. Actually, the points I'd use are pretty much the same as yours, Dr. Hua, maybe with slight differences. But there's one difference between us, the only one, and it's one you can't make up for. I drew out a fine needle and aimed it at Li Shungli's knee. Force. The pure yang energy inside me flowed down through the needle, driving straight into the acupoint. The moment the first needle went in, Li Shungli started. It's like, I actually feel something. Second needle. Third needle. Once the 3 needles were set, I put the rest down. By my read, the chief's condition was the second type. 3 needles were enough. If it had been the first, I'd have needed 4. 3 needles, and that's it? Dr. Hua stared at my clean, efficient technique, stunned. That's enough. Any more would be a waste. How do you feel? Dr. Hua turned to Li Shungli. Dr. Hua, my leg, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Li Shungli looked at me, shocked. Qing Shan, where did you learn this? From an old Taoist priest up in the mountains. He passed away a while back. I made up on the spot. How is that possible? Xiao Ting, who had been all sneers just moments ago, was dumbfounded. Uncle Li, you two aren't in cahoots to pull off some scam, are you? No. Dr. Hua waved his hand. Those acupuncture points were placed with pinpoint accuracy, and yet so effortlessly. Anyone can tell that's the work of a seasoned pro. TSK. He just happened to know how to treat this particular condition. Dumb luck, that's all. The young Western medicine doctor still wasn't convinced. Dr. Sun, why aren't you in your own office? What are you doing over here in mine? Dr. Hua's face darkened as he showed him the door. The one named Sun rubbed his nose but stayed put, thick-skinned as ever. A moment later, I removed the needles. Village chief, take a few steps. Li Shengli walked back and forth. The pain was completely gone. He was so moved his voice trembled. Qingshan, you've really got it, kid. This injury's been tormenting me for years. Oh, right. You said 3 months and it'd be cured for good. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I patted my chest. 3 months, and I guarantee this leg will be good as new. For men like him, who'd come back from the battlefield, I've always held a certain respect. Dr. Hua adjusted his glasses. Young man, since you have this kind of talent, why not become my apprentice? What? Shouting pointed at me. Second master, you turned down all those college students and the ones recommended by officials, and you'd take him? The one named Sun looked even more envious. He'd been begging for 3 years and gotten nowhere, and this kid just walks in and gets that kind of treatment? Whoever became Dr. Hua's apprentice would see their status skyrocket overnight. Even those senior TCM doctors in the county and the city would have to address them as their martial uncle. This kid sure was lucky. Never mind, I just want to buy a set of filiform needles. I'm not looking for a master, I said, waving my hand. In my past life, I'd long stood at the summit. In this life, all I want is to live a peaceful, steady life. No harm done. You can't force these things. Dr. Hua pulled another set of needles from his drawer. Whenever you're willing, come find me. That offer stands until the day I die. Here, take this new set of filiform needles. Then his fingers suddenly brushed against something, and he frowned. Young man, do you know how to use silver needles? Silver needles? My eyes lit up. You have silver needles here? I've got a set. That's even better. With silver needles, the results are stronger than with filiform ones. I was thrilled. With silver needles, the village chief's condition can be cured in 2 months. Oh, really? Li Shengli was overjoyed. Then this set of silver needles is yours. To my surprise, Dr. Hua took the silver needles out of the drawer and handed them over. Second master, but those are. If I'm giving them away, then they're given. Dr. Hua cut her off. They were his family's heirloom silver needles, forged by a special technique, far superior to the ordinary kind in both material and effect. I took them and counted 15 needles. Ordinary silver needles on the market go for a yuan apiece, so this set was worth at least 15 yuan. And given the craftsmanship, their origins were likely no small matter. Thank you, Dr. Hua. You put them to good use. He still eyed me with that talent scout look, clearly still working out how to bring me under his wing. Dr. Hua, I've got things to do, so I'll be heading off. If you ever need me for anything, besides taking me on as a student, just say the word. I grabbed the silver needles and hurried out the door, heading back to the township government office to wait with my dad. 9 o'clock in the morning, outside the township government office. Number 3, you'd better not regret this. Old Man Lee clutched the household register and let out a cold snort. Dad, we're leaving. I'd already set off pushing the cart, not even glancing back. Once we got home, we were moving out. Old Man Lee and the other 2 trailed behind. After a whole morning of running around, their stomachs were long empty, but those 20 cents had already gone to compensate the shop's owner. Li Qingshu stared at the food on my cart, his throat bobbing. But the moment he remembered the way I'd thrown punches that morning, he shrank back. By late morning, we finally made it home. Old Man Lee's stomach had been growling the whole way. The entire Lee clan was waiting at the door. Old man, where's the meat you bought? Hurry up and get it in the pot. The old woman came rushing forward. The eldest daughter-in-law, the second daughter-in-law, the second son, and the 2 grandsons, Li Qingyu and Li Qingyu, all looked at Old Man Lee with faces full of anticipation. They'd been drooling over the thought all night long. About that, Old Man Lee's face went awkward, and he couldn't get the words out. Grandma, Grandpa smashed somebody's table and had to pay 20 cents, so he couldn't buy the meat. Li Qingshu had no choice but to step up and explain. What? In an instant, every face in the Lee family was etched with despair and fury. Those 20 cents, that half-pound of meat, it had been their last hope for a real taste of something good. Just then, the aroma of meat drifted into the Lee family courtyard on the wind. Mom, sister-in-law here, have a meat bun. I handed over the steaming buns. Lu Guixiang's hand froze midair. a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Qingshan, these buns are pretty expensive. You should eat them yourself. She tried to push the bun back into my hands, but her fingertips were clearly warm. Who doesn't love the feeling of being looked after? Still, she couldn't bring herself to take it. A man who went up the mountain to hunt needed his strength, so the good stuff should be saved for me. Sister-in-law, I already ate at the market. I sat her down on the edge of the cart and pressed the bun firmly into her palm. I got these specially for you and Mom. Go on, eat up. We've got moving to do after. There's fried dough sticks too. The bun was still warm. She'd never once tasted a meat bun in her whole life. To say she wasn't tempted would be a lie. She opened her mouth and took a bite. Gurgle. Across the way, the eldest branch, the second branch, and old man Lee's whole crowd had their eyes glued to that bun, throats rolling up and down, practically ready to lunge over and snatch it. Their resentful glares all landed squarely on old man Lee. If it weren't for him, today they could get a taste of some meat too. Sis, eating plain buns will just make you choke. I twisted open a glass jar, full of yellow peaches soaking in syrup. Here, canned peaches. 80 cents a can. The Holy Family's eyes nearly popped out of their heads, and you could clearly hear them swallowing. Have a taste. I brought the can to her lips. Huh, canned peaches too? Lu Guixiang's face was full of shock. This is precious. Qingshan, let Mom have it. She'd only ever heard people talk about canned peaches her whole life. She'd never imagined she'd get to taste them herself one day. She looked at me, and a sweetness slowly spread in her eyes. Guixiang, in the years since you married into this family, we've done you wrong. Never gave you a single good day, Mom said, her voice thick. You deserve this can. It's fine, there's more. I twisted open another can and pushed it into Mom's hands. Only then did Lu Guixiang relax. Holding the jar in both hands, she first took a sip of the syrup. The fruity flavor mixed with the sweetness of sugar exploded on her tongue in an instant. Her eyes lit up. So sweet. So delicious. Qingshan, it's really sweet. You have some too? Though reluctant, she still held the can out to me. Someone who'd spent years eating bran and wild vegetables had never tasted anything this fine. Sis, I already ate. I shook my head. I'd had my fill of this stuff in my last life. Sick of it, even. Let her have it. From now on, I'd earn plenty from hunting. She could have as many as she wanted. Boo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, the wife from the eldest branch of the family next door burst into tears and grabbed Li Dakue by the collar. You useless good-for-nothing. Look at them. Meat buns and canned peaches. I've been with you all these years, and what have I ever gotten to eat? What did you promise me back in bed? Ow. You shrew. You've completely lost your mind. Li Dakue instantly had several red scratches across his face and swung his hand to fight back. The second branch's wife wasn't about to be outdone, either, driving her nails straight at her own husband's face. Qingyu, you two get on him with me. Claw this useless man to death. When it came to fighting, the sons mostly took their mother's side. But Li Erkue was, after all, their father, so they couldn't lay hands on him. They could only hold him down tight and let their mom scratch away to her heart's content. In no time, the Li family had descended into total chaos. Stop it. All of you, stop it. Li Laoduan was so furious his beard stood on end. He cared most about saving face. With both daughters-in-law clawing at their husbands right there in the street, if his archenemy Zhao Yutian caught sight of it, how would he ever hold his head up in the village again? Dad, you've got some nerve talking. Li Dakue snapped, worked up from the scratching. If you hadn't smashed their table and had to pay that 20 cents, we'd have had meat today too. Would she be making such a scene then? 20 cents could buy half a pound of meat. Even Li Erkue talked back now. Chop it up, mix it with pickled cabbage, and make dumplings. The whole family could have had a good meal. You just ruin everything. Useless at everything. Good for nothing but making trouble. You two little bastards. Li Laoduan kicked off his cloth shoe and swung it at his two sons. Think you can turn the world upside down, huh? The brawl escalated all over again. News spread through the village like wildfire. The Li family's fighting. Come quick, come watch. Let me grab a handful of peanuts first. Is it that no-good Qingshan going at it with Li Laoduan? No, it's the wives from the first and second households beating up their own husbands. Huh, women beating men. Now that's entertainment. Don't even need to break it up. Come on, let's go. Watching a good show is human nature. More and more villagers crowded around. A few who cared about appearances offered half-hearted words. Stop fighting. You're all family. You're making a spectacle of yourselves. Wait, is Qingshan moving out? Ma, I want a meat bun. I want kin peaches. A little kid stamped his feet, pointing at the things in Lu Guixiang's hands. This Li Qingshan's really loosened his purse strings, buns and canned fruit. Even gulp. Hey, what does canned fruit taste like anyway? These buns smell amazing. I've never had a meat bun in my whole life. Maybe I could just. You wasteful hussy, what nonsense are you spouting? The villagers who'd come for the show now had their eyes glued to those buns and cans, every one of them secretly swallowing their spit. Who wouldn't want to be Li Qingshan's mother or Li Qingshan's sister-in-law? Auntie Motzi dragged her grandson to the front of the crowd. Guixiang, give me a bun. My grandson wants one. Lu Guixiang froze. How could anyone be so shameless as to just walk up and demand one? Grandma, I want a meat bun. The 7 or 8-year-old plopped down on the ground and threw a tantrum, slippery as an eel. Fittingly, his nickname actually was Loach. Oh, my little darling. Get up, Grandma will get you one. Auntie Motzi yanked her grandson to his feet, then turned to Lu Guixiang. You've already eaten one yourself, and you've still got fried dough and canned goods. What's it to you to spare one for my grandson? Quit dawdling, hurry up. If my grandson goes hungry, I won't let you off. And my son, he's not someone the likes of you can afford to cross. Lu Guixiang's brows knotted into a tight frown. I couldn't stand listening anymore. I let out a cold laugh. Your grandson isn't mine to feed. Why should I give him anything? How about this? Lend me your daughter-in-law for 2 days, and I'll give you a bun. Deal. Have you no shame? This Animatsi was the most brazen piece of work I'd ever seen. I couldn't be bothered to keep arguing. I turned and called out, Ma, is everything packed? All done, it's all inside. Dazhuang, Erzwang, load up the cart. We're moving. You got it. The 2 lanky boys answered and headed inside, quickly hauling our bundled-up belongings onto the flatbed cart. Our whole family walked away without a single backward glance. Behind us, the Li family, having fought themselves to exhaustion, utterly humiliated, stared at They gnashed their teeth at our retreating backs. Spendthrift. Old man Li planted his hands on his hips. Eating meat buns and canned fruit now, huh? Earns a few bucks and already thinks he's hot stuff. Mark my words, he'll blow through that money in no time. One of these days he'll come crawling back on his knees, begging me. Grandpa, don't you worry. Li Qingshu straightened his back. Once I graduate and move to the city, I might get a job at a factory. Then I'll buy you meat buns every single day. That's nothing. Factory wages are high. Huh, that's right. Old man Li's face beamed with pride. My grandson's a fine, handsome young man. Once he's in the city, he might even marry the daughter of some factory boss. Now that's what I call making it big. What's that no-good bum Li Qingshan got to compare? You just wait and see, folks. The good days for us Lis are yet to come. And that Li Qingshan, his hard times are only just beginning. The neighbors around them started chattering all at once. Old man Li's got it right. That bum's gotten too big for his britches. Young folks are all like that when they suddenly get their hands on some cash. Once it's all gone, he'll have to head back up the mountain. And the mountain's dangerous. One bad injury and the rest of his life is ruined. What really rubbed them the wrong way wasn't the fact that I'd split off from the family. It was that I was actually eating meat buns and canned yellow peaches. They were green with envy, so of course not a single one of them wished me well. Don't be so hard on him. That's money he earned himself, after all. From the edge of the crowd, a fair-skinned woman who didn't look like she came from farming stock spoke softly. Roshua, why are you sticking up for that bum? The auntie beside her laughed. Don't tell me raising a kid all on your own is so lonely you're looking for a man. At your age, lying awake alone at night is only natural. That bum may seem like a mess, but he's got a sturdy build. Roshua's husband had died young, leaving her with a daughter of 10 or so who took after her, fair and pretty. She'd been a city girl once, could read and write, and somehow ended up marrying a country man. What nonsense are you spouting? Roshua stamped her foot, grabbed her daughter, and hurried off. In front of Zhao Gui's mud brick house. I saw it at a glance. Nothing had been packed up, inside or out. The Zhao family hadn't moved at all. The nosy villagers crowded around again. During the slack farming season, Any bit of trouble in someone's household was the juiciest gossip in the whole village. Zhao Gui didn't move out. Move where? This is the only place he's got. If he won't leave, how's Li Qingshan's family supposed to move in? Now this is going to be good. Zhao Gui's dug in his heels, and there's really nothing Li Qingshan can do about it. The Lis can't go back home, and they can't get into this place either. Caught between a rock and a hard place. In the end, the whole family probably won't have anywhere to stay. If this gets back to old man Li, he'll be tickled pink. Qingshan, Zhao Gui didn't move. What do we do now? Third Uncle Li Sankui's face was full of worry. Qingshan, don't worry. Lu Gui Xiang, however, stayed calm. Wherever you go, our family goes. Aren't there still a few thatched huts at the edge of the village? The ones built back in the day to guard against bandits? We can make do there for now if we have to. We'll figure out a place to live later. Li Qingshan, what's wrong? Stunned speechless, aren't you? Li Qingshu came strolling over from the distance, leading Li Laoduan and Li Sankui, a smug grin on his face. The front gate was bolted from the inside. Zhao Gui played deaf and dumb, refusing to make a sound no matter how hoarse the people outside shouted. Inside the house, old man, can we really pull this off, just squatting here like this? Zhao Gui's wife listened to the commotion outside, feeling a little uneasy. What's there to be scared of? Zhao Gui wore the expression of a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. Our lives are worthless anyway. We'll just stay put and not leave. What's Li Qingshan gonna do about it? He wouldn't dare kill us, would he? I stood outside the door, staring at that bolted, run-down door, and slowly smiled. Shamelessness is the last card a weakling has to play. But he forgot. Once someone sees through that card, it's worth nothing at all. Bam! I slammed my foot into that flimsy wooden door of Zhao Gui's. The bolt snapped instantly, and a dull crash exploded through the air. Holy crap! The neighbors watching the show all sucked in a sharp breath at once. Not just because of how decisive I was, but because of the sheer force behind that kick. That door bolt had broken clean off. I strode into the yard. De Zhuang and Er Zhuang followed behind me, faces full of shock. Shanji, that was insane. Inside, Zhao Gui jumped in fright, looking up just in time to meet my gaze. Zhao Gui, get the hell out of my house. What do you mean, your house? This is my house. We've lived here for generations. Zhao Gui stiffened his neck. Son, beat him down. Bam, bam, bam. A string of muffled thuds came from inside the house, mixed with screams like a pig being slaughtered. Shanji, let me help you. De Zhuang charged in without another word, Er Zhuang right on his heels. But before they even made it through the door, they saw me haul out one man in each hand, flinging Zhao Gui and his son out like dead dogs. The two of them, bruised and swollen, sprawled on the ground. Zhao Gui's wife came running out, trembling all over, and dropped to her knees in front of her man, wailing. Oh, why is my life so miserable? Damn you, Li Qingshan, you only ever pick on our family. If you've got the guts, go bully someone else. For Li Qingshan to act like this, it's just outrageous. Neighbors or not, how could he raise his hand against them? The villagers pointed and muttered. Wang Naixiang had long since packed her bags onto her back and shrank off to the side, not daring to breathe a word. That cautious, timid look of hers made my chest tighten. De Zhuang, Er Zhuang, go inside and haul out everything the Zhao family owns. This is my house, Li Qingshan's house. Why should I keep some outsider's stuff around? You got it. The two of them rushed into the yard, tossing out pots, pans, bowls, and ladles one piece at a time. There's no justice in this world. Li Qingshan, you're a village tyrant, a bully, a bandit. You're not even human. You've been trampling all over my family. Zhao Gui collapsed to the ground, wailing his heart out. I frowned. In the countryside, rumors travel faster than a knife. If a reputation like this got around, it'd be nothing but trouble down the line. I pulled out the property and land deed and spoke slowly, weighing each word. Zhao Gui, open your eyes and take a good look. Your house, 36 yuan, I bought it fair and square. The deed says it right here. It belongs to me, Li Qingshan. Stamped by the government. You say I'm a bandit, that I seized your house by force. Then what does that make the government? A bandit too? Helping this so-called bandit rob you of your house. With a statement like that, the police could haul you in right now for slandering the government. You want to test that? Silence. Zhao Gui's whole family froze in an instant. Smearing the government. That was a charge no one could bear. I turned to the neighbors gathered around and held the deed up high. And that goes for the rest of you too. This is a deed issued by the government. Anyone who says Li Qingshan seized Zhao Gui's house by force is in cahoots with me. Collusion between officials and citizens. So when the police show up at your door, don't say, I didn't warn you. One buys, one sells, both parties willing. This house has been mine for a while now. Letting him stay these extra days was already a courtesy, seeing as we're from the same village. The wind shifted in a heartbeat. That's right, the house was sold ages ago. Letting you stay a few more days was downright generous. Zhao Gui, you people are being completely unreasonable. Sold it, and still won't leave. No shame at all. Brother Shan, everything's moved out. Dazhuang and Erzwang came out clapping their hands. Dad, Mom, sister-in-law, get our things sorted. We'll make do in tight quarters for now, and in a while we'll apply for a plot and build a new house. These days, Dad, my sister-in-law, and I all have our household registrations in Shirshi village, so by rights we can apply for 3 plots. There's plenty of open land around Zhao Gui's house, and there's a small hillside out back. We could build 2 more rooms on either side. Once collectivization kicks in, 1 household to 1 homestead, all above board. Build another house. Li Qingshu sneered. Li Qingshan, you sure talk big, kid. You just got lucky last time and bagged a few roe deer. I'd like to see whether your luck holds out every single time. Huh, young folks don't know how deep the water runs. You think building a house is that easy? Sooner or later he'll take a hard fall and learn his lesson. I didn't bother answering. Give it a few days. Once I come down from the mountain again, all of you will understand soon enough. With everything moved in, we shut the front gate. The crowd outside dispersed, but today's little drama became the talk of the whole village. Zhao Gui's family was out of options. Playing dead didn't work, so they had no choice but to drag their luggage off to those 2 rundown thatched huts at the edge of the village. You jinx, can't you hurry up? What are you dawdling for? Zhao Gui's wife spat over her shoulder at Wang Naixiang. Yes, Mom. I understand. Wang Naixiang frowned, arms loaded with bags, more than anyone else was carrying. She was panting from exhaustion, sweat beading on her forehead. Mom, ever since this jinx married into our family, nothing's gone right for us. Zhao Chang carried only a stool, the lightest thing of all. First she killed my brother, and now we've been kicked out of our house. Ugh, how did our family get so unlucky? Mom, here's what I say. Let's marry her off, and fast. Hasn't that Li Hu always had his eye on her? Take a bride price, get rid of this jinx. Once the money's in hand, I'll take it to the gambling house and win it all back, get the house back, and from then on you'll eat meat buns every single day. How about it? The old couple's eyes lit up, and their gazes all fell on Wang Naixiang at once. The wheels were already turning in their heads. I bring death to my husband, and I got you thrown out of your home, Wang Naixiang said, thinking fast. Li Hu runs a gambling den. Those types are the most superstitious about this kind of thing. There's no way he'd marry me. The old couple exchanged a glance. Well, she had a point there. No matter. There's always somebody who won't care. Dad, Mom, leave it to me. I'll go find a candidate. Listening to them haggle over her like she was a piece of merchandise, Wang Naixiang's eyes reddened, tears hovering on the brink. The sight of her was enough to make your chest ache. By the time everything was put away, it was already afternoon. At the edge of the village stood 2 thatched huts, small and run down, with all the pots and dishes piled outside. The old couple, Zhao Gui and his wife, took one. Zhao Chang claimed the other. Dad, Mom, so where do I stay? Wang Naixiang gritted her teeth and asked gently. You? Zhao Chang swept his eyes around, then pointed to a low, cramped shack in the corner. There. You stay there. That spot. It used to be where the dog rested back when they kept watch for bandits. 3 or 4 square meters, no more than 2 meters long. A person could squeeze in, but it was a dog kennel. Up. Wang Naixiang froze, a wave of hurt washing over her. If you don't want it, then sit outside. Zhao Gui thought about all the family's misfortunes over the years and grew more irritated. You jinx, you should count yourself lucky to have a place at all. And now you're being picky? Okay. She had no way out. All she could do was lower her head and tidy up that tiny sliver of a shelter. It was a pitiful sight. On my side, everything was settled. I moved into the master bedroom on the east side of the main hall, where the auspicious energy flows, the best room in the house. Mom, Dad, and my sister-in-law each had a room of their own. This house had originally been built up for 2 sons, so with just our family living here, it felt spacious. Sister-in-law? I knocked on the door. It's not locked, come in. I pushed the door open. Lu Guoxiang was tidying the room, and a faint trace of fragrance still lingered in the air. Qingshan, what is it? Here, this is for you. Those shoes on your feet, toss them right away. I handed her 2 pairs of embroidered, round-toed cloth shoes. This is for me. She was surprised and delighted, her face. A flash of excitement crossed her face. The women in the village wore homemade black cloth shoes when they worked the fields, cheap. But the pair in my hands was store-bought, embroidered with flowers, and expensive. She'd only ever seen shoes like these on the feet of the village party secretary's wife. Put them on. Our families owed you all these years. From now on, this household's going to need you to look after things, sister. Qingshan, these are too expensive. She couldn't take her hands off them, but the price pained her. Take off the old ones. I'll throw them out for you. You won't have to wear other people's hand-me-downs anymore. I crouched down to help her change. Her shoes had actually fallen apart, and she'd gone to ask Grandma for a new pair. Instead, Li Dakue's wife had shoved her own worn-out shoes onto her and walked off wearing the good ones. Something like this happening to her. It wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last. Qingshan, thank you. She slipped off the old shoes, revealing a pair of fair, pale feet. The round-toed embroidered shoes fit her perfectly. They're beautiful. She gazed at the new shoes, her eyes welling up. In the room next door, Ma looked at Pa and said, a tiger breeds tigers. A stray dog can't give birth to a tiger cub. That boy Qingshan, he's really grown up. Turned sensible, too. About what happened with his mom and dad, should we tell him? Pa frowned and let out a long sigh. Let's wait a little longer. We'll see up. I stepped outside, planning to go check on Zhao Zhanshan and treat the wound on his chest while I was at it. Just as I turned into the mouth of the alley, a woman's voice came from the corner. Li Qingshan, come here for a second. Roshua? What's wrong? I frowned, but I walked over anyway. Roshua wasn't from the village. Her husband had died years ago, and life had been hard for her. She was frail, but her skin was fair and she carried herself well. Back in the day, her looks had put every girl in the village to shame. Now, weathered by wind and sun, she'd taken on a certain grace worn in by the years. What was rare was that she had a good temperament, too. None of the fieriness of the village women, which was exactly why people so often took advantage of her. I'd even stuck up for her once, back in the day. Right now, tears clung to the corners of her eyes, as if she'd just been crying, and as if she'd made up her mind about something. If she hadn't followed her husband down to the countryside all those years ago, she could have had a pretty decent life in the city, given that she could read and write. After all, hardly anyone in the city was literate these days either. Qingshan, I'm begging you, please give me a bowl of meat. The next moment, she dropped straight to her knees in front of me, both hands gripping a chipped bowl, tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms. I can spend a night with you. Sister Roshua, what are you doing? Get up, quick. I froze, then hurried to pull her up off the ground. The moment my fingertips touched her arm, my chest tightened. Too thin. She must have gone hungry more than a few times over the years. Both arms were nothing but skin and bone. The loose sleeves she usually wore hid it, but the second I touched her, I knew. Qingshan, sis, I'm begging you. Chower isn't going to make it. She collapsed into my arms, her voice trembling. This child's had a hard life ever since she was born. Before she goes, she just wants one bite of meat. Please, I'll do anything. What happened to your daughter? She's gravely ill. She's dying. Tears streamed down her face, and the sight of it twisted my heart. She was perfectly fine just a few days ago. I took the chipped bowl from her hands. Wait here. In a bit, I'll go back with you and take a look. I turned and walked into the yard. She stood frozen where she was, her cheeks flushing bright red. She probably thought I was going to her house to make her pay for that bowl of meat with her body. She clenched her teeth, calculating in her mind. She'd just have to keep it quiet so she wouldn't wake her daughter. Soon I came back out carrying the bowl. A bowl of pheasant meat, with 3 or 4 flatbreads laid over the top. Not the coarse cornmeal kind, but freshly griddled white flour flatbreads, still giving off a faint scent of wheat. Her throat bobbed, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Qingshan, thank you. She'd only asked for a bowl of meat, but I'd thrown in a few flatbreads made from fine flour. In the whole of Shirshi village, how many families could afford white flour? Even the village party secretary's household couldn't. Let's go. The sun was scorching, and it was the slow farming season. When the door to her house swung open, the room inside was as stifling as a steamer. Chaur lay on the bed, her lips pale, her breathing faint. She looked like she didn't have long left. This girl was the ringleader of all the kids in the village. Weak mother, tough daughter, she'd made boys of 12 or 13 cry, and having inherited her mother's fair, delicate looks, all the kids in the village called her Big Sister Chaur. If she hadn't fallen ill, she'd be down by the creek right about now, lording it over a whole gang of children. Mom, Chaur called out softly, then closed her eyes again. Qingshan, could you not do it in front of the child? Roshua leaned in close to my side, fidgeting, lowering her voice. I ignored her, my eyes fixed on Chaur's foot. Roshua, Chaur's been bitten by a snake. Why didn't you take her to the hospital? She startled. What? You mean? Chaur was bitten by a snake. She didn't tell you? No. The child didn't say a word. She just suddenly spiked a fever. I went to the township and got some fever medicine, but it didn't help. How was I supposed to know it was a snake bite? Her voice shook with panic. Even so, you should have taken her to the hospital. It's my fault I failed her. Tears rolled down Roshua's cheeks. All these years I've been buried under a mountain of debt. There isn't a single cent in this house for medical care, and there's no one left out there who'll lend to me. She bit her lip. Qingshan, I'll be honest with you. It's not that no one in the village would lend me money, but they wanted me to sleep with those bastards first. She didn't want to. If it weren't for you being young and decent enough to look at, I'd never have brought myself to ask. She raised her eyes, like she was grasping at her last straw. Qingshan, if I take my Chaur in now, can she still be saved? I'd pretty much finished checking her pulse. I pulled off Chaur's sock. The sole of her foot was black and swollen. The venom had already crept up through her veins. Good thing it wasn't a deadly kind. If it had been one of those white-browed pit vipers, this kid would have been long gone. Take her to the hospital, and they won't save her, I said. Boo-hoo. Her already fragile heart shattered completely. Her hair came undone, tears pouring down like rain. Don't cry. I looked at her. What I mean is, take her to a clinic, and they can't bring her back. But if I treat her, there's a 70% chance. 70% was me being modest. That's the rule of my school. Even when you're 100% sure, you only say 70, leaving yourself a margin. A little injury like Chaur's was nothing to me. Qingshan, you really can do it? She was stammering now. How could she forget that I knew how to treat snake bites too? Step outside first. Come back in half an hour. Okay. Qingshan, I trust you. She wiped her tears and steeled herself. As long as you can save Chaur, just you wait. I'll make it worth your while, I swear. After she left, I took out my silver needles, set them into several of Chaur's acupoints, then lanced open the bite wound. Drop by drop, thick, black poisoned blood slowly seeped out. Chaur was half conscious. Those needles just now were forcing the venomous blood out of her body. Once the blood ran clean, she'd wake up. A few more days of rest, and she'd be back to running around like the little ringleader she was. In the years ahead, having people I could count on would matter. If this girl was willing to take me as her godfather, that wouldn't be a bad thing, but it'd have to be her own choice. No rush. I sat in the chair, closed my eyes, and waited quietly. An hour later, a small pool of black blood had gathered at her feet, no longer dripping. I pulled out the silver needles one by one. The moment the last needle left her skin, Chaur opened her eyes. Qingshanji. Her voice was weak, her eyes full of gratitude. You call me big brother, but I call your mom big sister. Doesn't that mess up the family order? I chuckled. Anyway, you got bitten by a snake. So why didn't you tell your mom? And how'd you manage to get bitten on the sole of your foot, of all places? I thought it was nothing, she said, looking wronged. Then it started hurting, but I didn't dare say anything. Going to the clinic costs money, and my mom, she's already broke. My heart sank. I handed her the bowl of pheasant meat. From now on, if you get hurt, you tell your mom, no matter what. If it hadn't been for me this time, you'd have gone off to meet your father. Eat up and get your strength back. Wow, this much meat? And flatbread too. Her eyes lit up instantly. Shan, where did these come from? Hunted them up on the mountain. Chower. Roshue, hearing the commotion from outside, rushed in, swept her daughter into her arms, and broke down sobbing. I turned and stepped out. She got her daughter settled, told her to eat well, shut the door, and came chasing after me. Shan. I looked back. She was unbuttoning her blouse, biting her lip, wearing the look of a woman about to give herself up. I reached out and pressed my hand over hers. Roshue, I said, you're the #1 beauty in this whole village. Plenty of single men lie awake at night, circling your yard. Every grown man in this place. Which one of them doesn't want to get into your bed? I want to sleep with you too, but not for a bowl of meat. The day you're truly willing, the day you actually want to sleep with me, that's when we'll do it. I've got things to take care of. I'm heading out. I turned to leave, but she froze where she stood, staring at me in a daze. She probably hadn't expected me to pass up the chance to take advantage of her. Shan, wait, she called out again. What is it? Come with me. I want to show you something. She headed toward a small mud brick hut behind the yard. I followed. It was dim inside. She bent down and dragged a wooden crate out from the corner. The moment she opened it, my eyes went wide. Lying inside the crate was a gun. A single-barrel hunting shotgun. Roshue, this is... My husband died because of this gun. Her voice dropped low. Before he passed, he told me to keep it safe. Over the years, I've thought about selling it for money, but I'm just a woman. I don't have the connections. The gun's got a shady history, and my man lost his life over it. If I actually tried to sell it, well, this village is a small circle, stir up trouble, and neither Chower nor I would make it out alive. So it's just been sitting here all this time. She raised her eyes to me. Don't you hunt out in the old-growth forest? I hear you even use a bow. What kind of hunter has no gun? This thing might come with some baggage nobody can explain. If you've got the nerve, take it. If not, leave it here. Trouble? I sneered inwardly. That kind of thing never weighed on me. And right now, this was exactly what I was missing most. With it, my hunting would be several times more efficient. More importantly, I'd finally have the guts to take on the big game in the old forest. A wild boar, for instance. The bow I had drew 60 pounds. Good enough for rabbits, pheasants, or dropping a roe deer up close. But run into a wild boar, and I'd be in trouble. This gun was different. It could load 2 kinds of ammunition, buckshot and slugs. Buckshot, lots of steel pellets, widespread, effective range around 30 meters. But it was no use to meat. Mostly for hunting birds, rabbits, and pheasants. One pull of the trigger and, bang, that thunderclap sends every critter within earshot scattering. You're lucky to drop the one right in front of you. But that kind of work? I can handle it clean with my longbow. Silent, deadly, no chance for the thing to bolt. No, what I want are slugs. A single slug has an effective range of nearly 80 meters, and it can shatter a wild boar's bones. With those, next time I head up the mountain, I just might drag a few boars back down. And a boar's worth good money. There were 4 or 5 slugs sitting beside the gun. Out here, a shot shell runs 7 cents, a slug 2 dimes. Factory rounds don't come cheap. But a pheasant only sells for 50 cents, so miss a few shots and you're already in the hole. As for loading my own shells, I don't believe my aim's that bad. Saving those few pennies just to waste my time, not worth it. Roshue, you're a real godsend. I slowly raised the single-barrel shotgun, turning it over in my hands, studying it closely. The steel barrel was ice-cold, the wooden stock gleaming with oil. This was no small thing. This gun's worth a fortune. Now it's not you who owes me a favor, it's me who owes you. The little cabin was dim, but Roshue kept her eyes fixed on me, a fire burning in them. Shan, I can tell, you're a good man. Her voice dropped low. I've been alone all these years, and it's been hard. Tonight, what if I came to you? I froze. Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible. Once you take a wife, I'll stop coming. She clenched her teeth and let it all out in one breath. Everything she'd buried deep in her heart. For a girl in these times to throw caution to the wind like this, she'd summoned every ounce of courage she had. Roshue, are you serious? I'm heading out now. Just keep the gun. Her face flushed red as a ripe peach. She spun around and ran off to check on her daughter. I watched her figure disappear, an unbearable itch stirring inside me. I looked up at the sky. Too bad, still a long way till dark. I packed the shotgun into its case, carried it home, and hid it away in my room. Then I grabbed the set of silver needles and headed over to Zhao Zhanshan's place. Yesterday I had no needles, so there was nothing I could do. But now, with them in hand, I could give Uncle Zhanshan some relief. Same secluded courtyard as before. Zhao Zhanshan and Zhao Shanxing stared at me, disbelief written all over their faces. I inserted the needles, a few went in, and that dull, heavy ache in his chest actually began to fade, bit by bit. Zhao Zhanshan's pupils shrank. "Dad, how do you feel?" Shanxing asked anxiously. "My chest, it really does feel easier. Not aching like it was a moment ago." The way he looked at me was 3 parts confusion, 7 parts shock. When had this kid picked up a skill like this? "Uncle Zhanshan." I put away the needles, my voice steady and sure. "From now on, I'll come once every half-month. If I can't cure it. But it'll keep the pain down for you and buy you time. Enough to hold on until the day I track down the medicinal catalyst." "Qingshan, where'd you learn a skill like this?" He was still stunned. The village's notorious good-for-nothing. How had he turned his life around overnight? And so reliably at that. "Uncle Zhanshan, didn't I tell you all this a while back? You just wouldn't believe me." I smiled. "I've got things to take care of at home, so I'll head out. Next time I bag some game, I'll bring it over." "Shanxing, see Qingshan out." Zhao Zhanshan stretched his now comfortable body, like a man given a new lease on life. Shanxing walked me to the door. There was a new gravity in her eyes now, along with a measure of relief. One shot every half-month would keep her father alive, giving her time to slowly hunt down the catalyst. That heavy stone weighing on her heart had finally been lifted. "Shanxing, this is for you." I pulled a paper-wrapped packet from inside my coat and handed it to her. "What is it?" Curious, she opened it. A few pieces of peach shortbread lay inside, their fragrance wafting up. Her eyes lit up. "Peach shortbread's your favorite, isn't it? Just bought it in town today. Give it a try." "Li Qingshan, you still remember I love peach shortbread?" Her heart skipped a beat. "How could I forget?" I said. "Back then, if you hadn't shared half a piece with me, I still wouldn't know what peach shortbread tastes like." "I'm off." I turned and walked away, that old memory stirring in my mind. The day Uncle Zhanshan saved me, the day I woke up in his home. The third branch of the Li family wasn't worthy of good things like these. That was the first time I ever tasted something sweet. How a person treats you is often hidden in their smallest, most overlooked act of sharing. Behind me, Shanxing watched my retreating figure, and something she couldn't quite name stirred within her. This darn Qingshan. I hadn't gone far when I ran straight into the village head, Li Shengli. I called out and stopped him. "Village head, hold on. I've got something to discuss with you." "Oh, Qingshan, what is it?" He was especially glad to see me. With me around, there was hope for that leg of his. Otherwise, he'd have suffered from it his whole life. "Village head, that clinic of ours has been sitting empty ever since the medic left. Could I take over as the medic on the side?" I got straight to the point. "Sure," he agreed without hesitation. "Nobody in this village is more suited for it than you. This is a good thing. I'll go get the key right now. The village clinic's yours." That it went so smoothly actually caught me off guard. "Thank you, village head." "Qingshan, with your talent, running a village clinic is a waste of you," he asked as he headed home. "By the way, when are you going up the mountain next?" "Tomorrow." "I'll go tomorrow," I answered. "The house at home needs repairs. That takes money, and I've got debts to pay off, so I need to bring back plenty of game." "You're the village's?" "My precious boy, be careful up in those mountains. Don't go getting yourself hurt." When we got home, he fetched the clinic key and pressed it into my hand. "Don't you worry, village chief. I've got this handled." I took the key, feeling great. Next up, drop off the rice crisps and mung bean cakes for Wang Naixiang. See how she's getting by. As for the rest, well, I'd just wait for nightfall. Wait for Roshua to come knocking. One good night of rest. Then tomorrow I'd shoulder my rifle and head into the mountains. This trip, I had to bag plenty of game. Sister-in-law and Ma were still wearing last year's rags. They needed some new clothes. That dress at the co-op store was nice, just about the right size for my sister-in-law, Lu Guixiang. The house needed rebuilding too, and while I was at it, I'd modify the entrance to the underground chamber so it'd be easier to get down there from now on. I'd also apply for a few plots of land and build a place each for my sister-in-law and pa. And I still needed to ask around about where to find good hunting dogs, buy myself a few. Snacks in one hand, plans for the good life running through my head. I made my way toward Wang Naixiang's new place. Oh right, there was also that poor little widow, Wang Naixiang. I had to give her a hand too. At the edge of the village, the sun hung low in the west. Out in the fields, the rice seedlings were slowly standing tall again, and the day's heat was gradually fading. You jinx, why isn't dinner ready yet? Don't you know what time it is? Zhao Gui's wife stomped up to Wang Naixiang's shack, little more than a dog kennel, and let loose a stream of curses. Wang Naixiang scrambled out from inside, her face drawn with exhaustion. She'd just moved in, and every last pot and pan had to be set up from scratch. Even the stove was a makeshift thing, all of it backbreaking work. The old couple, Zhao Gui and his wife, had crawled into the thatched hut to rest first thing that morning, and her brother-in-law, Zhao Chong, wouldn't lift a finger. The whole family's food, clothing, and daily needs all rested on her shoulders alone. She'd barely finished one chore and was hoping to catch her breath when she got called up to cook. Zhao Chong was lazy and gluttonous, and the little the family harvested was never enough. All they could afford was the cheapest dried sweet potato, high yield, the kind of thing only the dirt poor ate. Add kindling, light the fire, boil the water. She tossed the dried sweet potato into the pot, and before long it was bubbling away, giving off a faint, earthy sweetness. Ma, dinner's ready. She ladled it out, bowl by bowl. Dragging your feet, it's only done now. Zhao Gui's wife sat down, still grumbling. There weren't enough chairs, so Wang Naixiang could only crouch off to the side. This crap again? Zhao Chong glared at the porridge in his bowl. There's only dried sweet potato left at home, she said in a thin, frail voice. Only dried sweet potato left? Can't you figure something out? Eating this every single day? Who can stomach it? Seeing that she dared to talk back, Zhao Chong got even angrier. Besides, since when does a jinx like you get a say in this house? We tell you to do something, you just shut up and do it. Wang Naixiang lowered her head and said nothing more. Ma, Zhao Chong suddenly turned to his parents. What do you two think of Blind Zhao from our village? Blind Zhao? What about him? Zhao Gui blinked, caught off guard. Pa, are you dense? Blind Zhao, he's an old bachelor. Hurt one of his eyes when he was young, so no woman ever wanted him. Been single all his life. He's even 3 years older than you. A nasty grin spread across Zhao Chong's face. A guy like that has never spent a dime his whole life, so he's got to be sitting on a fortune. Marry this jinx off to him, and we're bound to squeeze a hefty bride price out of it. That's my boy, smart as a whip. Zhao Gui nodded. Ask for a big enough bride price, and maybe we can buy back the old house. Buy a house, my foot, Zhao Chong said impatiently. Give the money to me. I'll win it all back at the tables, and then I'll buy the two of you a couple of houses. What do you know, you old fool? The money goes to my son. He's got a sharp mind. He knows how to make money. Zhao Gui's wife shot her husband a dirty look. Pa, Ma, I won't remarry. I won't marry that blind Zhao. Tears welled up in Wang Naixiang's eyes. She'd seen this blind Zhao before. He was older than her father-in-law. Blind, unwanted, and grown strange in the head. He'd trail after the women in the village all day with a vacant, leering grin on his face. He never bathed, reeked from head to toe, and his house was filthy as a pigsty. The stench drifted into the neighbors' homes, and people were at his door cursing him out every single day. You don't want to? Like you've got a choice. Zhao Chong's voice suddenly shot up. If it weren't for you, you jinx, would my brother be dead? Would we have been thrown out on the street? This is what you owe our family. You'll marry whoever I tell you to marry. No, I won't do it. She'd lost all appetite. She stared down at the chipped bowl in her hands, teardrops falling one by one into the porridge. Think you can talk back to me? I'll beat you to death. Zhao Chong slammed the rice bowl down on the table with a bang, sprang to his feet, rushed over, and swung his hand for a hard slap across her face. Crack! The sharp sound rang out, and 5 finger marks instantly bloomed across one side of Wang Naixiang's face. It wasn't enough for Zhao Chong. He laid into her with fists and feet. She curled up on the floor, letting the blows rain down on her body, weeping and whimpering softly. Hey, Zhao Chong, what are you doing? How can you hit a woman like that? That's right, stop it now. A few villagers passing by crowded around to talk him down. This is my family's business. Mind your own. Anybody who runs their mouth, I'll thrash you too. Zhao Chong roared over his shoulder, then turned and kicked her again. You jinx, think you deserve some respect? You don't marry him, and I'll beat you every single day? No wonder I lose money at the tables day after day. It's all your bad luck dragging me down. If it weren't for you, I'd have struck it rich long ago, living the high life. The villagers exchanged glances and, in the end, backed off. After all, Wang Naixiang was an outsider here. Lying on the ground, she felt she'd rather be dead. In this family, she was already worn down to nothing, body and soul. She was a jinx. What was the point of living anymore? The big river outside the village ran deep, and people drowned in it all the time. Jump in, and death would come fast. Yes, when night fell, she'd go throw herself into the river and end it all. She only hoped that in her next life, she wouldn't have to suffer like this again. At the thought, a strange calm settled over her heart. Calm down. Fight then. I'm gonna die anyway. She'd grown up in a family that prized sons over daughters. Her little brother would hit her, and she wasn't even allowed to hit back. The moment she did, her mother's palm would come down on her. She was always the last to eat, and every chore fell to her. She'd once believed that marriage would be her escape from this misery. Who could have known? Life stayed exactly the same, without a single glimmer of light. When a person loses even the hope of going on living, what cuts deeper than any knife has never been fists and feet. And right now, I stood there holding rice flour twists and mung bean cakes, watching Wang Naixiang take her beating. My teeth ground together, grinding. I flung the oil paper package to the ground and charged forward like I'd lost my mind. Zhao Chong, you son of a bitch. I lunged at that dog like a tiger busting out of its cage. Zhao Chong turned around, and his face went white in an instant. Li Qingshan, what are you doing? Don't do it. His voice was shaking. No surprise there. He'd tasted my fists before. Too late. Bam! I kicked him square in the chest. A grown man, well over 100 pounds, went flying backward and slammed hard into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The onlookers sucked in a sharp breath. Before Zhao Chong could even cry out, I was already on him, my fists raining down like a storm. Ow, 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 help. Murder. Dad. Help me. Li Qingshan, you good for nothing. What do you think you're doing? Don't you touch my son. I'll fight you to the death. That old bastard Zhao Gui, aching for his boy, threw himself at me and grabbed my arm. I swung back with a punch, right in his eye socket. You old fool, you dare hit me? What? When did I ever? He didn't even get the chance to argue before I pounded him to the ground with my fists and feet. Ow, Li Qingshan, you dare hit me. Somebody go get the village chief. This bum's gone crazy. Li Qingshan, you dare beat my husband and my son? I'll claw your eyes out. Zhao Gui's wife came at me, teeth bared and claws out. She figured I wouldn't dare hit a woman. Old hag, what do you think you're doing? I grabbed her wrist with one hand and raised the other. Smack. A crisp sound rang out, and 5 red finger marks bloomed across her face. She stood there stunned. Never in a million years had she thought I'd actually do it. I wasn't satisfied yet, so I backhanded her with another slap. Ah, you slapped me. So what if I slapped you? Another slap. You dare slap me again? Smack. One more slap. The onlookers had gone dead silent. Zhao Chong had always been a bully. Just a moment ago, he'd been threatening to beat down anyone who tried to break it up. Now he was getting what was coming to him. Served him right. On top of that, this punk had been beating on Wang Naixiang, a helpless woman, and he'd long since earned the whole village's fury. It was time to let them. They'd learned their lesson. But no one expected that I, alone, could beat the entire Zhao family into a groveling heap. Every time I raised my fist, the onlookers couldn't help but shudder. Wang Naixiang, lying on the ground, watched the scene unfold. Her eyes first filled with confusion, then swelled with a deep warmth. So there was still a man in this world willing to stand up for her. You dare to hit a woman. Zhao Gui's wife, her face already swollen like a pig's head, pointed at me. A woman? You think you deserve to be called a woman? You stood there and watched your gambling, deadbeat son beat his wife. Are you even human? Bullying a poor orphan girl from out of town. I'll beat you to death. I cursed as I struck. Her face was mottled with bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Gui and Zhao Chong cowered off to the side, not daring to breathe. You two animals. One watches his wife get beaten, the other watches his own mother get beaten, and you both hide like a couple of spineless cowards. I grabbed Zhao Chong by the collar. Hey, 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 Li Qingshan, stop it, stop it. His face went white with terror. Go? Apologize to Wang Naixiang. What? Apologize to that jinx? That would ruin my luck. A jinx? Your whole family's a bunch of jinxes. Smack. Another slap. Li Qingshan, what do you think you're doing? Let go of him right now. Li Shengli came rushing over, shouting sharply. He'd just been stopped at the edge of the village by someone saying Zhao Chong was beating his sister-in-law. But when he arrived, it was me pummeling the whole Zhao family. One look at the disheveled Wang Naixiang on the ground, and he pretty much understood what was going on. He knew I was standing up for Wang Naixiang. But I wasn't holding back, and if I actually killed someone, there'd be real trouble. Chief, you've got to see justice done for us. This good-for-nothing Li Qingshan is about to kill someone. Zhao Gui, as if he'd found his savior, scrambled and crawled behind Li Shengli, clutching his arm and pointing at me. Li Qingshan, let go? What's going on here? How did this come to blows? Li Shengli frowned. Humph. I gave a cold snort and released my grip. For the chief's sake, I'll let your family off today. But this isn't my fault. Your whole family had it coming. I told Li Shengli everything that had happened, blow by blow. A grown man raising his hand against a defenseless woman. It was despicable. What the hell? Zhao Chong, you son of a bitch, you hit your sister-in-law. Just as expected, Li Shengli flew into a rage, pointing at Zhao Chong and scolding him. Zhao Chong hung his head and said nothing. I stepped forward and helped Wang Naixiang up from the ground. Her body was so light, so frail she had almost no strength left. I could lift her with one arm. As I helped her into a chair, a faint trace of her scent drifted past, and something in my heart softened. Quietly, I took. He slipped a piece of mung bean cake to her, tucking it near her mouth where no one could see. She froze for a moment, staring at the fragrant little cake, something she'd rarely ever gotten to taste in her whole life. Before she could even react, the cake was already at her lips. She quickly opened her mouth and ate it. Sweetness melted across her tongue. The world, once pale and hopeless, suddenly had color again. Sitting in her chair, she secretly grabbed my wrist, clinging to that sense of safety. Without a flicker of expression, I slid my hand behind my back and closed my fingers around her small one. Her heart was pounding wildly. A small gesture like this. Of course no one else could see it. Village chief, you can't pin this on my son. Zhao Gui started twisting the truth. It's all because of that jinx Wang Naixiang. She got my eldest son killed, cursed my younger son into losing every hand of cards, and got us thrown out of our house. We don't even have a home anymore. We don't want this jinx around. We want her to remarry, but she flat out refuses, just leeches off my family and won't leave. Village chief, you tell me, how is that supposed to work? Keep her around, and sooner or later she'll get my whole family killed. My son couldn't take it anymore, so he gave her a couple of smacks, didn't even put any real force into it, just wanted to scare her a little. And honestly, we meant it for her own good. Stuck with a family like ours. She's just suffering anyway. Then this Li Qingshan kid shows up out of nowhere and starts punching and kicking us without a word. Just look at us. Look how he beat us. My wife's face is swollen up like a pig's head. Is that really what happened? Li Shengli frowned, his eyes sweeping over the crowd of onlookers. Village chief, we're not really sure. We just saw Zhao Chong hit Wang Naixiang, and then Li Qingshan beat up the whole Zhao family. Didn't see anything else. So it does sound like Li Qingshan was in the wrong here. Seeing that family beaten black and blue, Li Qingshan probably just acted on impulse. The villagers chattered back and forth. Qingshan, they wanted me to marry blind Zhao. I wouldn't, so they beat me. Wang Naixiang's frail voice came from behind me. Blind Zhao? My heart sank. He was from the same village. I knew exactly what kind of scum he was. And I could guess 7 or 8 parts of what the Zhao family was scheming. A dog can't change its habit of eating filth. Zhao Gui, who exactly are you planning to marry Wang Naixiang off to? My gaze turned cold. None of your business. I'll marry her off to whoever I damn well please. You want to marry her off to blind Zhao, don't you? I pressed on, closing in. That old bastard's never had a woman his whole life and has squirreled away plenty of money. You're looking to swindle a fat bride price out of him, aren't you? By rights, The bride price for a remarriage should go to Wang Naixiang herself or her parents. But these days people didn't bother with such niceties. If you don't hand over the bride price, then don't expect my daughter-in-law to remarry. Unless, that is, you pay back every bit of the bride price I spent to marry her in the first place. A single round trip, and Zhao Gui came out ahead no matter what. That was his game. What? Marry her off to blind Zhao? The nerve of those two. Is that guy even human? Even the village dogs steer clear of him. If that poor girl really marries him, her whole life is ruined. A fresh flower stuck in a pile of cow dung. Zhao Gui and his wife are rotten to the core. It's all just so they can squeeze out more bride price, isn't it? The villagers erupted. So what? Zhao Gui stiffened his neck. She's my daughter-in-law. Who I marry her off to is my family's business, none of yours. Stop sticking your noses where they don't belong. You forced her to marry blind Zhao. She refused, so you started beating her. I, Li Qingshan, couldn't stand by and watch. I stepped in to teach you a lesson. What did I do wrong? As for your son dying, your debts, getting kicked out of your home, that's all on you. What does any of it have to do with her, a single woman? I paused, then hardened my tone. Since you all think she's bad luck, then it's simple. Split the household. Let Wang Naixiang move out on her own registration. And from now on, she's got nothing to do with you. How about that? No way. She's my daughter-in-law. Why should she get her own registration? Zhao Gui panicked. Didn't you just call her a jinx? If she's such a jinx, why can't you bear to let her go? Zhao Gui opened his mouth, but no words came out. And another thing. You animals, you make her live in that dog kennel? I pointed at Wang Naixiang's rundown shack. Take a good look, everyone. Is that a place fit for a human being? My mind was already made up. Today, no matter who showed up, I was taking Wang Naixiang out of this house. Anyone who had a problem with it, I'd beat them until they didn't. If she stayed here any longer, she'd just keep getting beaten and cursed at, sooner or later. I wouldn't allow it. The folks of Shirshi village followed my gaze, and once they got a clear look at where Wang Naixiang lived, every one of them furrowed their brows into tight knots. Those few straw sheds at the edge of the village, who didn't recognize them? Years ago, they'd been thrown up as temporary lookout posts to guard against bandits. The two larger ones were for people to live in, and there was a small one. That was the dog kennel. And this old couple had actually made a frail young woman live in the dog kennel. Lower than animals. By all rights, Zhao Gui should have shared a room with his son, Zhao Chong, and Zhao Gui's wife should have stayed with the daughter-in-law. But they'd done the exact opposite. Looking at it that way, that beating from earlier, they had it coming. This daughter-in-law was brought into my family with my hard-earned bride price. Zhao Gui craned his neck. You want to split the household? Fine. First give me back the bride price. Back then, I paid 20 pounds of rice and 30 eggs. And if those eggs had hatched into chicks, and those chicks grew into hens, and those hens laid more eggs. Add it all up over the years. He suddenly thrust out all 5 fingers. At the very least, 50 yuan. 50 yuan. The people of Shirshi village all sucked in a sharp breath. Whoa, that was a fortune, enough to buy a whole courtyard house. In these times, who could ever cough up 50 yuan all at once? I let out a cold laugh. 50 yuan? You won't get a single cent. I fixed my eyes on him. Today, I'm taking Wang Naixiang with me. As for the household registration, split it however you want. But if I ever catch you bullying her again, don't blame me for what I do next. Worst case, I'll take it to the government. I turned to the village chief, my voice rising. Uncle Li, you're a cadre. You go to the township for meetings all the time. What freedom of marriage means, what protecting women's rights means, you understand it better than anyone. I'll take her to the Women's Federation officials, and you two old folks will both end up behind bars. The moment the words behind bars left my mouth, the whole Zhao Gui family shrank their necks in unison, staring pleadingly at the village chief. Chief, is he serious? It's a family matter. How could anyone go to jail over it? Qingshan's right. Li Xingli kept a stern face. You force her to remarry again, and I'll have every one of you locked up. You two old goats. I wasted no more words. In a few quick motions, I rolled up Wang Naixiang's bedding and belongings, grabbed the bundle with one hand, took hold of her with the other, and headed for the door. Zhao Gui, someone's making off with your daughter-in-law, and you don't even dare make a peep. That Qingshan's got some nerve, running off with a little widow. Still, though, a fine young man like him, hauling off a widow? What a waste. The villagers burst into raucous laughter. Zhao Gui's face went from pale to purple. He wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. How would he ever hold his head up in this village again? Stop. Li Qingshan, you stop right there. He clenched both fists and threw himself in front of us, blocking our way. Wang Naixiang belongs to my family. She'll die in my house before she goes anywhere. You think you can just take her away? You're ruining my daughter-in-law's reputation, and mine too. You want to see if I'll fight you to the death? Qingshan, forget it. Wang Naixiang suddenly pulled her hand free from mine. Every one of those crude remarks just now had sunk deep into her heart. An unmarried young man, taking a young widow out of her father-in-law's house. Nobody knew the real story, but idle tongues were experts at making things up. Within a few days, they'd be spinning tales, secret trysts on rainy nights, tangled up in haystacks, rolling around in the cornfields. There was no filth they wouldn't invent. She was a widow. If her reputation was ruined, so be it. It didn't matter. But he couldn't afford that. He wasn't even married yet. If this mud got slung on him, what woman would ever dare marry him afterward? She knew, clear as day, just how good this man had been to her. She couldn't ruin his whole life for her own sake. Sister Naixiang, what are you afraid of? I said. Things aren't the way they used to be. You can go wherever you want. No one can stop you, and the government's on your side. If you stay, those two old dogs will only get worse. Qingshan, brother, you haven't taken a wife yet. If I go with you, what will the villagers say about you afterward? Who else would ever marry you? Her tears hadn't yet dried, her face like a pear blossom in the rain, so fragile it made your heart ache. I'm just a widow. If my name is ruined, so be it. But you're different. I'm not afraid, I said, each word firm and deliberate. Then all the more reason I can't go with you. She shook her head again. I fell silent for a moment, then suddenly reached into my shirt and pulled out a key. Here's what we'll do. You go stay at the village clinic. There's a room there where you can rest. I pressed the key into her palm. I'm always up in the mountains hunting, so the clinic goes unattended. From now on, I'll teach you to identify herbs and treat illness. You'll start as my assistant. Study hard, and someday you might just become a real doctor. I meant every word. I understood the times ahead. People who could read, who had real skills, who came from a clean background, those were the ones who'd be prized. Right now, a single copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual was enough to teach yourself the trade. Learn it well, and you might even earn a recommended spot at a university. The times had changed. Opportunity belonged to those bold enough to reach for it. Village Chief. Why is the clinic key in Li Qingshan's hands? Zhao Gui panicked, whipping around to shout at the crowd. Come look, everyone. The chief handed the key to this good-for-nothing. When did he ever study medicine? He's gambling with the lives of our whole village. The villagers exchanged glances and began crowding around. The mess with Zhao Gui's family a moment ago had nothing to do with them. It was just a bit of drama to watch. But the clinic? That was the lifeblood of the entire village. Shirshi Village's last doctor had passed away the previous winter, and no suitable replacement had ever been found. The position had stayed empty right up until today. Now, hearing that the key had landed in the hands of some good-for-nothing, the crowd erupted at once. Village Chief, you can't just pick some no-account layabout. Isn't that gambling with our lives? Right? He's so young. Can we even trust him? Voices rose from every direction, all aimed at me and the village chief. What's all this shouting? Li Xingli barked, cutting them off. Li Qingshan meets every requirement. Once this gets reported up the line, the township government reviews it, and then he has to go train at the county hospital for 3 months. Only after he graduates does he officially take the post. Right now I'm just giving him the key so he can clean the place up, look through those medical books, and learn a few things, so he can treat all of you down the road. What's wrong with that? He swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice dropping low. As for Wang Naixiang, don't you all know exactly what her situation is? Her child's in this state, and you still want to kick her while she's down? What's the harm in letting her stay at the clinic for a while? We're all neighbors here. We're supposed to help one another. His words left the crowd speechless. Oh, so he has to go train at the county first? Here I thought he was stepping right into the job. Village Chief, then why not pick me? I could do it just as well. Yeah, why not one of us? The mood shifted in an instant. The situation had changed. Being the village clinic doctor was a coveted position these days. I can read, I said flatly. Can any of you? I looked at a man in the crowd. Li Dali, you can't even write your own name. Why should anyone pick you? Qing Shan, since when could you read? Who do you think you're fooling? Zhao Gui sneered. Aren't you just as illiterate as the rest of us? Watch closely. I grabbed a wooden stick by my foot, crouched down, and started writing stroke by stroke in the mud. Zhao Gui, is this your name or not? Li Dali, is this yours? And Li Daji, Xiofan, Zhao San. One by one, the names lined up neatly on the ground. The noisy crowd fell silent all at once. The reason village chief nominated me, Li Qing Shan, isn't just because I can read. Before the words had even left my mouth, I stepped right up to Zhao Gui and reached out with my arm. Li Qing Shan, what are you doing? Hey, hey, hey. Ow, 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 yow. Zhao Gui screamed like a stuck pig, one arm hanging limp at his side. See that clearly, everyone, I said calmly. His arm's dislocated. Which one of you can put it back? Dead silence all around. How do we know it's for real? Someone in the crowd still talked tough. I turned and walked straight toward the voice. Li Qing Shan, what are you gonna? Ow, ow, ow. Yow. Another scream. I'd popped that man's arm out too, and no matter how hard he strained, it wouldn't budge. Anyone else got a problem? I swept my eyes across the crowd. I can take them out, and I can put them back. The villagers were completely stunned. Zhao Gui and the other man were grimacing in pain, definitely not faking. Li Qing Shan, put it back. I give up, okay? The man whined, his face twisted in agony. If you'd said so earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer. I stepped forward, gripped his arm, and gave it a push. With a crack, it was done. I clapped my hands. There, give it a try. Half in doubt, he shook his arm, and it really was back in place. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Qing Shan, not bad. Didn't know you had that up your sleeve. Even that old doctor before couldn't do bone setting like that. From now on, if anyone dislocates something, no need to run into town. Just find Li Qing Shan. When on earth did you learn all this? Yeah, and now you can read too? The crowd looked me up and down, the contempt in their eyes quietly giving way to curiosity. I learned it from an old man up in the mountains. Studied for several years. I tucked the stick away. Last winter he set off to wander the world. Besides bone setting, whether it's rheumatism, joint pain, fevers, or headaches, you can all come to me. I haven't done the official training yet, but as for how to treat an illness, here's the English translation. Someone taught me long ago. I'll get the station cleaned up in a few days. As long as I'm around, you're all welcome to stop by. I paused. My license as a doctor isn't official yet, so I won't charge a single cent for consultations, just the cost of the medicine at cost. Winning people over is something that takes time. Earning a place in the village doesn't come from your fists, it comes from making people respect you. I can see plenty of opportunities. But if you keep all the benefits for yourself, no matter how capable you are, you can't carry it all alone. Share a little with those around you. And when hard times come, someone will actually stand by your side. Qing Shan, are you serious? No consultation fee. Are you deaf? Qing Shan already said it. No fee for now, just the cost of the medicine. Qing Shan, I've known you had it in you since you were a kid. You sure didn't let me down. You're the only one fit to be the doctor at this clinic. Use the rooms however you like. We're all behind you. Not to mention this is a good deed, helping someone like Wang Naixian. The people of Shirshi village all changed their tune, scrambling to speak up. In just 15 minutes, I went from the village good-for-nothing everyone looked down on to a doctor in the making. Wang Naixiang, standing beside me, had nothing but admiration in her eyes. Skilled at hunting, and a healer too. She probably never imagined this side of me. Li Qing Shan, my arm. You haven't set my arm yet. Zhao Gui rushed over, frantic. Hurry up, you. I shot him a cold glance. Go to the township clinic yourself. I'm afraid my hand might slip and pop your other arm out of its socket too. With that, I led Wang Naixiang toward the clinic. Behind me, an uproar erupted at once. This is bullying. Li Qing Shan, just you wait. I, Zhao Gui, will never let you off the hook. Dad, stop yelling and just go to the township clinic already. I didn't look back, but a flicker of cold contempt crossed my eyes. A whole family of animals. Bullying a helpless outsider like this, and he still wanted me to set his bones. Not a chance. Just now, I'd have loved nothing more than to yank his other arm off too. Zhao Gui, you think this is over? Then you've seriously underestimated me, Li Qingshan. Tomorrow I'm heading back into the mountains, and there's no telling how long I'll be gone. Before I leave, I need to teach this family a lesson they won't forget, and settle the score for myself while I'm at it. With the show over, the villagers scattered, leaving only Zhao Gui's family slumped on the black earth. If we can't win back our pride, how are we supposed to hold our heads up in this village from now on? Zhao Gui's wife slapped her thigh. Dad, Li Shengli is one of the old Li family. He's definitely going to take Li Qingshan's side. Let's go to the village party secretary. The secretary's a Zhao, one of us. He's sure to help. Zhao Chang glared at my retreating back, his eyes full of hatred. Right? Go find the secretary. Zhao Gui grabbed onto the idea like a lifeline. Honey, come on. Let's get your arm looked at over at the township clinic. Pa, my whole body aches. I'm not going. I'll find the party secretary tomorrow. Zhao Chang made his excuses and slipped away. The village health station was the only brick-and-tile building in the whole village. Back in the day, it had been a landlord's house. After the man was gone, the place was turned into the health station, an exam room out front, living quarters in the back. The courtyard used to be big, but over the years the village hauled off the gray bricks until all that was left was one main room and a front hall, with a bamboo fence walling off a little yard in between. The medicine cabinet was pretty well stocked. Mercurochrome, a dime a bottle, about the price of a pound of corn. Sulfa powder for infected wounds. The previous doctor had folded it into little triangular packets of yellow paper. Somebody who didn't know better might have taken him for a Taoist priest drawing charms. Aspirin, 2 cents a tablet, for headaches. Analgin, berberine, licorice tablets, enough to handle any everyday ailment. No penicillin, no glucose. A village station usually didn't stock that kind of thing. But I had the standing to go requisition supplies. All I needed was to make up a reason. Once I started going up into the mountains, this stuff would be life-saving, especially the glucose. One swallow, and your strength came right back. Beside the cabinet sat 2 books, their edges curled. The previous doctor must have thumbed through them countless times. I flipped through a few pages and put them back. The health station wasn't far from the village office, with houses on either side. At night, one shout would bring somebody running, so I didn't need to worry too much about Wang Naishang's safety. Worst case, I'd have my mother and sister-in-law come keep her company for a few days. I pushed open the back door and stepped into the yard. The fence stood a good 6 feet high. A few steps brought me to the back room, much smaller than the front hall, just a living room and a bedroom. Inside, Wang Naishang had already gotten everything tidied up, the bed all made. Naishang, come eat at my place these next few days. I'm heading up the mountain tomorrow and won't be back for 2 days. When I get back, I'll build you a stove out in the yard. Tonight, I'll send my mother and sister-in-law over to stay with you. After everything that happened today, she was bound to be shaken. She'd only rest easy with someone steady at her side. She'd just finished her work, sweat beading on her forehead, a few strands of dark hair clinging to her cheek. She raised a pair of gentle eyes to look at me, something hard to name in her gaze. Qingshan, today, thank you. Somehow the room had grown warm. Naishang, so how do you plan to thank me? I looked at her. She was suddenly at a loss. She had nothing to her name. What could she give? But looking at me, she abruptly set her jaw, shut her eyes, and rose up on her toes. A wave of sweet fragrance washed over me. Something soft and warm pressed against my lips. Outside, a breeze moved through the trees, leaves rustling, and cicadas filled the whole summer with their song. Our eyes met, and that thing, unspoken, undefinable, quietly spread out between us. Qingshan, Naishang, are you in there? Sister-in-law Lu Guixiang's voice came from outside the station. We hurriedly broke apart. Sister-in-law? How come you're here? I met her at the door and saw her carrying bedding and a quilt. Ma and I both found out you settled Naishang here. Ma said it's not safe for her to live alone, so she told me to move in and keep her company. Ma's cooking at home. We'll come over together in the evenings. As she spoke, her eyes swept over the flush in Wang Naishang's cheeks, then flicked to the way I'd just stepped out of the room. She seemed to catch on to something, and she smiled. Sister Naishang, I'll come stay with you for a couple of days. You won't mind me getting in the way, will you? Sister Guixiang, I can't thank you enough. With her sister-in-law there, Wang Naixiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. A woman living alone had more to fear than just the village bachelors. What worried people even more was Zhao Gui's family. There was no telling what they might do. Sister-in-law, good thing you came. There's something I need to tell you both. I lowered my voice. The rural part-time upper primary class is about to start. There's one session each during the summer and winter slack seasons, and the summer one's a bit smaller. We've got to sign up on our own. It's free. You just need to bring your own notebook, pencil, textbook, food, and a kerosene lamp. Qing Shan, what would we go there for? Lu Guixiang frowned. Didn't old Li's boy, Li Qingshu, already go? He never made anything of it either. Li Qingshu's a waste. He still hasn't gotten his diploma. He claims studying keeps him out of the fields, but really he's just holed up sleeping all day. How's he supposed to learn anything? I looked at the two of them. If I don't take over as the doctor at the health station, the village will have to pick someone to send to the county for training. And who'll they pick? Whoever can read, first. Being a doctor is a good deal. No wind, no sun, no freezing in the winter, decent pay, and it's respectable work. I'll claim the spot for now, and when I quit down the road, either one of you can step in and take over. Isn't that better than working the fields? These days, just knowing how to read set you apart from everyone else. The easy jobs, the good jobs, you got your pick. But those who couldn't read spent their whole lives bent over the dirt. I could already picture the two of them out in the fields, worn out every day until they couldn't straighten their backs, skin burned dark and rough, aging before their time. No, I had to get them a real skill, help them build a better life. Qing Shan, could we really become doctors? Wang Naixiang's eyes lit up. Of course. I gave a solemn nod. But if I go study, who'll do the work at home? Lu Guixiang looked troubled. Aren't Ma and Pa still there? Besides, it's not like you'd be studying forever. From this summer to before next spring, if you put in the effort and learn 4,000 characters, you'll be able to read documents, newspapers, and letters. Learn addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division on top of that. And you can get your diploma. That's a primary school certificate, and it opens up a lot of doors. Learn 1,500 characters, and they issue a literacy certificate. Learn 2,500 more, master the 4 arithmetic operations, and put in a full 400 class hours. Only then do they give you the diploma. In the summer, 2 months. Winter's got 4 months. Half a year of school, 3 hours a day, that works out just about right. A person doesn't get many chances in life to change their fate. Every new word you learn is one step forward. Qing Shan, I'll do whatever you say, Wang Naixiang said softly. All right, I'll give it a shot too, Lu Guixiang said with a nod. So many things going on these days, I almost forgot something important. You all go on with what you're doing. Naixiang, from now on you come eat at my place. Don't be shy about it. With that, I hurried out the door. Half an hour later, as the sky was growing dark, I knocked on the door of Wang Chuanxiao's house. The one who opened it was her father, Wang Shui, in a white undershirt. He sized me up from head to toe. Li Qingshan, what are you doing at my house? He'd heard from folks how I'd knocked Zhao Gui's whole family down a peg that afternoon. So the moment he saw me, he was on guard, half afraid I'd throw a punch out of nowhere. But when he thought about it, he hadn't done anything to cross me. Is Chunxiao home? I need to talk to her about something. Looking for his daughter? Wang Shui's heart skipped a beat. This good-for-nothing better not have his eye on my girl. That would never do. His daughter was going to marry Zhao Ba, the party secretary's son. If this punk ruined her, there'd be nowhere to even go cry about it. It's late at night. What's a single fella like you looking for my daughter for? Dad, who is it? Outside the courtyard gate, I looked up. Wang Chunxiao came out from the yard. Gone was the disheveled look from the old forest. After washing up, a fresh, innocent face was revealed. She was even more striking than Wang Naixiang. Beneath that innocence, there was a fierce, unyielding edge to her. Li Qingshan. She recognized me at a glance and spoke up first. I only owe you $2, don't I? You really had to come all the way to my door to collect. Oh, $2. Wang Shui's pupils shrank sharply, his eyes going wide as saucers. How? How do you owe him 2 whole bucks? When do you borrow that? $2 was no small amount. A pound of rice cost just 13 cents. $2 could buy over 10 pounds, enough to feed a family for quite a few days. Dad, go back inside for now. I'll tell you about it later, Wang Chunxiao said, shooting her father a look. Fine. Just holler if you need me. Wang Shui walked back toward the house with his hands behind his back, though his steps were hesitant. He couldn't read that look his daughter gave him, but steering clear was never the wrong move. Once her father had gone inside, Wang Chunxiao finally turned around, her eyes full of delight. Qingshan, what brings you here? Here, this is for you. Keep it safe. I pulled a few pencils and a couple of notebooks from inside my shirt and pressed them into her hands. Qingshan, what are you giving me these for? She froze, taking the things with a puzzled look on her face. The township's rural upper primary class is starting soon. In a couple of days, I'll take you along with my sister-in-law and the others to sign up. Graduate smoothly this summer and next winter, and you. Just an elementary school diploma. And when the time comes, I'll get you a spot as a purchasing agent at the township supply and marketing co-op. I paused, dropping my voice lower. By then, you think your old man could still marry you off to Zhao Ba? That Zhao Ba, he's nothing. Positions at the co-op were precious. People would kill for a chance to get in. But I had my ways. What? Wang Chunxiao knitted her brows, hardly daring to believe it. A purchasing agent? You don't just walk into a job like that. Here's another $1. Save it for textbooks. As long as you get your diploma, I'll handle the rest. I wasn't helping her for nothing. If she really landed a job at the co-op, then down the line, sourcing hard-to-get goods would go a whole lot smoother for me. There was also this woman I knew at the co-op named Su Wanin. But that one, her bearing, even her name, had something out of the ordinary about them. She definitely didn't come from some small, humble family. Sooner or later, she'd move on to bigger things. She wouldn't stay long. Qingshan, I can't take this money. Wang Chunxiao quickly waved her hands. How many families in our village don't favor sons over daughters? You want to go to school? Your old man won't spare a single cent for your textbooks. And if that ruins your chances, who's going to feel sorry for you? Just take it. Take it. Wang Chunxiao fell silent. The words stung, but every one of them rang true. The money her own father wouldn't put up, a man who was practically a stranger to her had pulled out instead, and he'd bought her notebooks and pens, and now he wanted to set her up with an iron rice bowl. The rims of her eyes slowly turned red. Li Qingshan, is there someone you like? She gritted her teeth and forced the question out, her face flushing red. Was there? There actually was. But all I did was ask back. Why do you want to know that? I have a distant cousin. She's real pretty. If there's nobody you like, I could introduce you. What do you say? She probed cautiously. If you want to, then go ahead and introduce us, I said. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Never mind. I'm heading back first. I've got to go up the mountain to hunt game tomorrow. I turned and walked off. Behind me, Wang Chunxiao chewed over that line. If you want to, then go ahead and introduce us. Finding him a wife, and yet he still needed my say-so? Could it be he likes me too? Her heart skipped a beat, and a flush spread across her face. Clutching that $1, she tucked the notebook and pen against her chest and stepped inside with a light, bouncing gait. Daughter, what's going on? How'd you end up owing him $2? That's no small amount. Wang Shui came up to meet her. Dad, it's fine. Wang Chunxiao's eyes were bright. When I get married someday, I'll have my husband's family pay it back. Wang Shui opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Night had fallen pitch black over Shirshi village. De Zhuang and I each gripped a wooden club, standing at the edge of the village. A menacing air seethed in the night wind. Black Tiger, are we doing this? Big Zhuang asked. Black Tiger. That's the code name I gave myself for dirty work like this, so nobody could recognize me by name. Let's go. I waited for the right moment, then headed toward that thatched hut. Inside, snores rose and fell. Bam! I kicked the door open. The club came down, one dull thud after another. Who are you? Help! Murder! Zhao Chang's scream ripped through the night. In the hut next door, Zhao Gui and his wife jolted awake, faces draining of color. That's our son. Someone's beating him. Quick, go check. The old couple scrambled up and shoved the door open. The second it cracked open, a club swung straight into their faces. Everything went black, and they crumpled to the ground. Then the club rained down like a storm. It hurts. Help. Dad, save me. Son, save me. The screams tangled together at the edge of the village. Once they'd had enough, I lined up my club with Zhao Chang's knee and brought it down hard. Crack. A clean snap of bone. His right knee shattered. Zhao Chang, who'd been screaming his lungs out a second ago, gave a violent jerk and clamped both hands around his leg, curling up on the ground like a boiled shrimp, too far gone in pain to even make a sound. Big zhuang, and I slipped away silently under cover of night. No one knew who did it. There was no evidence. This wasn't the world decades from now. No cameras, no fingerprints, no way to catch anyone. Before we split up, I gave Big Zhuang his instructions. Head into the mountains first thing tomorrow, pack plenty of food, be ready to stay up there a few days. The gear was all set. Back home, I took a cold shower and was about to turn in when I heard someone tapping on the wall with a stick. I frowned. Middle of the night. Who the hell? Who's got the nerve to come knocking on Li Qingshan's wall? I pulled on my shoes and went out. A dark figure was still tapping. Who is it? It's the dead of night. Can't a man get some sleep? The figure froze, then pulled back the cloth covering her head. Qingshan, it's me. Roshua. Roshua? I paused, thinking of that scholarly little widow from earlier that day, the one who still carried a graceful charm. Middle of the night. What did she want with me? Then it clicked. What she'd said during the day, she'd meant it. I walked over and looked at her. That bookish air ran all the way to her bones, completely unlike anyone else in Shirshi village. When she stood in a crowd, she was a crane among chickens. She wasn't tall, just over 5 feet, and very slender. Years of never getting enough to eat had left her painfully thin. I could scoop her up with one arm. You've made up your mind? I asked. I have. She lifted her eyes, water shimmering in them, nervous and hopeful all at once. Qingshan, I want you. She leaned in on her own, nestled against me. The top of her head only reached my chest. Her mouth, body trembling faintly. Dry timber and blazing fire. One spark and it all goes up. Come on, let's go to my room. I grabbed her by the wrist, so slender it filled my whole hand. Okay. She lowered her head, cheeks flushed, and followed behind me. But you never know when trouble's coming. I just slid the bolt on the courtyard gate when the door to the room next to us creaked open. It was my father Li Sankuei's room. Damn. Tonight my sister-in-law and my mother had both gone to keep Wang Naishan company, so he was the only one left in the house. Now we were about to get caught. In the dark, we both froze stiff. Roshua went completely rigid, not knowing what to do. Quick as a flash, I threw an arm around her shoulders and pulled her against me, my other hand scooping her up. She clung to me tight, like an octopus. I yanked my black jacket around her and covered up most of her body. It was dark. You couldn't make out a thing without looking closely. Besides, my dad was still half asleep. Sure enough, Li Sankuei let out a yawn. Qingshan, what are you doing up in the middle of the night? Taking a piss. I stayed in the shadows. Get back to bed. I gotta go myself. He shot a lazy glance my way, didn't think anything of it, and headed straight for the outhouse. Holding the girl bundled against me with one arm, I slipped quickly back to my room. The room was pitch black. We couldn't see each other, but we could hear each other breathing. That was close. We almost got. Before she could finish, I sealed her lips with mine. Her body went soft, and she melted completely into my arms. 5 o'clock the next morning, the sky was already turning pale. Roshua and I opened our eyes and looked at each other, both hiding a tenderness too deep for words. It's getting late. I've got to go first, she said softly. Hardly anyone was up at this hour, so no one would run into her. Any later and everyone would be awake, and that would make things awkward. I'll walk you. Okay. I escorted her the whole way to her front door. Looking at that face of hers, so lovely it made your heart ache, I wanted nothing more than to spoil her all over again. I'll be waiting for you to come back. There was fire in her eyes, but her face was clouded with worry. When you get into those old woods, you be careful. I don't want to lose my man a second time. Don't worry. I looked her dead in the eye. No matter who else dies in this world, your man won't. With that, I kissed her hard. Wait for me to come back. Back home, I got my gear together. I just stepped out the door when I saw Dazhuang coming up, loaded down with supplies too. We exchanged a glance and set off. But we'd barely left the village when we spotted a man sitting on the stone block at the edge of town. It was Zhao Hongqi, a childhood friend of mine and Dazhuang's. He was 3 years older than us and already had a family. His mother was bedridden, there was a squalling baby at home, and his wife had just given birth and was still in her confinement period. Over the past couple of days, I'd had Dazhuang bring some food over to them. Zhao Hongqi, what are you doing here? I walked over. He stood up, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Qingshan, my mother's gravely ill, my daughter was just born, and my wife's still in her postpartum month. We've got no money, no food at home. Take me up the mountain with you. I'll do anything. I have to keep them alive. You sure about this? I looked him dead in the eye. Your daughter's a newborn. That mountain, it's dangerous. I'm sure. I'm going. Zhao Hongqi nodded hard. If I die up there, then that's just their fate. A real man. Someone with his back against the wall who still wanted to carry his whole family. That fierceness in his eyes. I could trust it. All right. One more for the trip up the mountain. My heart lifted. Brother, wait for me. Just as I was feeling good, a familiar voice rang out behind me. Erzwang, what are you doing here? I looked at the grinning fool standing in front of me. The spitting image of his brother, same dopey look. Brother Sean, I want to go up the mountain too. Hunt some game with you. Take me along. His face was lit up with excitement as he waited eagerly for me to nod. No way. Go home. Quit messing around. Your dad won't let you into the deep woods. If he finds out, it'll drive him half to death. Brother Sean, how come my brother gets to go and I don't? I've got strength to spare. I swear I won't slow you down. I don't want any money. Just feed me and I'm good. My brother's coming. So just take me too. He plopped down on the ground and cupped his hands together. Brother Sean, I'm begging you. I stared at him for a couple of breaths. Fine, you're in. 3 people became 4. If we really ran into trouble, an extra pair of hands meant an extra measure of safety. See, big brother. I told you Brother Sean would take me. Erzwang jumped up and pounded his chest. Don't you worry, Brother Sean. I'll work hard out in those woods. Won't cause you a lick of trouble. I gave his shoulder a pat, but inside I was thinking, if Uncle Li Kai found out, Erzwang would probably tear the roof off their house. For men, 1 dog, 1 hunting rifle, 1 hunting bow, 3 machetes, and a red tasseled spear. Ropes, an iron pot, water canteens, all packed to the brim. That was everything I owned for this trip up the mountain. This time, I had a plan brewing in my mind. Mom and Dad, my sister-in-law, me, Wang Naixiang, Roshue, every one of us would get new clothes, head to toe. Growing up, I'd never worn a single new piece of clothing. All these years since my sister-in-law Lu Guixiang married in, the shoes on her feet were hand-me-downs from my aunt, and don't even get me started on her clothes. Everything we got was worn to rags by somebody else first. Thinking of the smug faces of that Li family from the old village, I clenched my fist. In this lifetime, I was going to make sure my whole family wore brand new clothes and stood proud in front of them. How much for 1 full outfit per person? $4 for a shirt, 3 for a pair of pants. Women's are cheaper, about $6 for a full outfit. I've done the math, 3 sets each for summer. Mom and Dad, my sister-in-law, Naixiang, Roshue, plus myself, inside and out, it adds up to no small sum. The co-op stores still had those dresses hanging up, puff sleeves, cinched waists, hemlines to the knee, made of floral print fabric. A girl would look pretty in one. I'll get 1 each for Guixiang, Naixiang, Roshue, and Shinger. We need new shoes too. Leather shoes are no good for these mountain valleys, so I've got my eye on Liberation shoes. Army green uppers with anti-slip rubber soles, tough enough for climbing hills or working the fields. For the women, round-toed embroidered shoes, dainty in style. Clothes, shoes, and the fruit candy, Rice Crisps, and walnut cookies the kids love. All told, it'll probably run close to $150. 150. So this trip up the mountain, I'll have to haul that 150 out of the old-growth forest myself. For a farmer, life comes down to 4 things: clothing, food, shelter, and travel. Clothing, I'll take care of that this trip. As for food, we've got meat at every meal now, white rice in the pot. Mom frets over it, but I refuse to buy the coarse grains. A person suffers enough in this life. The least I can do is let my folks get a taste of the good times. That leaves shelter. I'm done with mud brick houses. If I'm building, I'll build one of brick and tile. It doesn't have to be big, just enough for the family to live decently. But bricks and cement are dear, and even with cheap labor, a rough estimate still puts it north of $600. That kind of money won't come together overnight. But there's one thing that can't wait, and can't be rushed either: the homestead plots. Mom and Dad's, my sister-in-laws, Naixiang's, they all need to be locked down early. I gazed at the lush green forest before me and drew in a deep breath of cool air. tinged with the scent of pine. Opportunity has always favored those who get there first. Fall one step behind, and you fall behind for life. I raised my hand and waved. Come on, up the mountain.